Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Nothing but hilarious to me every time I start the stream up, everybody. I had to fix some audio problems and whatnot. I don't touch nothing, everybody. Every day, it's like something else I got to solve. That's why I have that startup time, by the way, everybody, is I have to set up 6 different platforms while I am starting up. So I'm streaming to YouTube, to Twitch, to YouTube, which I'm both a partner on both of those, as well as X.com, Facebook, Kick, and Trovo, all at the same time. And of course, the stream has to be live before I know if that stuff is working. So that's why I have that startup. The great thing is, if you are watching this back in the future on a VOD or something like that, that's why I have that little timer. You can just skip ahead of it to get right to the meat and potatoes of the stream. Whatnot, wearing my awesome Satisfactory shirt right here, rocking the FICSIT coffee cup. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Of course, I am your official FICSIT corporate trainer. They call me Kismet, the gaming tycoon. And also, I love to build, everybody. I want to teach you all about building today. We are working in a modular style. We're building little mini factories that are basically endlessly producing us massive sums of resources. Now, last time when we left off, we got our modular frames done, a completely separate and self-contained factory that is vertically stackable, that we stacked up, put it to a train's bringing it in. Now, it's been running this whole time. So that means when we go in and we take a look, we should have a tremendous amount of those frames ready to go. And that's what's really cool, because if we backlog a lot of that stuff, it's going to help us then make the next factory and the next factory and the next factory and so on. And so that's what we want to do. And again, finding that perfect balance is what we want to do. Now, we're on encased industrial beams. We need to get those going. Now, again, and put one in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Totally forgot. Boom, you're shut. Look at you guys. You're already on it. You're already on it. I'm so impressed by you all. You're always on top of it there. Again, we're going to get into it. But first, let's say hello to everybody in the chat. I saw Paul and Dragon Wolf in there while I was starting up. Paul was in there at 9:27. That's pretty impressive. Dragon Wolf in there nice and early as well. We'll give 1,000 kids caps to the chat for having my back. And then, you know what? A couple thousand more for putting those ones in the chat as well. So let's get into it. Let's talk to the chat here. What's up, PETA? Thanks for coming in. Dragon Wolf, thanks for bringing that hype. Dork's coming in and getting it going. It should be the right link now, Dragon Wolf. You got to think that also when I'm starting up, I have to go in and fix that link as well. So the link should be corrected now. You should see that in there. So when you see me starting up, that's me going, okay, I got to get the link. I got to post the thing on Twitter. I got to do, because actually I'm streaming on Twitter now too. So I have to set up the whole stream thing on Twitter. I have to post it to Twitter. I then have to go to my Twitter feed. I have to grab the link. I have to go out of the link. I got to go into Stream Elements. I have to go find my chat commands, get the chat commands, find the specific chat command that goes with retweet, click on that, paste the new link in there, hit save, and then you'll see me hit that retweet button in there. I would wait until you see me put it in there where it says Kismet in there. That's when you know you've got the latest link right over there. So actually, a lot of people found it. Holy mackerel, you guys already got it going. Let's go ahead and triple that up right there. Give it 3,000 kids counts. Man, you're at 6 retweets already. You guys are on the ball. I like that. I like it. I like to see that, everybody on the ball today. So again, yeah, give me a little bit of time when I'm starting up, because that's what I'm doing when I'm starting up. I'm also checking that all my audio works and my camera's going and my microphones are going. I'm checking that all 6 monitors are working, and then of course my Discord is up, and then I got all of my various chats over here, my 6 different chats. I've got all my alerts. I got my combined chat over here. I got my activity feed there. I got my audio mixer. I got my various sources, my activity feeds, my reward docs over there. I got my spreadsheets over here. We got of course my page, also the web page, and also the other thing, what's that called? Affinity Designer. So when we're illustrating stuff, I got that over there. So that's what I'm doing when in that 5 minutes, everybody. And it's not a lot of time. And usually I get here like 30 minutes before, and I set a lot of things up. All the things I can set up before I hit start, I set all that up first. And then when it starts, then it really doesn't give me a lot of time to make sure that the audio is working and that everything is functioning properly here in the stream, including my ability to do this, which I absolutely love. I love to highlight you guys on stream. It's pretty awesome. Thanks, Human, for coming in, showing some love. Dio coming in as well. What's up, Dio? Thanks for coming in and chilling out in the channel. Look at all these ones. From Paul, from PETA, from Dragon Wolf, from Gorix, from Human. Thank you very much for those ones. Hey, Foggy. What's up? Yes, it's right after I said that. Yes, that's because I was, again, in the middle of doing it. There you go. So just wait for me to press it, because I have a button on my Stream Deck that I press, because I have to, not only do I got to do that, but then I have to bring up the chats for the 3 toughest chats are Facebook, Twitter, or X.com, they call it now. And then, what's the other one? Trovo. So those chats I have to bring up. Usually I'm bringing those up right at the end. So I will first make sure that make sure the Twitch stream is on. That's the first one I start with. Then I turn all the other ones on, and I make sure that they're all streaming. Remember, it's 6,000 per one, so that's 36,000 up, everybody. Megabits. 36,000 megabits up right now. And every single night, everybody. Every single night to 6 different platforms. I know, it's crazy. It's insane. No one else does it, everybody. Only me. I'm the only one that doesn't care what platform you watch on, everybody. Whatever is more convenient for you, that's perfectly fine with me. I appreciate you being there. I appreciate you chilling out, spending your evening with all the awesome people in the chat. And we're going to have some fun tonight, that's for sure. We're going to have some fun. That is for sure up in here. So yes, I am doing well. I rested up, man. I have so much stuff to do, but I was like, no, let's rest up. So I'll be fully ready to rock for some Satisfactory tonight. And I have really bad insomnia, so I'll go to sleep for like a couple hours, and then all of a sudden I'll wake up, and then I'll be up all day long, which is annoying. Because right now I'm trying to stream at nighttime, and I'm trying to stream longer at nighttime. Then rest during the day, and then get a whole bunch of stuff done before the stream. Then I'd probably rest for about another hour or half hour before the stream, and then I go right to it. So, and again, trying to work on my health as well, trying to get more steps in, trying to eat better, trying to do all of that stuff on top of all the other hundreds of things that I'm doing, family things and, life things that, oh, speaking of life things, oh, I just thought of something. Let's something. To tell the wife. I should do it now before I forget. All right, just so I don't forget. I had to send a message to the wife. See, that's the cool thing about technology is that ability when when you think of it, do it right then. Write it down, send it right then, because I'm not going to remember it later. But in 5 minutes, I'll forget that I even sent that message. That was really scary. I am Death coming in the ones. What's up, I am Death? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Sorry we got a little bit of slow start there. What up, Pocket Watch? I saw you burned yourself out on Throne and Liberty. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. That's why I'm slow playing the sucker. I do not want to get burned out, and we're just having so much fun on the raids, man. Those raids are super fun. We annihilated that boss on Monday. That wasn't even close. We didn't even get to the enrage timer, which we had a problem with on Friday. Kind of feeling like that went so well that we should move it to Mondays. So we're going to do it probably this Friday, and then we will go ahead and probably go in and do a kind of makeup photo so everybody can get like in the photo that I can add it to our photo up on our website. And then I might move it and we'll just skip next Friday and then just go to Monday, because Monday was awesome, man. I mean, the team was like dedicated, man. They went in hard and heavy and bam, wiped it out. This way, people got things to do on Fridays as well. Not everybody can, raid on Friday or whatnot. So I might switch that over. But of course, I'll take a poll from the team and whatnot first and see how you got. There we go. Might check it out Mondays or whenever the guild events are going on. Yeah, it's on Fridays right now. So we're going to do Friday at 11 p.m. And then I might move it to Monday at 11 p.m. As well. This way on Friday, we could just run dungeons and things like that. And then we get it done for the whole week on Mondays. And then everybody's got all their gear and sweet stuff they can use all week long. As opposed to doing it on Friday, and then they use it over the weekend, and then it resets on Tuesday, and then we wait all the way till Friday again. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can only do it once a week anyway. So, in the end, it'll all work out. But we'll get it going. But we always need peeps to help out. So, again, if you want to come join us, everybody, it is free to play. You can check it out at kismet.gg. You can click on Tycoons there. You can find all the information of what server we're on and all of that. You can also find it down below on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Kismet. You can find it right down below there. There's a whole illustration there or graphic that I did along with a bunch of links on playthroughs and what server we're on and all of that cool stuff down below the stream there. So lots of places to find all that out. Now, of course, as your official FICSIT corporate trainer, it is time to avoid you getting lasered from space from being inefficient. We're going to go be super efficient right now as we make little mini factories or lone factories that are going to do that specific thing and bring those particular resources forward for us so we can use those resources for other things. And also, I can do a lot of offline production if I need to. I can go ahead and just set up something temporarily, grab some of those resources, throw them in a box. And then, of course, the best thing to do is get the resources coming to you and not you going to the resources. I find that way better. And of course, if you have an awesome mega server like I do, brought to you by the awesome people at G Portal, it's just a few bucks a month, everybody. I highly recommend them. Again, I'm going to go ahead and throw you guys some love in the chat. I love it when they say, Kismet, we like your... Oh, I'm about to spell it right. G Portal. I love it when they say, Kismet, we love your stream, because, I'm not a huge streamer, but I don't have 10,000 people on my channel. So when people come to me and say, Kismet, we really love your stream, and we're going to sponsor you based on how much they love my stream as opposed to me having 10,000 people on the channel, I highly recommend them over there, everybody. Again, I just tell it to you straight. If they sucked, I wouldn't use them. As simple as that. I'm 50 plus years old, everybody. I realize I'm actually 54. I'm 54. I get my senior discount next year. I do. I made it, everybody. I made it. I'm still alive. It's amazing to me that I'm actually still alive at this point. Because when you're in your 20s, you don't think you're going to live to be 50. You think, 30, 40, you'd be good. But amazing. I'm still alive at this point. And it's all thanks to you guys. I'm not kidding. It's all thanks to doing this every day. This gets me out of the bed. Says, hey, let's do another day. Let's have some fun. Let's bring a little joy, positivity, and fun into people's day. I cannot overestimate how much this has changed my life and saved me where I am not dead. So thank you. I'm right here. Well, actually, it's over here. Right here. Because I'm reversed for you guys. It's right here. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for showing that love. Used G Portal for a Valheim server, and they were great. Server ran awesome. I know, doesn't it? It's just like the cool thing is what you want to do is get services that you never have to think about. Everybody, I got a microphone over here. It is. I think I can bring it in here. You can see it just a little bit on the side. There it is. Look, see this microphone? This is a Wave 3 by Elgato. I never think about it. I never think about it once. I never think about it at all. I just make sure it's on when I start. I look up there and see if it's going, and then I set it and forget it. That's what I do. That's what I do with my camera. That's what I do with my other microphone. That's what I do with my Stream Deck and all my keyboards and things that I use. That stuff is not for fun. I mean, it is for fun in the case of playing the games. But it's everything serves a purpose. I don't buy stuff frivolously. I don't, because I don't have a lot of money. But so I try to maximize my resources, just like I do in games like 7 Days to Die and in Satisfactory. I do the same thing in real life, everybody. I'm always maximizing my resources. If I have $1, how do I spend that $1? And I've had people say, Kismet, you should get your teeth fixed. You should do all of that. Well, again, I'm 54 years old, everybody. You think how many years of use am I going to get out of my nice straight teeth? Or if I have, you know what they'd have to do to fix my jaw because I have a big overbite? They'd have to crack my jaw, put it in a big metal thing, and then wait for it to heal for 6 months. Those would make some interesting streams, wouldn't they? But you know what would be a better investment? Take that money and invest in getting my kids' teeth straight, because then they got a whole lifetime of straight teeth. Where me, I'm in the backside, everybody. I'm in the wind down time of my life. So I don't think of things for me. I've had lots of wonderful things, everybody, and you'll find even when you have money that eventually things are just stuff. And you usually have too much of it. You have 3 toasters and 5, what do they call those things? Ovens and whatnot. What do they call those little ovens? Little bread ovens. You put the things in there. I forget what those things are called. But you have 5 of those. You have 3 blenders. You have this, that, and the other thing. And most of them are broken. They're sitting in the garage. You never use them. They've been in there for 5 years. Or 10 years or 20 years in my case. And you never use that stuff. So you just start acquiring all this stuff. And then when you get the fancy car and you're like, look at me, I'm super rich. Look at me and my fancy car, which I've done. I've bought a fancy car from the factory with my name on it. Big deal. Who cares? It's just a car in the end. And its whole purpose is to take you from here to here. And now, of course, they got robo-taxis coming out where I don't even need a car. I can just call it a robo-taxi. Hey, robo-taxi, come pick me up. Take me to the store. Okay, Kismet, I'm on the way. Drives up, picks me up, drives me over there. I don't have to own a car. I don't have to do maintenance on the car. I don't have to pay for the insurance. I don't have to do any of that. Just pick me up and drop me off, brother. I don't care what it costs. I'm telling you, it's not going to cost as much as it would cost for insurance and cost for the car payment and cost for the upkeep and maintenance and repairing the car all the time. I don't care if it's $500 a ride, everybody. You spending $100,000 on a truck or a very expensive $60,000 or $70,000 car. That would take a really long time to pay the same amount that it would be to own the car. Of course, they also going to make it where you guys can buy a bunch of them and use them like your own fleet of taxis, and they go and pick people up and stuff. I think that's pretty cool if you think about it. Kijin coming in with a raid. Thank you very much for coming in and hanging out. A lot of cool stuff going on right now, everybody. It's amazing. Robots, all the things that when I was a kid were all science fiction, and one day we were going to have watches that we could talk like, oh man, what's that comic strip? Where we could go ahead and talk into our watches. Yeah, we absolutely can. Of course, I rarely ever wear a watch, but I wear that watch whenever I'm walking because it'll warn me if I'm about to fall, which I think is really cool. Again, that's another scientific breakthrough. It's like, it saved me a bunch of times, where I see, I don't know I'm falling until I'm about halfway down, and then it's too late. That's it. I'm going down because of my constant dizziness. So that's why I do that whenever I'm exerting myself, when I'm running or walking or whatnot. I don't run fast, everybody. I run very, very slow. My daughter is like how I used to be when I was young. I was 130 pounds. I was short. I used to be 5'1", and I was lightning, everybody. I could run because when I grew up, sometimes you have to run away from the bad guys. Actually, a lot of times. You have to run away from the bullies and the bad guys and whatnot. Because they're 5-on-1. I've taken 5-on-1 before, and they kicked the crap out of me, everybody. They absolutely did. I took one of them out, though. That's our goal when you're young, everybody. In my day, you just got to take one out so they have a little bit of respect for you and they leave you alone. Back in the day. Dick Tracy, yes. Yes, you could say his first name. His name's Richard. Richard Tracy. It's okay, but you can't say it in the chat. That's right. There you go. Yes, a shoe phone from Get Smart. You can just put that in your shoe and you'd be fine. Just attach the watch to, you know, cut a little outline in your shoe and then put a little plastic thing over it because otherwise it's going to wreck the watch. And you put the watch under there and there you go. Now you got the shoe phone. Look, I've already solved the problem just like that. Wow, we're at 9 retweets already. Oh, one more hero in the chat. Hit that link right there. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button. I'm going to quadruple it up again. I'm going to give you 5,000 for crushing it. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I love me some Satisfactory, so it's time to get into it. Let's go. All right, I'm pretty excited to go in here and see if I've got a ton of modular frames. Let's go take a look. 1,032 hours that's been running. This server right here been running nonstop, 24/7, making me loot. Now, of course, I could have done this in the very beginning, everybody. In a future playthrough, I'm going to do this in the beginning where I just start backlogging tons of resources. But this one right here, we've used what I call the progressional technique, where you start, you make a bunch of basics, then you clear all that out, you put all that stuff away so you can use it to progress a little bit faster. Oh, Big JP coming in as well. Also, thanks to Keijin for the raid. Thank you so much. Let's see if we give Keijin a shout out over here. Let's do it. If I can spell it right. That's the hardest thing. There he is. What were you playing? Oh, some Diablo 4. Screw them and their Diablo 4. It ain't no Diablo 1, I'm just saying it, or Diablo 2, which I've actually never played. Did you know that? I've never played Diablo 2 because I have it shrink-wrapped, 2 copies of it, shrink-wrapped in my garage. I never got around to taking it out of the package when it came out, everybody, because I love the original Diablo. I own 6 copies of the original Diablo. I had it set up in my office across 6 different computers. And then after work, we all sit there and play Diablo together. It was awesome. Awesome. And then, you know, we'd invite people over on the weekends. We do LAN parties and all that kind of stuff. Those were the days, everybody. Those were the days, 80s and 90s, the heydays of both music and running around having a good time, and also playing Diablo, playing Quake, playing Unreal Tournament, playing a lot of Fallout, of course, and so on and so forth, and all the other massive thousands and thousands of games I've played over the last 50 years. Of course, things like TIE Fighter and X-Wing, those were incredibly great series. And man, I go on and on and on. Sid Meier's Pirates, Civilization, Age of Empires, And we also played board games too in those days, everybody. Yeah, that's right. We actually interacted with each other in real life. And we did LAN parties too. We'd have hundreds of people come over, and we'd everybody set up all their computers, and we would battle each other, playing oh man, what's the name of that game? Descent and Descent 2, which is one of my favorite games of all time. And I won a tournament way back in the day, everybody. That's right. And I took that joystick, because I already had a better joystick, and gave it to a friend of mine. Sure did. I was like $250 joystick in the 90s. So imagine how much it costs now, everybody. That was a pretty expensive joystick too. But hey, there you go. There you go. Yes, the OG Diablo was amazing. Still is amazing to this day. You know, what's such a brilliant formula? I watched a documentary on the original Diablo, and they said they knew they had a hit when everybody was staying after work to play the game. That's a dead giveaway right there. Everybody's just like, oh, I got to get my next game. Oh, I got to get to the next thing. The thing I remember most about Diablo 1 is the Butcher. Is the boss that you fight in there. And that one's always fun every single time. I played through, I don't know, 100 times. And it's fun every single time when you get to that guy, because you're like, because it's funny because, you know, if you take a break from it, you come back to it, you forget he's there. And you come around the corner like, oh my God, it's the Butcher. Ah, geez, oh my God. Ah. And you know what? I think that World of Warcraft stole the Butcher and put him in that area where, you know, I forget what the name of that area is, but you're walking along some road and there's like a bridge and it's like in a forest, and you're buzzing along and some really big boss dude comes walking down the road and aggro's on you. I forget what that guy's name is. All you WoW guys, let me know what his name is. And every single time I'll see in the chat, hey, I need some help, I need some help. Because somebody ran into that boss. And then we'd all, fly over there, lend a hand, take that boss out, walking along the road and whatnot. That was chasing down our member, which was really funny. Because you'd think after a while people would just know that boss is there, right? You're like, hey, don't walk down that road. Walk very, very far around that road. All right, now what we're doing over here, everybody, is we are running some of our resources back here with the train. We've got to get this to line up. There we go. And so we're just putting down some foundations for our train run over here. I'm just going to put all the foundations down first, just to bring this a bit closer. Now, I could just run the belts, underneath here and run it all the way down. But man, I love doing these trains. These trains are fun every single time. And I haven't really gone to town on trains. I do a bit of trains, and I know how trains work. But we're really going to go to town on trains on this one. We're going to use it at every opportunity that we can for it to grab it and bring it over here so we don't have to run so many belts and then figure out the logistics of those belts. We're just going to have this train come right back over here. Now, one of the things we'll have to do is offset this just a little bit because we're going to need to put the train station down. It's going to be too close to this other track over here. So we'll kind of do what we already did here, and we want to go ahead and fill this in. Hold on. Get our zoop on. Oh, no, just 2. There we go. Zoop that in. And then we'll go ahead and go this way with it. Just to give ourselves a little bit of room. I always suggest to give yourself room between your different factories. There's always something that you have to add or update or readjust or whatever it is right over there. So this is going to go this way, and then we'll have our factory over here. And I'm just going to extend this out here. Actually, I could just do this. Why do I not just do this sideways? Yes. Back a little. Kind of hard to tell where this is supposed to go. Also, by the way, by the direction, the way you're looking, if I'm looking this way, then I use my arrows to move around the hologram. But if I turn this way, it actually changes the way that the arrows work. So if you're ever trying to nudge it and it acts really weird, just aim straight toward it. And then that will help you a ton lining that stuff up. Whoa. See that? See me jump, everybody? That was me feeling like I was about to fall. That's vertigo kicking in there. Wow, that was scary. Sometimes that happens. I suddenly get like a burst of dizziness, and I feel like I'm about to fall. It's a scary thing to be sick all the time. See, I'm never not ill, and it's a terrible suffering. But in my generation, something bad happened to you, walk it off, wimp. That's how my parents used to say, or at least my generation. They'd be like, oh, you broke your leg? Well, here, throw some Robitussin on it, and walk it off. I'm not kidding, everybody. You think we're joking about that? Oh, you hurt yourself? You're fine. Oh, you'll be fine. You're bleeding from the jugular? You'll be fine. Like the last resort was to send you to the doctor. I mean, they tried everything else except for taking you to the doctor ahead of time before they would finally say, okay, well, your leg came off. Okay, let's go to the doctor. It might be a little bit of exaggeration there, but you get the general idea. They were not too concerned, and they were more concerned with what they were doing in that particular generation. All right, that is too close. We're going to have to push that out just a little bit more. All righty. That might have been a little close there. Yeah, let's do this. Let's just do this like this. Yeah, now I like it. Yeah, like this. Oh, that's good. All right. So, where are we bringing this? We're bringing this right down the center of this one. All right. Again, we're going to do a push-pull train here. So, again, we're going to aim it away from the... her direction and just get it there at the end. Then we're going to put a cargo. We want to put the cargo on that side so that when we run it out, it's going to go out and down and run across over to there. Underneath in our logistics level. This is too close. It's a big problem now. Run that back. So it's going to go up. It's basically, it might be a little close there. So we got 2 that way, 2 this way. Actually, it's supposed to be 3. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's got to be 3. All right, so this is 1, 2, 3. Right there. And this should start right here. I always feel it's worth it to take your time and get it right. And the great thing about Satisfactory is you don't have to be in a tremendous hurry, everybody. I find a lot of people get in a hurry. Oh, I finished it in a day. Well, why did you do that? What was the fun in that? What was the fun of rushing to the end of the game? I don't understand. I guess that's your type of fun. That's certainly not my type of fun, but I enjoy the journey every single time, especially since it's my first time playing 1.0, right? You only get 1.0 playthrough the first time, one time. So again, I take my time. And again, one of the great things about Satisfactory is that it can be quite relaxing. You don't have to be in a rush. You're not shooting aliens. You're not doing all, well, you're shooting a little bit of them, but not every single second. It's not just like you're first person shooting everybody the whole entire time. Let's actually back this one up just a little bit so we can make a smaller segment here. Where this is going to go into that corner. Right, like that. Then this is our third one here, and then 1, 2. See how close we can get. Man, that's pretty close. Alrighty. And there we go, up and running. Oh, look at this. Ah, we didn't attach any power. That's a problem. Let's go attach some power. How do I know? Because when I'm jumping, the track should provide electricity. See, this track over here is doing it right now, and as I go along, you'll see a little white line pop up like that. That tells you that I'm getting the electricity from that line, but no electricity from this line because I didn't run any electricity to it yet. But we'll do that here in a bit. Let's get in and get it going. This game is so deep, everybody. I mean, you can spend a lot of time playing it, which I enjoy. But again, I only have so much time in the day, so I play to a certain degree, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm good. All right, we can see that it's going right into the ground there. I bet you there's a nice connector there. There sure is. And we can run that across over to there. And then take this, run that in there. Okay, now we got a train station rocking and rolling. So this one is going to be right here, Tycoon HQ. What is this for? This is for... what do we write it down? Case industrial beams. Case industrial beams. Saying beams like this. There we go. All right. Tycoon and case industrial beams. So that's going to drop that off. Now, eventually, this will pick up multiple things. But right now, we got that going in. Now, this, again, push-pull trains are super easy. You've got one, you got the train station, you got a cargo station. So, we're going to go ahead and put our trains down. Right over here. So we'll put our train that way, and then you notice I put it out of the station. Always a good idea to put it out of the station when you're putting it down. And then again, one going that way, one going this way, because one station is going that way, which the engine, of course, is aiming toward that one. And then this engine is aiming toward the other one. Vitally important. Now, this also is going to be an unload. So we're going to go ahead and switch that to unload. Then we're going to get on the choo-choo train. Here we go. Choo-choo train. And away we go. Rub dirt on it. Exactly, Jonkers. That ought to fix it. Just rub some dirt on it, and you're good. Yeah. Fantastic parental advice. That's because, you know, the boomer generation were so wasted from all those drugs they took. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I'm probably not all of them. But a good amount of them. They had fried their brains, everybody. Fried their brains in the 60s, and now we had to deal with it as children. Oh, God, we're going off the side. Oh, just like Back to the Future. Oh, we made it. Yeah, yes. It automatically stops, by the way. All right, now we got to back this up. We're going to need a little bit of room over here. One of my favorite things to do with the train is ghost ride the train. See, now you know why I have this edge here, because when I jump out of the train, whoo, down I go. If I made that too skinny, I would be out of there. All right, let's call this, in case, industrial, fingers, industrial beams, station. There we go. Now we have nothing for it to pick up right now because we don't have our other thing here. And I need to look at the track and see if it's... Oh, perfect. Look at that. Perfecto. See if it's running there. Now, notice how I went down like that because I no longer have any power on this side because I took the track out because it's running the power line. But I do need to add some more over here. A little bit of this. A little bit of this. Really should have used my red ones, but do what we gotta do. And one of the great things about this game, everybody, is the way that it builds. You can see that I can tell it exactly where I wanted those things, and then I can tell it I want one that way, and this way, and that way. It seems like a subtle thing, but it is not. It is what makes the game truly amazing, is the way that you build stuff in the game. It is highly, highly well thought out. Again, just genius level thought out. All the numbers are thought out. The way everything works is thought out. Very, very awesome, I think. Okay, why are we over here? Let's take a look at what we got. We're going to need some coal so we can make some steel. We're going to need some iron so we can make some steel. We're going to need some limestone so we can make some concrete because we got to make steel beams and concrete so we can make encased industrial beams. Now, way down there at the bottom, there is some stuff that we need to check out. Now, here's a cool thing you can do on this end, is that you can go ahead and take this, and I can kind of lean out like this and go ahead and put a power pole right there. And then I can run that power pole down, down here. And basically take that power and run it down. Now, one of the things that I like to do, I call it the power station, right over here, where you just go ahead and make a little spot over here. I could make a blueprint for this, as a matter of fact. And just go ahead and put yourself a little tower over here, right? And I like to turn the tower so it's kind of facing this way and put that in the middle of those kind of blocks because it looks cool. Now, instead of running it all the way down over this way, the smarter thing to do is to run it actually to this. So we're going to go ahead and take this out, and we're going to go ahead and run it. Nope, not that. There we go. We're going to run it to the station here. Now, this station will then also allow us to put one on this side, and then go ahead and run it across so we don't accidentally fall to our death. Another thing that we can do is go ahead and click this, and we can run this power down to the lower side here because it can go really, really far. Now, that's a little too far there, I think. Let's go down and see. Yeah, see, it's red. So that's a little too far. But I can go ahead and run it over here like that. And then now I've got the power run down. So this comes from my base, by the way, way over there. So way over there, through the train tracks, all the way down here, over here, and then I'm running this power down here. Now, I also like to explore by using power because I have my hover pack. It allows me to just float around and go wherever I want to go, which is awesome. But another thing that we can do is we can have a little bit of fun with it as well. We can get all the way up here. Like so. And we can hit escape to get out of there. And we can have a little fun with it by using our little slide thing. So instead of just jumping off, we can slide down. Now watch out, because you're coming down, there's a force of momentum can actually kill you. How do I know? Because I died doing it. So keep that in mind, everybody. Keep that in mind. Then we can go ahead and click, and there's two parts to it. There's the top part and the bottom part. The bottom part is your shorter connections, your connections that are nearby, and then the top connection allows you to get another one of these giant power lines. So I'm just going to throw it down somewhere in the center there so I can utilize it for this coal. Now, this there's a lot of coal, everybody, and the real limiting factor is not necessarily the coal. It's actually going to be the iron ore, because we have two impure nodes. The coal, we have a lot of normal nodes that we could tap into that coal, and oh my God, we have crazy tons of coal, everybody. We have all the coal. That's 4 different nodes. We could overclock all 4 nodes, and boom, have 300, that's 600, that's 1200. That's a lot of coal. But what we want to do is get these iron nodes that are off over here to the side. Now, another thing we might want to do, and this is what I do with my thingy, which I can't think of the name of it, chainsaw. I put it in the dimensional depot, so I can just go ahead and pull it out if I need it. Now, same thing with biofuel. I typically will put some biofuel, solid biofuel in there, so I can just go ahead and pull it out. There's other fuels you can use as well. I typically use the biofuel, and the reason why I do is because I don't use it all that much. I only use it when I'm clearing an area, and the funny thing is, when I clear the area, then I get resources for making more biofuel. And you can see it just AoEs all of the stuff that's in the way. Or well, I can try to AoE all the stuff that's in the way. And on in there. There we go. Now, the reason why I'm floating is there's always somebody around who's going to get rowdy and want to get up in your business. They also added a mode where you can single target now. So if you want to just take out one tree or one bush or whatever it is. See that pick up leaves there? You know what's way easier? Just go over there and hit E. Just hit E and pick up those leaves. That's way faster than using your chainsaw. I mean, I can just hit E all day long. I can get all this stuff just picked up. And they actually fixed it finally where I can hit E again while I'm using my chainsaw. Or you can just AoE. Whoa. Some of these cannot be removed, by the way. So if you try to remove this, sometimes it doesn't remove it. But if you come up close to it, you're good. Look at this guy. He's going to try to get me. Come on. The power of verticality, baby. Pew, pew, pew. Now you did. Now also what you can do is go ahead and use your novelist to clear all that out as well. Now, I'm just clearing it out so no mobs sneak up on me while I'm trying to work over here. I see some more barrels. Let's get those. And whatnot. Now, another thing I can do, you can see I brought the power down right here. Actually, what I should do is hit the middle mouse button and say, you know what, this would probably be better right here, somewhere where it's not going to be obscuring. Let's say somewhere in here. And I can then click this and try to connect it to that one up there. So I can reverse connect it, but only if you already have one up there and then you put one down here. That's actually the furthest you can actually run lines in reverse like that, where you already have one, you go where you need it to be, and then you run it in reverse. So I don't really need that one right there anymore because I have this one up here, which is going to help me with my iron nodes. Now the question is, do I want to bring the coal up here, or do I want to bring the raw iron down there? And that's a good question. I kind of feel like I want to do it up here because we're already somewhat close to the train station. So I was going to build it down there, which is fun. But look at this kind of open area we have over here. And it could be even more open if I wanted it to be. Now, also allows me to float around a little bit more because I am nearby the power. And you see how I fall down like that? That means I ran out of power. So what I can do is just run myself a little power thing, and I can infinitely float, by the way. As long as my power is on, I can run around and do all sorts of crazy things and not even worry about it. Unlike the jetpack, where eventually, you know, your jetpack fuel runs out. Even on the highest fuel, you'll run out. But on this, you will not run out. Because you just put them at a certain distance, you can just literally never touch the ground. Just float around with your jetpack. Which is so incredibly powerful in the game. And now you know why I made that biofuel yesterday, too. I'm going to have a place to put all this stuff. Oh, look at that. There's a crashed ship over there. Might have to check that out. Now, what I'm doing is just cutting back the nature a bit. So I can see if there's anything over here that I might be looking for. Mercer Sphere, Summer Sloop. One of my big goals is to cut down the entire forest one of these days. And this just gives me more room to build. FICSIT corporate approves removal of all vegetation and habitat areas for maximizing profit. There's a little hole down there. Oh, I wonder what's down there. We'll figure it out at one point. And then over here. And the same thing in this way. Again, I feel it's easier than using your chainsaw just to hit E, everybody. This stuff is what you pick up at the very beginning of the game. You just grab, whenever you're running around from place to place, you're going to go to a new node. Whatever it is you're going to do. And if you really want to clean the area up, you just go around and you hit E. Like this. Kind of cleans everything up. Allows you to see where the nodes are. And whatnot. Now, if you got a whole bunch of them, especially trees, because you can't do it on trees. On trees, you need the chainsaw. But on all this other stuff, I find it actually takes longer to AoE the stuff than it does to just hit E and pick it up super fast. Like that. So pretty easy, I find. And then over here, we're going to clean this out a bit. Now, again, if you have some novelists, you can go ahead and clean also the rocks out. It used to be where when you took out a bush, it would also take out the rocks nearby. Like this right here. See this rock? If I cut this bush, I get it. There we go. It would normally take out that rock. The rock don't go out anymore. Okay, look at this. Cleaned up these two nodes quite nicely. I think it would be a really good spot here on this little flat spot. For hopefully this is not going to erupt with a bunch of water or something. That would be bad for my factory. And just trying to get the edge of it kind of cleared out. Something over here. And there's definitely something down below. Okay. Let's run over here and check this. There, see how quick that happened, everybody? Boom, I cleared a lot of them trees. So we're going to go ahead and just extend this on. And I saw a crash landing somewhere over here. Now, then again, this gives us that verticality. Actually, let's take this. And we're going to run this. That gives us a huge advantage over the mobs. It also gives us an advantage so we can sneak up on them. Like this. And what I like to do is I come in hot, right? I can just come in hot like this, get right up on them. Oh, and I ran out of bullets. That's not good. Now, I can also run away, so when he shoots at me, boom, line of sight, baby. Right there. So, and again, this is where I can get my ammo out. That probably would have been smarter to do that first. All right, now I got to find out where he's at. He's going to probably get a free shot on me. There he is. Just move around while he shoots you. Don't never stand still or they're going to get you. And then here we are. Back down here. Again, another good use of our chainsaw. And then again, we can bring this down. Be right in the center of the area. And now keep me floating around. Now in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and remove all the leaves because it's a little easier. Because they are so compacted right here. And sometimes I'll do it, especially when you're around like one of those crash sites. I'll really just go in and look for resources. Just try to find that dead center. Maximize that time, because again, it takes time for it to go. It takes time for it to do that. I can just be hitting E and picking it up so much faster. Like this. Boom, boom, boom. All right, what do we got? Anything else hiding over this way? I don't think so. Okay, we got some pre-reinforced iron plates. We got some regular plates. We got some beams. Nice, okay. Some cables, rotors. Rotors are good. Oh, it's a biofuel. Okay, we'll take that. And that pretty much seems like it. All right, what do we need in here? We need some... what a surprise. Some modular frames right over there. Luckily, we have it automatically putting the modular frames now in the dimensional depot. So it automatically put them in there. Now we're going to see, look at that. It's going right back in again. And then, of course, the ones I have on me right here, I could have just used those. But we'll go ahead and get this going. We only need to use 5 anyway. Get that hard drive. And that's pretty much it. So that's why you're looking for these, for you can use the hard drives to research stuff as you go. I'll go ahead and put the rest of that stack in there and let that max that back out. Now the next thing that I do is I use a little marker that tells me that I've already been there with a little chest right there that says, hey, I already been there. I already did that drop pod. Don't run over there and do it again. Because I have a tendency to do that. Oh, there's definitely something down here. Yeah, another drop pod over there. We don't have any Nobilis. We got to get back to making some of those later on. But for right now, let's get back to our factory. So yeah, I feel like we're going to bring it up here and utilize it up here. Now, what we've been doing is using our blueprinter to make certain parts of the factory. So we're going to go ahead and utilize our mining node as the center of our base. And we can choose either one. I kind of feel like I want to use this one because it's kind of out of the way, and then we can rework all that power and stuff. And we're going to send these to the center, meaning this way, like this, and I can just kind of decide how I want that to line up versus the rest of the world, and how I want that to line up versus what I've got there. So say something in line with what we've got, and let's say something like that. Now what we're going to do is align this, and it works really easy and fast right here. Because we're going to show you my secret to aligning extractors right there. We get the metal beam, we rotate it to the right until it's perfectly lined up straight there. Good to double check it. Then the left click, drag it out so it's right at this position. Then you start counting 1, 2, try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you click. And that's all you need to do. One move foundation lineup now to your extractor. And I'm going to use this as the basis of the rest of the base. I'll take this out so we can go ahead and put this up on top of the foundations. Again, if you leave it there, you had run the foundations through it. Oh, mouse wheel. Come on, work with me here, brother. I don't know what's going on. My mouse wheel, still haven't fixed it, but I'll get around to it at some point. Now, another thing that we want to do is we want to give ourselves a little bit of space off to the side here, like this. Yes, you know what? Here's a better idea. Let's take all these out. Then we're going to take our 5x5 here. We're going to try to line that up. And we want to bring that forward just a bit. Hit H, bring it this way so it lines up to the foundations, and bam! There we go. Now, one of the things I don't like is I don't like it when stuff is going through my foundations. I don't like it in this game. I don't like it in Fallout. I don't like it in any game. So I'm going to have to remove a little bit of these trees, though, because they are obstructing my edge here. But in this particular case, this particular factory is going to be running into another factory. And this whole part over here is really just for our blueprinter. So So we're going to take our blueprinter here and we're going to turn it in the appropriate direction. Now, great little trick, everybody. You can hit H, and it will allow you to just kind of set that on that foundation and then also set it a bit on the ground, as you can see. And it will let you put it down normally where it wouldn't let you put it down if you just use that hologram. And that worked really, really well. I feel like I want to go over here and get this tree, too. Go over here and get this stuff. Nice. Gotta have faith right there. You see me jump and just hope that I hit the power. Okay, so what are the things that we need? Well, we need to create steel beams and concrete and all of those things. And the lucky thing is we already made stuff for that. So we're going to go ahead and head down here. We're going to hit H to hide that. There we go. We're going to take a look at what blueprints we already have that will go ahead and get this going. So I'm going to go ahead and take these basics and let's go ahead and actually go out of here. And we'll manage a bit of our stuff from yesterday. We're going to go to our blueprints. We're going to hit edit. We're going to go over here. 5 by 5 by 5. Add a subcategory of, let's say, Mark 5 factories. That sounds good. Apply changes. And then what we'll do is we'll take these and, oh, okay, or we'll just try to build it randomly over there instead of doing what I'm trying to do. Mouse out of control. Okay, we're going to grab this and we're going to take this and we're going to run this into this thing. You need a subcategory to drag it into. And so we were working with these yesterday and we got those all styled. And we can still use them if we want to. And then I'm just going to put this one down here. That's using those Mark 5 belts. And there we go. So now we've got all of our stuff nice and organized and we can reuse some of the stuff we did before. Now, one of the things that we did on concrete is that we made some constructors that will allow us to run. Now, I also have like a mini factory, just a tiny little factory. Well, I mean, relative terms. So I made a tiny little factory that just has one smelter and one of the constructors. Now, this actually will perfectly fit over the node. So if you just want something to make something simple, you can see that we could actually just align that right in there if we wanted to. And actually lines up to the extractor. Actually, I can move it closer. It lines up to the extractor. It'll then run in there, smelt it, then go into the constructor, or I could just take out the smelter and bypass it when in the case of concrete. And then it will just make concrete all day, every day. It won't make a lot of it, but it'll make some of it. And then it'll make it for a very long time, which means it'll make a lot of it. Again, the power of time is your most powerful thing. The fact that you can just let it run and run and run, which I like to do. But I'm never in a hurry or a rush for it. I just let it do its thing as we go along. All right, so now we got that going. We want to go ahead and start with our extraction. So the first thing we're going to do is, of course, remove our iron. And we're going to want to combine that iron with coal and with our other item, which is our limestone node. Now, it just so happens that we have a pure limestone node. Let's go ahead and bring up our thing. We'll ping our limestone node, which is supposed to be right over this way. Oh, it's right here. Oh, well, that's convenient. That's convenient. Is that actually a node? I just thought that was a pile of rocks. Nope, that is absolutely a limestone pure node. So that's going to allow us to make our concrete nice and easy. Oh, lizard doggo. What up, little buddy? You're so cute. Come here, I'm going to pet you. Good puppy. Good little lizard doggo. Now you can feed the little lizard doggo and he'll follow you around and whatnot. I never do because I'm a dangerous person to follow everybody. I go right off the cliff. Then my lizard doggo falls off the cliff. I just let them run wild, everybody. Just like my children. Let them run wild in the streets. There you go. At least at the age they're at. All right. Let's see. So now we want to think about how we're going to convert that, the easiest thing, which is going to be our stuff over there. And I think we want to go ahead and just run out this. Ugh, that is not good. All right, we're gonna have to elevate that. Let's go to our foundations, make ourselves a bit of a elevation here. We're gonna move this forward just one. See how we like that height there. I feel like we need one in between. Now what I'm doing is setting a ramp on top of the current one. It's sometimes really awkward to get that ramp the way you want it. Oh, I thought I'd switch the other ramp. 2 ramp, yeah, 2 ramp is what I need. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to put a 2-meter ramp in there. So I don't need to raise it way up, but I want to raise it up enough that the foundations, and then you'll see me take the foundation out from underneath, that they're up higher, and then they sit across here nicely, like that. And we'll rework all the power later on. What we want to do now is just be able to line up our factory over here against this edge, and then it'll snap in. That's why we're putting those foundations down. Then we'll take our constructors, and we will aim at the edge here, and we'll decide where we want this sucker to start. Say right there is probably good. We'll hit H. Take a look and see how it's lined up to the foundations pretty well. Let's go. Okay, so we're going to start with our construction of our concrete. Now, again, I already have a certain amount. I haven't even figured out the numbers of it yet, because the real limiting factor, again, is whatever one is the lowest of all of them, and it's going to be the iron in this case, because those are coarse nodes. Now, I could go try to find some iron nodes further away, but this is actually fairly close to my base, where if I went over here and got all the fancy full nodes, which we'll do eventually. We're going to tap every node in the game, every single one. It's going to be awesome. For right now, though, we're going to go ahead and do this. Now, we can see that this is an output, and then this is the input over here. Now, we might want to rotate this just a little bit so we can run the input from over here and run it in the back, and then the output would be in the front, and then we could take it and run it up like we've been doing. So we want to go ahead and take this back out. One of the great things about blueprints, you can put it in, take it all back out again, and then do it. Now, I can also take these, by the way, and put these in my bar, but I'm going to put like one of them down. So I don't really need to, have it in the bar if I'm just putting one down. Now, you're going to see that little white arrow. We're going to go down so you can see it. We're down, down, down. Yikes. Okay, see that little arrow? So we're going to take that arrow and we're going to aim it over there. In that direction, hit H to try to line it up so we can go in hologram mode, line it up. Now we should have our input on that side and our output over here. So this should be green. Yes, and then on this side should be red. Correct. And all we need to do is do an extractor over here and run it over. So let's get it done. Easy peasy. And again, this is the great thing about this game is that you can line up all this stuff and go across multiple grids and whatnot. Okay, holding down control, I'm going to line it up like this and then click it. I'm going to move it out just a bit here. Now this is a little trickier because it's up high. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very nice. Now on this one, I would use a deeper foundation, like a 4 meter, or you could use a 2 meter. Because this way it's not floating, it's actually somewhat touching the ground. Probably one that's even deeper than that on the outside here. But what we first need to do is we need to line it up to the actual, to the extractor. If you do it too high, it won't let you put the extractor on the top. Let's take out that beam, and then we'll run this cross. So we're going to put this one up a bit higher because it has a larger pile for it to sit on. And again, the best way to know is try to put it in. If it won't snap, yep. If it won't snap, you know that it is too much. You can't do it. So how do you fix this now? Well, the way to fix it is just to bring it back down lower. And in this game, it's really awesome in the way that things. I'm going to use a 1 meter. And then I can aim at the bottom of this and try to aim to put another 1 meter under there. Or I can try to do it here. One of the things that's can be tough in the game is to get it to snap underneath a little bit. A lot of times if you're up high, if I can get myself some power over here. Let me get myself some power. Like this. If you're up higher, it'll help you do that a little bit better. So let's go ahead and first put the top. Oh, there it goes. See how I can kind of maneuver it down on the thing? So I can maneuver it down and just put it on the bottom side instead, like that. Now, of course, it's going to stick up a little bit, which I don't really like. And there are ways of making it even more. I could use my beam or other items to make it just a little bit higher. But that'll be just fine for now. Well, that'll be good enough. And so we'll go ahead and do this. And now we can go ahead and put our miner right back on there. And it's going to cover it up anyway in this case. Actually, it looks pretty awesome. Right over there. Now, another thing I would do is get this started up right away. Have that start to extract the resources. Now, I'm also going to go ahead and just do this. I'm going to turn it this way. And then I'm going to go over here and do the same thing. Like this. And then it's going to do something really cool. I'm going to try to... Oh, maybe not. First, we got to get in between. But you can, if this reaches, you can actually make it do some straight runs like this. So it'll elbow however you want it to go, which I think is super cool. So we can elbow this out a bit. Try to eyeball it. Say right here. Going out that way. Nah, it should be more like this. Somewhere here. Then we're going to bring that up. And that's going to come over here and be awkward as heck. There we go. All right, good enough. And that's going to go ahead and run right in there in the factory. So it's already off and running. And what it's going to do is go in here and then we can switch these whatever we want. Remember, we don't need smelters for this. So we can just copy, and then we're going to paste these to all the other ones. Like this. There we go. So now that's going to go ahead and run. Now, this does not have a backlog in here. In this particular one, I didn't put a storage box just so I could minimize the space. But again, that's 8 of those, and it will run. Now, did I even look at what the input or output was? Nope. Never, didn't even bother. Because, again, that'll all be set later. So let's go ahead and set this power on the outside here. So again, I like to put a nice little double wall outlet. I could just take this one out and reconnect it. No point in doing that. I'm just going to do this. And then I'm going to go ahead and run that up there. And that'll start the whole factory up. And there it goes. Very nice. And it'll start making that concrete. And that part of the thing is done. Easy. Easy, easy. Now, let's go over here and see what we want to do about this extractor over here. So this one, we just want to kind of aim it in this direction. And we're just going to cross that over into this one. And this one will come up and we'll merge all that together and utilize that later. I want to go in and do our alignment first. And I like to put them on the foundations. And since I discovered this cool trick for aligning them with a single move, which is just so incredibly helpful. Again, make sure it's nice and straight. Left click. Bring it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, once you have it aligned, then you can do a whole bunch of things with it. That's the cool part, is that that perfect alignment every single time. Now, if you are doing like oil extractors, you'd want to go out 5 steps instead of just 4. But as you can see, it perfectly aligns the extractors every single time. I see a lot of people do it other ways, and theirs is not perfectly aligned. Theirs is offset in such a weird way that you can't just take a blueprint and snap it to the front as easy as I can, because again, look at that perfect separation between these. These are fully contained within those two foundations. And thus I can just snap something to the front or snap stuff around it, and then boom, like you saw with that little mini factory, and I'm off and running. It's pretty easy to do. Now you'll see that these are two separate grids here, but that's okay. I can cross from one grid to another and then just utilize this grid, utilize that grid. We'd also utilize the world grid if we wanted to, and then bridge these from these grids into the world grid. I don't really need it to hit the world grid because I know how to make it work, even if you're on different grids and different angles. And that's one of the most powerful things you can learn in the game, everybody, that everything doesn't need to be on the same grid. It does help if you have everything on the world grid, because something that you build over here will align to something that you build way over there. But if you also know how to transition, you can do a lot more advanced things, make round items, make round roads, and all sorts of cool stuff that you can do in the game, as well as really embellishing tons and tons of stuff in the game. But you can see I'm just doing the basics, everybody. Modular bases that make me allow me to progress in the game, because I'm actually playing the game and not playing, you know, decorate the game, which I find highly inefficient, and corporate does not appreciate inefficiency. So there you go. Hey, Banana Bread, what's up? Yes, yes, I used to remove those rocks. Yes, I used it for that all the time, to help me move those rocks out of the way. Okay, so our concrete is good for now. We'll figure out all of the numbers of it here in a moment. What we really want to see is our coarse nodes over here. Now we have the Mark II miner extractor, right? So right now at level 2, that means double the amount it normally has. It's at 60, so normally it starts at 30. So it's time for the old spreadsheet. Let's go ahead and zap her on over here and record our resource extraction down here. Neat. Get that at full screen. Let's zoom in so you don't have to squint at it. Okay, now these are the things we need over here: coal, iron, and limestone. We're actually going to move the limestone down because we're going to use 2 iron nodes over here. Now the real trick is how much of this do we really want to make? There's a great question, right? How much of this do we really want to make? How much of this do we need? All of it. That's always my answer. How much of it do we need? All of it. Because then you got all of it, you're good. So first we got to find our coarse nodes here, or type it out. Coarse nodes. So you spell coarse node, right? Impure. It's not coarse node. It's impure node. Sorry. I thought there was another name. Impure node. There we go. So now we got our import nodes. Our normal speed of our Mark 1s is 30. So we're going to go ahead and put it at 30. And then again, now what we can do is just do a little trick here where we just copy this and paste this here, and it automatically should do the calculations. Ooh, which one of these was doing it automatically? I thought I made one of these do it automatically. Huh. Maybe not. Up here? I totally forgot where I did that. Well, I know how to do it, so let's just do it over here. So this one is going to be this times 2. Maybe I took it out. That times 2. This one here, we'll reset it. That tells me which these are set to. They're set to 300 or 600 or 240. And then this one, again, is going to be times 2. So this one times 2, if we overclock it, it'll be 120. Then this one actually is going to be times this one times 1.5, is 50% more. And so if we max that sucker out, if we overclock it to its nth degree, we're going to have 180. I know it seems a little anticlimactic when you're doing the impure nodes. You're like, 180? I need a lot more than 180. Well, the great thing is we can take this and we can go ahead and double it up. We can take both coarse nodes, put them at 180, which of course we can take both of these and add those together. And that'll give us 360. So now we know that we have 360 there. Now the pure node over here is going to do this right here, but we'll go ahead and just say pure. And then we'll take this calculation here and put it down here. And then the cool thing is we can just type what the base number is over here. So the base number of a pure node is 120. So when we type that, boom, it automatically fixes all the rest of the numbers. So 240, 480, and then right here should be 720. That is not right. That is not right. Hold on, maybe we miscalculated. I thought it was 1.5. Let's go ahead and find our power things. Let's see how it goes. $150. Huh. That should be, because this should be 600. Oh, it's right there. There's where I did it. 2.5. Oh, I did it off of this number is 2.5. But not this number. This number should be 150%. Should be this number plus 50% more. How about just 0.5? Now, see, and then we'll do half. It should be 1.5. Okay. So that's 250%. What's our original thing here? Let's take these out. 60 per minute. So it's 30, 60. Then double that is 120. There's a math error in there somewhere. And then 50% more of 120 would be 60. But in this case, it's not 50% more of 120. It's 50% more of what? Of 100%. So 250%. Yeah, so this would be 250% of the base number. Oh, okay. I'm glad I thought of that. I thought that through. So instead of doing this, what we'll do is we'll take the base number of our Mark IIs. Oh, here's an even better idea. It's this number times 2 times 2.5. No, it'd be this number times 2.5. Like that. Ah, but no, it's going to be this number because we're using the Mark IIs. I see. This number times that. There we go. All right, now we got it right. See, that number should be 600 because I know that the pure nodes are 600 at max with a Mark II, but a Mark III, it's going to be double that. All of those will be double with a Mark III. And we're going to get to those. We're working on them. But yeah, it's 150. Okay, now we know. And then, of course, the maximum is 300. That's about right. Because here's the other way of kind of back checking or number checking is that a normal node should be maxed out at 300. So if you have two coarse nodes, you add those together and they should equal a normal node at its maximum capacity, which should be 300. So a great way to double check those numbers and to go in and double check them in there. So there we go. So we got those numbers fixed, and now we'll auto calculate all of our numbers for you. For us, so we don't have to do it. Yes, this is times 2. This is this number times 2, and then it's the Mark II times 2, and eventually it'll be the Mark III times 2.5. And all of these numbers will scale up too. Yeah, because these are 200% on Mark II, so it'll be 200% on Mark IIIs, 250% on Mark IIIs, and so on, and so on. Okay, so we add that together, we're going to have 300 iron. So let's go up here. Iron, we're going to have 300. Now, if we're making steel beams, we need to know what the inputs and outputs and all of that stuff. I'm going to go ahead and just copy these headers here and make a little space in here. There we go. So the raw ore. The input is 300 there, and actually we're going to readjust this. So the extractor output. There we go. Let's readjust these to make it a little easier to understand. Extractor output, and then input, machine input. Right there. Okay, so the machine input for steel beams for iron is what? Well, we'll have to go take a look, right? So we can go in here and we can put down a constructor and say, okay, what's my input? All right, here, steel beams. So it's going to be 60 steel ignits to make the steel beams that we need. Right, so we can say right here, 60, and this is steel ignits. So it's going to be 60 steel ignits. This is going to be the raw iron ore. And actually, we can call this raw iron, just to make this a little easier, raw iron. We're going to take that raw iron in. We need 60 per machine. And then if we have 60 per machine, how much coal do we need to produce that as well? Well, really, the coal is not in this. The coal is in the foundry. Because we're in the foundry, we're going to combine the steel beams with the other items that we need. So we're going to go ahead and put the foundry in, and then we're going to say steel ignits, and so we're going to need 45 iron ore and 3 coal. So this is actually the first one we need, because we got to make the steel ignits first, and then take the steel ignits and put them in the steel beams. So we'll go ahead and say foundry over here. And we'll say steel foundry. There we go. Instead of steel beams, because steel beams actually comes into play down here. So we'll say steel foundries, or we can just call it foundries, whatever we want. And so the steel foundry is going to need what input? Right? So raw iron, we're going to need actually 45 per minute and 45 coal. So 45 here and 45 here. And this is raw, or actually we already have it. Right here, we already have it, 45 and 45, and this is coal. So we can reverse engineer based on how much steel we have. Total machines. How many machines we're going to need for if we have a machine input of 45 and we have a raw amount of ore of 300. So I can just say, take this number and divide it by this number. Boom. We need 666666666. Yeah, there we go. There we go again, everybody. There we go. Now, what if we take this number and we say, hey, we want to download this to 240? What if we say 280? What if we say 260? What if we say 220? Again, you can just keep messing with the numbers until you get this number right. But even easier, you could actually do the numbers in reverse. So if I have 6 machines and I take this out and I say, hey, I want to take this times 6 machines. Oh, I need 270. Is 270 lower than 300? We'll just put that we have 300 over here. Max, that's our max over here, max. And so we can just fool around with the numbers a lot easier. If I turn my caps lock off. We can fool around the numbers much easier just by adding more machines. Okay, 7 machines is too many. 6 machines is about right. And so we need 270 going in. Now, how do we get 270? Well, we might want to go down to 5, maybe get an even number. Nope. What about 4? Okay, now we're at 180. We could do, 90 and 90 on each of them. But you can actually make these numbers work. And so what you can do is just cut this number in half. I can just go in here and just do a little calculation down here and say, okay, I want to take this number and divide it by 2, 135. So I can physically go in here and just type 135. Bam. But I can't really run it in that one. I want to do it in the extractor over here. So I can just say 135. Bam. Now it's going to do exactly 135. That's called underclocking. So you're specifically putting the number in. Underclocking is also when you go below 100%. But in this case, I'm going below the 250%. Instead of just doing it at 250%, which I don't need to do, I can just say 135 in that one. And then go to the other one over here. Put all these in. And again, 135, bam, it's already preset. We can go ahead and run some power to that one. Oh, we are out of power. We can run it from over here. Right there. Again, now this one's going 135. This one's going 135. I thought it was open. Not yet. It's got to go a little bit first. Let's run it out of there a little bit. Back. Let's just put it into a box for right now, and we'll deal with it later. Run that out of there. Okay, so now it should go up to 135. Yeah, there it goes. 135 there. This one's already running at 135 because what it does, it fills up the interior part. Now, also what I can do instead of that, I can actually go into, if it does fill up and it's not running, you just take it out of here as well. Also, a fun thing to do is to take this raw stuff and get it out of your inventory by throwing it into the bank. Not that one. These over here. What else we got in here? Some wood. So that'll go in there and run those in. Actually, I have like 200 wood. And I just max these out. There we go. And so this will keep this running while you're doing that. Also, you can put your raw ore in there instead. Yeah, just put a whole bunch of raw ore, the extra ore that you have, right in there, and just let that run, and it'll run for a while. Okay, and this will run until it fills up. And so now we have that magic number that we're looking for, which is 270. And then again, now we can reverse engineer. So we know this is going to be 6 machines for the foundry. And so how much coal do we need? Well, we need 6 times 45, or in this case, I'm going to do 45 times 6. And that's going to give me 270. So again, and how do I know that those numbers are already going to be 270? Because the inputs are the same. So if you know these inputs are the same, that the input's 45 and the other one's input is 45, you know that the extractor output's going to be the same exact number. Now this extractor, because we have normal nodes, is almost to max of a single coal node over here. So that's going to be really easy. So now what we want to do is go ahead and set up our coal node right over here. So our coal node, what we want to do instead of doing all of this, and this is going to be a normal node. Actually, we'll just copy this down here, and we'll start using our formula here. So later on, that'll be super useful. So we're going to override all of this one and not actually use the default settings. And we're going to tell it that we want this to be exactly like we said here. I'll go back to the thing. Oh, we're already there. I got to go up here. 270. So we're going to go ahead and override the max output of the normal node. In this case, which is going to be 60. Right there. And just make that 270 instead. So we're going to say, actually, we just do this. Max 270. Yes, and then 300 there. And let's go ahead and put these particular columns to the left. Like so. All right, it's getting cold in here again. Hold on, be right back. Cold, it's hot, it's cold, can't make up its mind. All right, that's how you get sick, everybody, when the temperature's always changing like that. I don't like it. All right, 270 is what we're shooting for on the extraction on this one. On the extraction of these, we're doing 150 and 150. This is combined, 300 combined. We'll put that on both of those right there. But we want to do over here. What do we set that to? I already forgot. That's why I write this stuff down, everybody, because I forget. 135. Okay, so this is set to 135, max 135. And then we'll put this in parentheses. 300 combined. All right, that just tells us what our max is if we combine it. But we're doing 135, 135, 300. That'll be 270, 270, or max 300 combined. Yeah, something like that. There we go. That's good. And then those is what we're going to be using on that one. And we're going to take this off, reset that. And this, again, this is like a record of what you've set all of your nodes to. And then you can come back and say, okay, that's what I was doing with that. That's what I was doing with that. Very, very helpful later on. So again, our inputs are 270 here. Back this way. Our inputs are now 270. So what's the total output going to be, right? So the input is going to be over here. So we're going to put our total output over here. And then we're going to say our output of our machine, of our foundry here, is going to be 45 per minute. So it's 1 to 1. So 45 is the output. I can tell you what it's already going to be. It's going to be the same as the input or the extractor output, which is going to be 270 and 270. Again, I don't have to do the math, but we can do the math if we want. We'll just say 45 times 6, and bam, there we go. We got 270. Easy. Okay, so we got that going. Now, how much limestone do we need? Well, we don't know, because what we got to do is we got to get to the point where we're doing encased industrial beams at some point. So again, in our steel foundry, we have our coal, then we have our limestone. So we're not going to worry about our limestone right now. We'll actually put that down a little lower, come back to that later. We want to go ahead and do our steel beams. And our steel beams are going to be in the constructor. So our steel constructor, there we go. Steel constructor, and then of course our raw, this over here actually is 270 steel ignits. Is the total output. Actually, we should just probably put it on the second line and take the first line out. There we go. And let's go ahead and color in this just to make it easier for us to see where we're working. So again, the output of this is 270 steel ignits. So the raw extractor, or the machine input here, is going to be 270, right? And so we go ahead and look at our constructor. So it's 60 per minute on the way in. So the machine input is actually 60, and basically the total output of the previous stage is 270. So we can find out how many machines we need, again, by doing that, or I can just drag this down. It'll automatically figure that out. So again, remember, since it's 1 to 1, we know that it's going to use 6 more of our steel constructors. So our big numbers are these numbers, right? These numbers are telling us how to balance all of these things. How many of this we need, how many of this we need, based on the amount of resources that we're using. I mean, I could scale it much larger if I wanted to use, you know, say 1,000 of iron, or 5,000 or 10,000. I mean, you can massively scale it up, but we're just going to do that right there. Okay, and so the output's going to be 15 steel beams right here. Steel beams right over there per each one. Now, the total output is going to be different, and we'll just go ahead and make it do the number for us because we're going to output 15 times 6. So this times the number of machines we have. So our output times the number of machines is 90. So this is going to produce 90 steel beams. Okay, so now we have our steel beams, which is the thing that we're trying to create, right? So we're starting with this. We're creating the steel ignits, then we're creating the steel beams. So now we're making 90 steel beams. We're trying to make encased industrial beams here. And in encased industrial beams, you're also going to use your assemblers right over here. And then we'll go encased industrial beams. So now we need steel beams and we need concrete. So we need 18 steel beams and 36 concrete. So we need steel beams, 18, take this out, and then concrete. was how much? 36. Now, this is a fun little number to try to figure out because you got to figure out what your... actually, these should be over here. These are inputs. You got to figure out what your input is, right? So if you say 90 over here, when it comes to the steel beams, it's using 18. Then same thing here, right? It's going to do the same calculation. 18 divided by 90 just happens to be 6. How do we know? Well, let's go ahead and just do the math down here. We'll say equals 90, 90 divided by 18 magically is 5. Oh, wait a minute. What's going on there? Oh, I just typed in the number 6. Why did it copy the calculation? Well, there's no calculation. Oh, that's because I'm doing the reverse to the calculation over here. That's right. So glad I checked that. So this divided by this should be 5. Okay, that's more like it. Okay, so we need 5 basically assemblers. And we'll just take case beams and assemb. So we know that's an assembler. A little longer. So case industrial beams assembler. And again, I could have made another column for the type of machine we're using, but I just put it in the main name. Okay, and again, so how much concrete? If we're going to use 5, we're going to use 5 machines to do the steel beams. We know we're going to use 5 machines for doing our concrete, and thus we can just go ahead and do this calculation again in reverse, where it's going to go ahead. Actually, I'll just take this out. It's going to go ahead and take this times this. It's 180. So we need 180 limestone. That's what it's telling us right there. This actually should be back here, and this is limestone is what we need right there. So basically we reverse engineered it, right? So we figured out, okay, how much iron do we got? Because that's all we got. That's the maximum we got is 300. Now we could, you know, make the numbers weird and do all of that. I like to kind of balance the numbers out so the numbers are a little easier. So when I'm showing here on stream, it's better for you guys to understand. Hey, Flair, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Thanks for the stream, kids. You're welcome. We're going all night long. Feel free to lurk away while you're resting. I appreciate it. Right here, earn them kiss caps while you're sleeping. That's a really good way of doing it. Have yourself some kiss cap dreams of winning all the epic giveaways I'm going to be doing. So there we go. So again, we use the number of the previous one to find out how much of the limestone that we need. And these are pretty easy numbers right here. So we're going to do 90 steel beams, which we've already got. So we're going to call that our primary number, and then our limestone primary number. And then the number here is 5 of these. We need 6 steel foundries. Let's just double check this number. This number divided by... Oops. Okay. Let's do it. This number divided by that number. Yes. Oh, hold on. Now we got some problems. See, that's a 4.5 right there. So, if we have a 4.5, we got to figure out what's up. I didn't calculate that properly. I'm glad I thought that through. So 4.5 machines, which means that this one should be 4.5 machines as well. And in this case, if we do 90, yeah, that's not going to be 90. This is going to be another number, because this is going to be this times the number of machines we have, which is 4.5. Stop doing that autofill crap. So 270. So we have a 60 going in. We have 60 going in, and we divide it by... Huh. Wait a minute. I thought we did that. Hold on. Let's do this again. This one divided by this one. 4.5. Okay. Well, apparently we didn't do that correct. So 4.5 is what we got. So this is the steel constructor, and that's going to output 15, and that's going to be 15 times this number. 67.5. Now we're getting to the real numbers, everybody. Again, very easy to mess up your numbers there, and that's going to throw off everything after it. So again, we got 270. This is going to be 270 on the way out. We have our constructor that's going to go in at 270, and his machine input is 60. So we're going to go ahead and take this and divide it. We need 4.5 machines. Those 4.5 machines are going to output 15 each, which is 67.5. All right, 67.5 over here. Now you can see that we need around 4 there. And then again, 3.75 here is then going to tell us we need 135. So the numbers still all worked out, but you can see that they're working out a little funky based on which original numbers we're using. Now you can make this, by the way, where all you have to do is put in the input of the first number, and it will calculate all the rest of that for you. But I need a lot more columns and a lot more calculations. But again, you always want to check and then double check. I didn't do that wrong on purpose, everybody. That I actually did wrong as I was doing it. But you can see that I come back and double check. I'd always double check all my numbers because, again, getting one number wrong can cause everything after that to be wrong. So now we know 6, basically 5 of those, 4 of these, and then 4 of our concretes over here with 135 going in, and that'll give us 100% efficiency. Now, do I really care about 100% efficiency? Probably not. I can go in and say, you know what, instead of doing this, we could just go ahead and do maximum extractor input, which is 300, right? So, and then here it's going to tell us how many machines we need. So we're going to say 300 divided by 4.5 is 6.666, and I'm going to take this number and truncate it down to 6.67. So basically 7, right? And we can make it go all the way down and just go like this. But I like to round it up in my head instead of it having it rounding it up. Just makes it easier. And then again, same thing here. I'll just round these up just a little bit like that. And so I'll just make 7 machines instead of 6. And then how much, again, raw iron can we do? Over here is we can do 300 raw iron coming in, and that 300 raw iron is going to be the same calculation as this, which is going to be 6.17. So our maximum iron is actually 300. So again, we can just calculate this on its overall maximum like that. So now we have 300 going in there, and then the output of this is going to be, of course, this number times our total number of machines, which is 300, which we already knew because it was just going to be the exact same thing because its input and output is 1 to 1. So if we put 300 resources in, it's going to put 300 resources out. So there we go. Now our steel constructor over here, we can set this to 300, and now you can see it is evened out to 5. So your numbers are weird in the beginning. Now this I'm doing on purpose. Your numbers is weird on the beginning, but then when you get closer to the end, they start to even out a little bit, where instead of it just using a portion of it and being like an odd number like 7 or 8 or whatnot, it's now 5. So it's now an even number, not like 2, 4, 6, 8 kind of even, but as a non-decimal number, which is much easier. Okay, and then what is our output of this? So we put 300 of our steel ignits in, and again, these are steel ignits. There we go. We put 300 of those in. We can either figure out how many factories we need, which in this case is 5, and then we need to figure out what our output is, which is this times this right there, 75. Okay, now we're outputting 75 steel beams. And now I need 4.2 factories, and then the same thing with my limestone. Now I need to upgrade this to 4.2 because I'm going to be doing 4.2 assemblers. And you see that some of the numbers worked out and some of them did not as well. So what I always do is I always err on the side of caution and just scale it up to whatever the next thing is. Now, in my case, I already have a bunch of them, so I actually will go even beyond what the actual basics of it is. So in this case, the steel foundry, I'll do 7 of those if I can. And the steel constructors here, which I need the steel ignits, I can use the same thing I just did over here, and you can see that I already have 8 of them there, right? It's okay if I have extra because it'll use up all the extra resources when I am constructing it, and then if it can't use it, it'll just turn that machine off. 10 seconds. Hold on, we got to get out. Apparently, it's time for a break because it's got to restart the server. All right, man, 2 hours goes by fast, everybody. That was 2 hours like this. Boom, gone. So again, just walking you guys down the road. Hope you guys enjoy all of this deep dive into here as well, for sure. Which I find really fun, everybody. Again, you don't really have to worry about the numbers. You can just go in and do it however you want. I'm just doing it for you all, just to kind of give you a more understanding of the different ways you can play. There is no one way to play that is better than other than I find. If you want to spaghetti your stuff all over the place and run your belts however, you go right ahead, because you know what? It's your game. You play it however you want. My game, I'm going to play it however I want. That's why it's great to be a gamer, because you get to play however you want to play. All right, now we're going to do some words on stream, everybody. Right over here, we're going to go ahead and pull those up right there. Now, what you do is you de-scramble the word. Now, you can see it's all mixed up like that. You go ahead and get the word right. If you get the word right, it's going to go ahead and lock you for a certain bit of time. You're going to see that little bar go across, and then it's going to unlock you like that. And then you'll be able to put another word in. If you get one right again, then you'll be locked for that time, and so on and so forth. So again, you can only do this on my Twitch channel. I'm streaming live to 6 different platforms at the same time. I'm multi-streaming. But you can go to twitch.tv/Kismet and play along in the stream. And of course, the more you guys interact, the more you guys crush those, the more Kiscats I'm going to give you when I come back. All right. So let's take a quick break while the server is restarting, and I shall be back in just a bit. Here we go. Back, everybody. Time to get back to it. I can hear the factory running in the background. Look at you guys. Oh, you guys just make 3 people do all the hard work there? Nice job, though. Nice job. I see you guys got up to level 3. Very nice. Let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of kids caps for working together. Awesome. Let's go ahead and take out our background there. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory. We're waiting for the server to restart. Oh, I heard that noise. I heard that. You ran out of power noise. The like, oh, they got my power. Oh, look at that. All right, send and close. Send them some feedback on the crashy crash that happened right there. Hopefully they'll fix that in the future. Very rarely do I ever crash in Satisfactory. But if we crash, we just relaunch it and try again. Let's get to it. Okay. Try it again. Getting on the server. There we go. Getting it going on. Yeah, get that respawn. Be nice to Steve. He's under a lot of pressure. Who's Steve? I don't know who Steve is. Is that who they think Fred is? I don't know. I call him Fred. Whoa, just make me drop out of the sky and then damage FICSIT property there. Probably because I logged out in the sky. Okay, so we got this going and we have our concrete going at the first level, and we did all of our numbers before we took a break there, where we're going to need so many of this and so many of these and so many of these. Now on concrete we need 4.2 of the machines, and it just so happens that we have 8. So that's fine. Now, do I need to overclock it to maximize those 8? I sure could if I wanted to. I could just go in and say, okay, I need my input needs to be much higher. Now, right now it's 151.2, which I can actually go over here and type it in here, which I think is pretty cool. So right here. 151.2. Boom. You can actually put the 0.2 in there, by the way. 151.2, perfectly optimized. There we go. I always find that really fun. Plus, it also has a backlog right now. It also has a backlog of concrete because it's been running while we've been doing other things. So this one's all good. So this is also our green number there. We got this going. Huh. Hold on. No, we need the input of the limestone to be that. Oh, hold on. So we need to go 45 in and 15 out. So we actually know we need to increase the limestone. Oh, we forgot a step here. Glad I came back and did it. Okay, hold on. This needs another step. And that is, we're going to do concrete constructors over here. Something like that. Make that a little wider. So this is our limestone, and we want to output a total of 151.2. So again, our inputs are all of this. Let's take all of this out, reset this back to this. So our output is 152, and again, you get very specific on this if you want to, everybody. Our input of the machine is 45. Our output is 15. So this is 45. Actually, we want this to be 151.2. And then this is 15. So to get to 151 of these, well, I can tell you already that we need 10. So we actually need more than what we have. So that tells us, wait a minute, we got to add some more for this concrete. So this one divided by this one will tell us, yeah, 10.1. So we actually need 10 of those. Now, of course, I can put another one down and I'll have more. But to do 10 of them, we're going to need 450 limestone. How do we know? Because 45 times 10 is 450. But if we actually want to do it full-on calculation, we just take 45 times this number, and it's actually 453.6 if we really want to do it. So that's what we really want to do, 453.6, and that's going to bring in 45. It's going to output 15 across 10 different ones. Actually, 12 is, or 11 is what we would do, and then output 151.2 concrete to match how many steel beams that we're producing. So that is a good fix there for sure. So let's go over here and see if we can again take that number. What do we got? 453.6. And we're going to put all these in here. 453.6. Boom. And there we go. We actually don't even need the last one. We just need the first two because it's a pure node. So 453.6. All right, that's good. Now we're going to need 2 of our concrete factories right over here. So let's go ahead again. Now we're going to speed up just a little bit because pretty easy. And you can see we've got concrete stackable here as well. But I'm just going to use my 8 constructors, and that'll actually give me 16 of these. Again, you can think all this out, everybody, or you can just do it however you want. Remember, it's your game. You put it however you want. This is how we did it last time. And we're going to nudge that right on top of that other one. Looks good. Click that in there. And then we're going to have our input over here. Very nice. Now, of course, we're going to want to split this so that half of it goes into one and half of it goes into the other. So we'll go way back here just to make this a little easier. And I think I'm going to run it this way this time. And we'll run it like this. We'll put our straight in. Get that to go straight. Yes. Huh, why did it rotate it? It rotated it right at the last second. Yeah, it rotates it back when I click it. Interesting. I just manually do it then. I'll bring this out straight. Then we'll turn straight off, and then we'll just rotate it ourselves along this edge. There we go. Okay, so now I want to come over here, and I want to go ahead and do basically the same thing, but now I want to go ahead and split it. We can go ahead and bring this out a little bit. This will make this a little something in the way. Bird in the way. Yeah, there, bird. There we go. Okay, and then we'll put our splitter right here. And we'll make sure to connect this. We'll bring this down. Run that in there. We'll go ahead and run out of this one and bring this up. Right there. And we'll run that in there. Now we got it running into both of them. And then the same thing over here. We're going to need some sort of power connection. So we'll go ahead and double run. Right over here. Oh, wait. We did it on the other side. Wrong side. This side. Doesn't matter where I connect it as long as I do connect it. Because it'll connect to everything else. And then this one I can just connect down to that one. Then that'll connect there. And then again, we'll go in. We'll tell it what we want to be. Concrete. Copy those settings. And just paste them to everything else. And there we go. Okay, now we've got 16 of them running, which we don't need that many, but it's just easier to put all those in. If we have any excess, we can go ahead and run that excess. Now, another cool thing that we can do right outside here is to say, you know what, speaking of excess, while we're doing the rest of the factory here, we can first get this darn bird out of here. Bird! You're being annoying. Get out of there. So I don't want to kill him. I just want to move him out of the way. What we'll do is to backlog a bit of these resources here. like so, into here while we're waiting for the whole rest of the factory to get done. One of the cool things we can also do here is to take this all out now that we know where we want to go. Redo this. I can do it up a little higher. I can run it down to there, or I can just go ahead and do what I did before. Or just raising it up just a little bit to help me go underneath it. Hit R. And we can try to do that corner, but look, it does really weird stuff. Let's try it from the other way. Nope, will not do that. It does not like it. But we'll make it work. And we'll bring it up. Just do that. Just do that. And again, that gets it up so I can run underneath it or drive underneath it or do whatever I need to do. Take this one out, unneeded, and then now we have a potential of a massive backlog. And since that's going to backlog, when this fills up with concrete, then we can burn up all that extra backlog by using the constructors in here. Okay, and again, you can see I'm not making it exactly perfect. I'm just now kind of over creating to make it a bit easier to manage it and to put it down in the long run. Okay, so now we've got that properly figured out. We're going to say 10 there, 453 coming in, 151.2 going out. And now we need about 5 assemblers. Well, it just so happens that we made some assemblers earlier yesterday. We go down here and we have 10 assemblers. Now this is some serious, this is a serious building right here. And let's see, oh, what do I need? More iron plate. Missing 682 iron plates. Yeah, those suckers are serious. Well, let's go ahead and do this. See if that fixes our problem, which I seriously doubt. Yes, we need a few more. We're at 682. And see, what I did is I took it out of the dimensional depot. When I took it out of the dimensional depot, what it's going to do is go in and feed a whole bunch more in there. And then when it reaches 682, and we just wait for it. Just wait for it to go in there. And then we're good. And I kind of feel like another good way of doing this is to, I could be doing this right now, is on the things that you're always running out of, like plates and concrete and things like that, is to double up on your dimensional depots or triple up or 5 times your dimensional depots. So it's taking all of that and putting it in there at 5 times the speed as opposed to just having one of them going in at a certain rate. It does accelerate the overall rate. So very nice. So again, let's try to line this up. It should be yellow because it should be down just a little bit. And we'll go ahead and try to figure out where our inputs and outputs are here. Now, by the way, you can fly through the blueprints in here, and you can see that there's some inputs right over here going into this, because this is not solid yet, into these boxes. So we have 2 things going into those boxes. So that's actually the wrong direction because the output is over here. And we still haven't got to the steel yet. So I definitely want to wait to do my my assemblers until the end, because we still got to do the steel part, because we kind of jumped ahead, and what we did is we did the concrete part first, right? So we did the concrete part first because that was the easiest, and we could just get that done pretty easily. Okay, so we still got to run our coal over here. We do have our raw iron ready to go. And so we're just going to max that raw iron at 300. And we're going to go ahead and get 300 coal, bring it over here in a minute. What do we need to do? We need to do some foundries. So we're going to need 7 foundries over here. And it just so happens that we had made 16 foundries. And you're like, Kismet, it's way too many. Well, it doesn't really matter how many I have. All that matters is that it works, right? Is that it does take the resources, convert the resources as fast as possible, and then run the resources where I want it to go. And again, we're trying to hit that edge. There we go. And then we can kind of look around the thing and again try to find our inputs. These are going to run up to the top part. So our inputs, I believe, are on this side. Yes, here's our inputs on this side. And that's going to go into here. And that's going to split it across the top. Oh, this is an output. These are our two inputs. And then on the other side, it goes to the second level of the foundry. So we now want to think about, okay, where's our inputs? Our inputs are here. Where's our nodes? Our nodes are right here because we want to put our iron in there. And then also eventually put our coal. So that's perfect. Let's go with that. Like this. We'll also go ahead and think about our power just straight away. And we'll just go ahead. Do a nice little double wall outlet. Oh, we got to go up one more. And we went in and we ran these all at the top. Up here. So just run this out. Stay right there. Now, the more complex it is, the more I would double check it to make sure it is doing what you wanted to do. And out here. And you can see we already have some power on this side, so we can just very easily connect that. Now, we're not connected across here because it's going to obscure that, or it would obscure this. So I'm actually going to do this just to make that line a little nicer, kind of out of my way. So we got inputs there for our iron. So we've got to merge our stuff together. We'll take all these out now. We don't need any of those. We want to merge our stuff together and bring it over here on the side. Then eventually we'll have our output here. We'll run our output up to match up to our other output over there. Oh, and we forgot to take our steel beam out. There we go. Okay, so we'll go ahead and run this like this. So we want to run this up to here. And we can just very easily do this. But what we really want to do is take this and move it over here and combine it together first. So we'll go ahead and bring our merger like this. Kind of eyeball how we want this to match up. And let's say something like that. And then we can bridge between the two zones. Take this one. And I think I'll raise it up a bit there. And then bring it down into there just so I can go under it when I'm going through here. Not that I really need to go under stuff anymore because I can just fly over the top of it now. But there we go. Item number one, good. And we'll go one more down. And we'll put that into the bottom. Oh, I think we can make that better. Let's make that better by hitting R, and then we get a nice 90. Very nice. And so now we have our raw ore. Now inside here, you can see we have a logistics level, and that logistics level is running it all the way down and then also out on the other side. So on this side, we want to just take this one and run it into that one. We want to go ahead and make a foundation at the bottom of this one so that we can go ahead and just run this out the smallest amount. We can then run this up to match up to the top one. And there we go. And now that is also running to the second layer or the second level of machines. And we can go in here and we can take a look at all of these. And we have these all connected over here. And we can take a look at where we had those power lines. Other side. Right here. Okay. I'll just take this, put it right there. Connect this across to over there. And then run that down. And then now that should be powered up as well. Now we haven't told it what to do yet. But we can go ahead and do that now so I can start putting the ore into each of these and kind of pre-start these up. Even before I get the coal here. Again, we can just paste all of that. Or not. Okay, let's try it again. Paste, paste. And we know it's working when it goes from red to yellow. There we go. Now I can kind of preload a bunch of those resources. There we go. It's going to take it a while, so I'm just going to go ahead and put whatever extra I have on me in there. There we go. And again, now it'll preload all of that raw ore. So very nice. And again, we have those both combined, and so it goes in, and then it splits to one level into the next level. And so now it's going to make those steel ignits at the top level. And then we'll go into this level. I'm going to say steel ignits here, and we can copy it, or we probably already had it copied. We could have just done it again, but I'll just make sure. And I'm looking at the lights to make sure the lights change from red to yellow. Just like that. Super easy. There we go. Off and running. Again, this stuff should all be now backlogging in there. You should, if you want to know if your stuff is working, if your belts are working, all you have to do is just kind of peek in there and see if it has any resources at all. And we're using a manifold here, so it's going to fill the first one the most. See, 36. And then it's going to fill the next one with half the amount, and the next one with a half of that, and so on and so forth. And eventually, as the first ones fill, then it will fill the second one, the third one, and so forth down the chain, which is very, very useful. Now, we know that's all working good. Now, all we got to do is get some coal over here, and we need 300 coal, if I remember correctly. Yes, 300 of our coal running over here, so we can make those steel ignits, and then eventually turn them into steel beams. Actually, we can just call these are beams. As well. Put those over there. So let's go ahead and get ourselves some coal. Where's our nearest coal? Over there. All right, let's see if we can reconnect this one down to there. And down we go. Ah, Fred's already over here. He's like, over here, Kismet. We put all of our biofuel in there. Oh, we can take all this out now. I think I put all my biofuel away again. Come on out of there, biofuel. Cut this back a bit. Went right past it. Look at this. Normal node. Normal node. Okay. Now we can also go ahead and bring out some power. Yeah, I'm just going to stack it off to the side here. Just so I can kind of float around a little bit. Surprised there's no mobs over here. Oh, there they are. Death from above, sucker! Where there's one, there's usually more. Oh yeah, over here. Couple of them. Oh, it's a blue one. Give me that loot. Sometimes it's difficult to find that loot later. Okay, well, we just need to cut some of this back so we can combine these and get our job done here. All right, Mark 1 or Mark 2 miner in here. Now this is going to extract 120 coal, and we need 300 coal. So what we can do is just go in and overclock that to 300. But you don't really need to do that, and the reason why is because you have so many of these nodes all together that instead of overclocking it, you can just combine the nodes, and that'd be 240. And then we can go ahead and ping another one. 100 there. Now one of these is actually covered as well, but I've got another node right here, which is also a normal node. Clear this out just a bit. Oh, there's one of our friends. Bye-bye. Okay, and again, on these ones, we're just going to make this super simple. We're just going to go ahead and do this. And we're just going to go ahead and pull out the whole thing here. We're going to start that up. Now, again, this one is 120. The other two, 120, 120. So 240. And then this would be over the 300. So we don't really need more than 300 right now. And so we can basically slow this one down or underclock it. So we really only need 60 more. So we can just go ahead and say, you know what, just do half of that. And that's called underclocking, where you underclock it now down. So you have the 240 from the other one, you add the 60, that's 300 right on the dot. And you don't really have to do that. You can just max it out and overclock it and take it all at one time and go with that. Whatever you feel like doing. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and do a little bit of line run here. Maybe back just a bit. Oop, back just a bit. Back a bit. And then bring that up. Actually, let's do this. Even nicer. And we'll bring that up a bit. There we go. And then we'll just run this over this way somewhere. Kind of feeling right there. Run that around our power. Now we want it to go up there where we have our electrical. So we do want to combine all this together and then make it run up. Now, one of the things that I typically would do is put the foundations, but I'm going to show you don't have to put all the foundations underneath there. I just do that more for cosmetic reasons than anything else. Also, by the way, you can grab this stuff from really far away when you're floating. It's actually really cool. You can grab it from way up here. But I could just make and again, you can see these are different angles and all of that. All I'm going to do is go ahead and make a single foundation right here in the center. Then I'm going to go ahead and put a merger there. And I'm going to aim the merger in that direction. Then I'm going to bring the output of this one here, which I don't like that the way that that just went. So I'm going to go the opposite direction this way. There we go. Then we're going to go ahead and bring this one in from over here. Come on, you. There we go. And again, we could make it like this, but we're just making it like that. We could also have this connected right now, and this could be spinning up. And then this one is going to come in and end up right there. So now we've combined all three lines together, and in a minute when these spin up, we'll see those come out as well. So we need these to be 240 right over here. If we wanted to just use the single one, right? But again, we're not going to overclock them. We're just going to leave them where they are. So that'd be 120, 120, 240, 60 from this way, 300, and GG's. So we're also going to go in and make this a little easier on us by putting in some walls. Let's do this first. That'll make it easier. Then we'll put in a wall over here. We'll go ahead and use a smaller foundation to put this on top of there. And now we're going to line up our piece that goes on the top. Like that. You put that through first, then you hit H and you just kind of nudge that into position. You want to make sure that it's contained the whole part at the bottom. And then you click. And now that's perfectly lined up here at the bottom as well. So I can just aim this at the thing here. Make sure you got your direction going the right way. So now that's all going to come out of there. Now the belt's 780, so that's not going to be an issue. So way up here though, just so I don't have to do this and then do the other one, which I've done in the past before like that, which I don't really like to do. I'm going to go ahead and make this even easier on myself by grabbing some basic walls and zoop those. I'm going to try to zoop them. There we go. And zoop them some more. Get on up there. Now we're getting up here. Up some more. Now another thing that we can do to make our job a little easier is that we can go ahead and run some power here as well along this edge. And if we run that power like that, then we can use that power to use our jetpack or our hover pack to get way up here on the top, because it's connecting to the power, allowing us to see where we want this to go, which is right over there. So we want to go ahead and get this all the way to the top. So what we want to do is do that real easy, maybe a little bit higher here. Kind of line that up as best we can across the way. And let's say about right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and use my foundations to do an infinite distance. I can make this go way higher if I want. I go way up, way up there if I want. But this is one of my best techniques here. Is the use of your floor holes to go infinite distances. So you don't have to do the whole switchback thing. I think it's ugly and completely unnecessary, I think. But if you do this, and I'll turn it in such a way that I can see it coming up the belt. And so I know it's working, right? So if I'm looking here, I can see it going up the belt. And now it's way up here. And then we're going to run it across over to there. I know, how easy is that, right? Easy. And then we just run that straight over here. Now again, you're going to have a distance problem on some of this stuff where it's not going to go far enough. There we go. Where it's not going to go far enough. So the smart thing for us to do is to run over here and just kind of run it out a little bit so we can get it closer. So we're going to run this out. Yeah, let's say something like that, nice and straight. And we're going to try anyway. Okay, can we reach it now? No. Okie dokie. Now again, since these are on two separate angles, it's a little tougher to get that to run all the way over there. But we can match this angle by simply getting the foundation from over here and running it in the opposite direction. Ooh, man, that's really close. That's really close there. Very nice. And I keep losing my power here, so let's go ahead and tie into one of these down here. And we'll just put that right there so I can fly around. Okay, now we're going to transition from that one into this one. And we'll bring it up just a little bit to make that transition a little nicer. And we'll just run this across here. Now aligning it to this grid. And we'll get, I'd say right there. And then this is going to perfectly align if we just lift it up like that. And then we can just line that straight up in there. And now we're done. That's pretty cool, everybody, I think. That's pretty cool. And so if we go inside, we should see... Oh, we should see it start up. Oh, yeah, it's working away. Making steel. Now, again, I'd go in and just make sure they're all being produced. I put some coal in that one, get it super started. On this side, let's take a look. It's got coal in it, so that tells me that it is getting there. It's going to take a little bit for it to get enough until those first ones fill up. And there we go. Very nice. Okay, those are all good. Right up here, and let's check these ones on the top. No coal up here yet. Let's go check our inputs. Where do we put that? Out on the far side. Around here somewhere. Other side. Okay. See, we got a little bit of coal coming in, but we don't have that much. And that's because it hasn't filled the bottom level first. And again, we can take any extra coal that we have and we can just feed it in the machines to speed it up. But eventually it'll fill all of those, and then it will have the excess, and it will start to run all of these, which is pretty awesome. And then it's going to merge all of this back together into our output, which is on this side. Right over here. And so we have the output on this side, and then we have an output on this one. Now, I could have turned it and did all of that, but it doesn't really matter in the end, because in the end, all of this should run in the final form to our assemblers at the top. And we only need 4 assemblers, but we've got more than 4. And now we're finally ready for our assemblers here. We're going to go ahead and use these 10. And we're missing iron plates, of course. More iron plates. You can never have too many iron plates, I've found. Let's go ahead and take all those out and let them run in. Now, we could run all the way back to the base, or we could just chill and wait. Or maybe even do a little bit of exploring. Pew, pew, pew. That doesn't do anything to those, but I like to shoot them anyway. Dee, 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 dee. Wonder what's down in that hole. Let's go take a peek. Spooky. There's definitely something down there. All right, first thing we should do, though, is mark that as a cave. Oh, we already got it marked as a cave, which means most likely I've already gone in there. If I already have it marked, and I bet you it goes from here to here. See how I have the two caves close by each other? I bet you that's what it does, and I bet you we already went down in there. Well, I guess we go check it out while we're waiting. That's got a minute to spin up and get me more plates. Yep, I remember this one. Oh, actually the output's over here. So that's a different one. So we'll go ahead and make it this way. All right. Be nice if you could actually show that those two things are connected. I guess you could color code them. Like the two entrances are the same color, blue and blue, red and red, green and green. That'd be a way of doing that. If you could color code them. You can see we have a huge backlog of the iron ore. Still trying to get that coal up to speed. Now, another thing that we can do, since our belts are so fast, is we can go in here and just overclock all of these to get this going a little faster. Right over here. And so we can say, you know what? We just want you to go ahead and produce 300. And then over here, because we got a lot of power, everybody. We're not hurting for power. In fact, this is going to be so much power that it's not going to be able to run on the belt. That's right, because that's 300, 300, 300. That's 900, and my belt goes 780. So it's going to overwhelm it with so much coal now that it's going to be insane. Oh, why is this? Oh, we just can't see it, but it's going up there. We just can't see it going up there. Sometimes you get this redraw error. You can see that it is, though. Otherwise, these would stop. So that's running in there, and that's running up there super fast. Let's get up here at the top. There it goes. And you can see it's running up there at its maximum speed. And now it's running in here and getting spinned up at its maximum speed. Again, that's why I like to have extra in case I feel like just cranking it up and maximizing that speed. Which I'm going to do with that coal, so it fills it all in fast and starts creating those steel ignites. And then when it has the steel ignites here, then we'll transfer those steel ignites into the next stage. So we're waiting for our blueprint. And not that. We want this over here. Smelters. How are we doing? Oh, I think we're good. Oh, that's not what we want. Not smelters. We want our assemblers. All right, I think we're almost there. We need 682, and we're at 641. So we need about 40 more plates. Now, again, because I have the production going and I have it automatically running the dimensional depot, it's actually smarter for me just to wait for it. Wait for it to put, you know, so many more in there. Or what I can do is speed it along if I happen to have any resources, which I do because I'm right next to the iron. I can go ahead and just speed it along and make my own. Because you can put these benches anywhere along with the MAM or the workbench to make anything that you need. So you can go in here and say, you know what, hold on, let's make a bunch of iron plates right there. And I can make iron plates really, really fast. Faster than it's going to put it in the dimensional depot. So again, if you're in a hurry, and you have some extra resources, you can just do that. Plus, you can also create a little mini resource where you can grab some of the iron, tell it to convert it into iron ingots, then convert it into plates, and just create a little mini thing if you want to. But I'm going to let it do its thing while I do my thing. Okay, so now we got that done. Now we're ready, I believe, finally, for our assemblers. Let's go. Okay, and where's our inputs? I think our inputs are on this side, so that's a good thing. I hit H. Nope, that is not lined up. Try it again. There we go. Try it again. There we go. Now we're lined up. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring this up a bit. Right over here. Gonna kind of line that up nicely to the lower side just a bit. Yeah. Let's say something like that. And then we're just going to run this around the corner. We're going to do a nice straight thing so we can just kind of run that around. And so that's going to take those steel ingots and run them around the corner to be reused up here. And then my concrete down here is really easy. I can just run that straight up, run it right into there because it lines up. And then over here, I can just say down here. Now, the one thing you can do, instead of having multiple belts here, is you can just take this belt back out again, and then just go here, and then just run it to that, and then you have one piece in case you come back to upgrade it later, then it'll be just one belt. I try to make everything into a single belt. Now, in theory, we should be running these in to our center area here, and we need to get our entrances. Our entrances are on the far side. So we can go down here. Ah, there we go. There we go. And this one down here should be all of our logistics level. You can see it going in on the top side, and this one's going on the top side. That's what we want to see, is that that's properly distributing that. And then we'll get up here and we'll tell it what we want it to do. What do we want it to do? We want to do encased industrial beams. And then we're going to copy that. Oh, we got to do our power. I believe is on this side. Let's do our power first. Yep, on this side. And where are we? Oh, we're running it to that side right now. Doesn't really matter as long as we have a way to get it out the back there. Like this. And again, I'm working in a modular style where I reuse my blueprints. Even if it's more than what I need, I can always take them out as well. If I really want to be super efficient, I could just take those out and be just fine as well. And then over here, we'll go ahead and just put it right there. It doesn't really matter. We're just going to run it along the outside. If we wanted to make it super fancy, we could. But we just want to go ahead and tie the whole factory together so everything's powered together. And then again, up here, encased industrial beams, copy that, pasta, 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 pasta. All right, so now it has power, but we need to make sure that the steel beams and the concrete are making their way all the way to this. And then the ones down here, let's go in here and double check all of these. Pasta, pasta, pasta over here. So much pasta today. And then I check every single one anyway. Encased industrial beams, encased industrial beams. Industrial beams, industrial beams, industrial beams. Now these right here are have no power because this one needs to be connected across to the other side here. We'll go ahead and upgrade this pole. See that we didn't connect those across in the floor plan. And now that should be running the concrete. Now, I noticed that there's no steel beams going in there, which means there's something going on. Oh, we ran the wrong thing. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. Oh, that was my bad. Ran the wrong thing. My bad. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we forgot a step again. Oh, wow. We forgot a step. Hold on. Better idea. I think we forgot a step. Foundry, yep. Got a step. My bad. Getting ahead of myself. Well, here's the great thing. Burp, take the whole thing out. Get all the resources back. And then we'll go ahead and take these out. Or redo. Oh, not that. Redo all of that later on. I knew that was too easy. So what I did is I got ahead of myself. The actual thing I needed was the steel beams here, or the steel ignits, to go and turn into steel beams, which I forgot the steel beams part. It happens. That's okay. I'll just go in, grab some more constructors. Try to figure out which side is the input side. I'm hoping it's the side that we currently have. Find out here in a second. That is not down far enough. Constructors. There we go. Nudge that over. Boom. So we need the constructors to convert the steel ignits over there. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Steel beams. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Ooh, I like how it disappeared there. That's awesome. And then we'll just tell this to all be steel beams. Beams, beams, and more beams. Okay. And now we'll go ahead and do this up to here. And that goes into there, but that isn't. Oh, shoot it! How dare you not be aligned? Okay. That's why we always double check. Okay, those should run in there and get going. Our power is on the outside here, so we'll another one of our little double wall outlets. Take our power here and connect it somewhere. Let's say this one. No, we need our Mark II. Come on, you. Invalid. Oh, this is an inside out Mark II. There we go. That is a lot harder than it should have been. Uh-oh, we're dropping crates. Oh, let's throw this away. Dropping stuff. I don't like it when I drop stuff. Okay, right over there. This one down to there. Now this should all start up. All right, double check them again. Steel beams, steel beams. Okay, now we got our steel beams, we've got our concrete. Now we're ready. That's happens. You try to rush. You try to rush, you make mistakes. But the whole thing is recognizing that you made a mistake is vitally important. Iron plates. Now we need more iron plates. So close. But luckily it's been filling them up. How many more do we need? Another 70 or so. Well, we'll help it out by making some of our own. Don't have to run all the way back. Feel like I definitely want to put like 5 of these on concrete and like 5 of these on iron plates. I'll have to do that when we get back. Okay. Now we got that going. Let's see how close we are now. How many we got? 686. All right, we're try again. Try number 37. Actually, I don't know what try number it is, but Get it going. This game also requires a good amount of patience. And for making your own mistakes. And don't beat yourself up too much for making mistakes, everybody. Everybody does. It's okay. It's okay. Just let yourself learn from those mistakes as you go along. Which is pretty awesome. All right. Oh, we got to combine these two together as well. Oh, I forgot that. Yeah, we got to combine those. So we want to go ahead and do something like our foundations here. Just put one right there. And we'll put down a nice merger. Going, say, this way. Yes. That way. We'll have this come out. And we'll merge the one down here with the one up here. Now, probably the smart thing to do is to run this down. Just so it's easier to line up. And then we'll just go ahead and do this properly by putting a floor hole in there. Nudge that over. Put that. Oh, no, this needs to turn. That needs to turn if I'm going to do it that way. Let's go ahead, merge. Let's turn it this way. That's going to go in. And then this. Down. Under there. All right, now we got those two levels merging. Glad I saw that. And then we can go ahead and what the heck do we do with our inputs? Oh, they're going to be on the right side here. And this side. Wrong side. Well, actually, we could line it up to the other one, but that's okay. We're going to line it up to the front. Do it as many times as it takes, everybody. Never give up. Never surrender. Come on, inputs. There you are. Hard thing is getting the input to go in and then getting this to be at the right level, because sometimes it goes down too far like that. And then you take it out. And now you had it aligned the last time. And then when you're putting it down this time, it's not going to be aligned again. It just can be a bit frustrating, but just keep at it until you get that lined up nicely. You got all your inputs and outputs hopefully in the right direction. Let's find out. All right, now we're making some progress. All right, that's not going to let me run it how I want to run it. Okay, gun. Stop coming out. There we go. And we'll pick this up. And we're going to run this right there. Yeah, we'll try something like that. Nope. Gotta go out just a little bit. Oh, I got an idea. Do this. And just do that. Ta-da! What we did is we brought it up and then we offset it back to the center so that it's centered off of there, and now we can run that concrete in there again. And we can try. Very nice. Okay, concrete in. Now we need to get our outputs and our connections going over here. So let's go ahead. Yes, that one and that one. Okay, so this one's got to go up to that one. And then this one, same thing. We just do this. Make a small little thing there, which will bring this to that. And even though you have the blueprints, you still have a tendency to, you know, have to work on a bunch of things to get it to work. Okay, now we need to take the output from down here. Run that around. We might want to offset that. Yeah. Offset that a bit. More out. Let's redo how we have this. I think I had it right the first time. Sometimes I build stuff just off my instincts, and usually your instincts are smarter than your brain ever is. Like this. And this. Have that come out of there. That go into there. Take this out. Put this back in, but into the thing. And now what it's going to do is offset that, bring that straight up, run that straight in there, which then offsets it away from the wall, which means now I can go ahead and take this one and run it around into there without it running into the other belt like that. And now we have both of them in there. Look at that. Nice. Okay, we getting there. We getting there. Now we got to do all of our power again. So we got our power on the outside over here. This is our logistics level there. And we got to find our doors over on this side. And again, our logistics level. Then our level here. Huh. That wall outlet is still there. Let's connect it and see what happens. All right, case industrial beams, copy settings. Nope, doesn't have any power. So it's connecting over there, but I go outside, it sure does. I gotta go ahead and run it down. Now, let's see if it's backlogging. We'll know it's working if it's backlogging. Yep, there it goes. Okay, nice. Now we need to tell this one, in case industrial beams, this one. Okay. I check every one of these every single time, so I don't want to come back later and say, oh God, I didn't do the thing. And then this one over here, we're just going to run this directly over here. All right, that's starting to backlog those. Very nice. And create some encased industrial beams. And we're finally getting there. This one's a little bit more tricky, as you can see. But we're getting there. Then up here, paste, paste, paste. And then over here, paste, paste. And then I believe this is the power side. Yep. And our little double wall outlet. And run our power back from this one. This one down to this one. And these should immediately start to fill. Yep. Over there, very nice. Those are all good. All right, there we go. Finally, we made it. Looks like we made it. Now I'd go back and downscale my coal over here. Down to how much we need. We can also have it backlog some of that coal while we're waiting over here. We could go in, just go ahead and throw in a nice little box there to backlog some stuff. Run that into that box. And then eventually it'll use up that backlog. Actually, we don't even need to do that. We can just take all of this out. And run it in one nice single line. There we go. Okay. And again, it should start to go too fast for it. So you're here. It'll get to the point where it's too fast. You see it starts to go up. There we go. Also, if we have any on us, we can go ahead and feed that in here. That's why I like these little backlog boxes, so I can also clear my inventory, and I know that eventually it'll get used in there as well. Okay, now how many of these do we really need? not really that many, everybody. What we want to do, though, is definitely backlog these and store them. So we want to figure out where the output of this is, which I believe is on this side somewhere. Not that side. There it is, right there, because I colored it green. So that's going to come out of there, and we can go in there and look and just see if we see some encased industrial beams in there. We sure do. There's also a box in there that's backlogging them into right now. So we're going to go ahead and use our blueprints for our storage. And we're going to try to find our inputs. Hit H on that. This looks like it's going in. Yep, going in there and coming out over here. How can we tell? Because there's a little arrow there, and there's also 3 lines on the other one. The 3 lines are telling us that's the input. The arrows are telling us an output. So we'll go ahead and just do that. And then again, we can just take this, run this down. Line that up nicely. A little higher. There we go. Run that along there, into there. Turn off a straight mode into default. There we go. And that's now going to backlog 16 boxes deep of these. Now again, on the last one, we're going to go ahead and take this one out. And we're going to go ahead and rework this a little bit. I really feel like I should just take those out and just put a single one in there and just put the dimensional depot in after. That would save me some time of taking it out and rerunning those lines. But we're going to also put a dimensional depot in here. Like this. I only put them in once I build the thing, and I don't typically put them in blueprints because it can mess you up. Oh, that didn't go anywhere. But you can see now it's going to automatically put the encased industrial beams in the dimensional depot, just like it's doing with the plates in case I need them. You can see I don't need any right now because I already have some maxed out in the stockpile. But it'll go ahead and start maxing out this box, and then it will work its way back to massive amount of storage. Over here. Now we're getting there. Now all we got to do is get this to run over there to that train, and then have that train run it back over there and put it back in the box for us. So that's our next big goal, is to try to get over there. So I can try to go up as high as I can and then try to go this way and see if I can hit that power before I fall, and then just keep tapping, 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 tapping. Oh God, no, I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh my goodness, oh, we made it. Know why we made it? Because I put this one here at the end, because I think that far ahead, everybody. That's why I put these at the end here, so I knew it was just enough where I could potentially make it back. And I did. Okay, now what we want to do is actually switch this train station the other way. Okay, let's switch it the other way, just to make it easier for us to run it. Okie dokie. Now, by the way, when I disconnect that, it disconnects the power from the station all the way down to here. So the train station is now connected to the power that's down there. So we want to go ahead and get over there and bring it over this way, or we can make the train longer, whatever we feel like doing. I just kind of feel like bringing it to this and running it up. Actually, let's do it right here. Just do a line run right over here. Nope, wrong thing. Now I could run this underneath, or I could run it on top. Either way. Too long. When in doubt, add a couple more foundations when you're trying to line up. I think it's this one. Well, we'll get close. That's what's important. Come on, you. There we go. Hit R to change it to straight mode. Let's see how we did. That's pretty close. I've run these clear across the game before for a very, very long distance. Same thing with piping and stuff like that. Stacked them 5, 6, 10 high. But I don't do that as much anymore because I typically just like to bring the train there. Again, we could just make that train come all the way over here. There's also some sand ore over here. I see it's right there. In fact, we could offset this train. We could redo the train to match up to where we want it to end up. I think that's a better idea. All right, we're going to redo all of this. The first thing we're going to do is take this out. And we're going to say we want the second station to line up about here. That should go one more out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one. So take this one out. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and redo our train tracks again. Let's go on this side. Oh, perfect. Okay. And then we'll just put this on the side of this one. And there we go. We got a nice pad for our train station. And then we're just going to work this all backwards, redo all of this. Because again, if I see a better way of doing something, I will definitely go and do it that way. Okay, and these are our center here. Again, put our train like this. Actually, that could have went forward just a little bit. There we go. Train there. Station. To the right. And we want to bring that up to about here. We could have probably brought it forward just a little bit more. That's okay. We'll do that. Okay, now we got to take all this out. And we're going to cut this closer. So it doesn't need to go all the way out there. I can just actually cut it straight across. And so we'll just do all of this again. I don't mind tearing the whole thing down and redoing all of it. And I'll tear the whole base down if I really wanted to. Start again from scratch. Whatever needs to be done. I find a better way. I'm going to go with that better way. What's up, Gia? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Appreciate you chilling out in the channel. And thanks, everybody, for chilling out. As you can see, we are working on our encased industrial beams. I thought I was going to build it way down there, but apparently I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to run it up here. And what we'll do is, just to make this go a little faster, we'll just do all of our stuff in a row here. Now this is all aligned to the world grid because it's aligned to my primary base, because I brought it from my base first. So this should line up perfectly on the other end. No reason to go all that extra open out of plates again. Makes me want to go back to my base after this and get some plates. Got a whole inventory full of plates. All right, we can't make any. We got to make iron ingots first. So yeah, we got to get a whole bunch of plates, and I feel like we should triple up on our plates or quadruple up on our plates So we got a lot of dimensional depots that we can make. We have a lot of extra. Plus I have a bunch just sitting around. I feel like that's what I'm going to do. Oh, we could be taking out the other one while we're at it too. That'll help us. Let's go back and do that. Okay, where are we running that power? Right down to there. Let's redo this power over here. I could just do 4 of those. That should be enough. Our tower. Yeah, good enough. Then what we're going to do is we're going to tap this power into the other one. So when we take the other one out, this one will already be linked. We redo all of our power. We should be good. Of course, now I can't see a dang thing. All right, right there. Boom. There we go. And then we'll tap this into the station. Actually, this way. Like this. So when we run the bottom area, we should be good. Take all this out. Try not to take the ones out you're standing on, because it does happen. All right, take this out. Take our train out. Like this. Now, the trick to this, everybody, is actually not to take it out from this side and go this way. The trick is to take it out from the other side. And the reason why, and by the way, this is still running power. The reason why is then I'm going to backlog this way, and I can take all this out. Then I can backlog across that way. Then I have all the resources for finishing this and matching that up. So again, working in the best, step 1, step 2 is always a great idea, I think. I guess we could have just used the train. Yeah, let's just use the train, because that's fun. Burp, burp. Oh, gotta wait for it to stop. Come back here, train. Take that out for later so it doesn't collide. Okay, and this is coming through about right there, but I'm just gonna go up a little bit here. Because now I can use my blueprints to remove them. So let's say right there. And right here. Right there. Easy, easy. Again, this is gonna go pretty quickly. On the way back, we can just take these out in large chunks. Okay, and let's get this one over here in the corner, which are just kind of uniquely different. There we go. And then we'll go to our blueprint. Just take that one back out again. And blueprinting makes this a whole lot easier, especially when you want to change your mind on stuff. I just aim at it to get a general idea of where I'm removing stuff. Again, now we get all of these resources back. And try not to make ourselves fall. It'll happen at least once, maybe twice. We'll see. That's what's smart about, again, using the blueprints is that you say, oh, wait a minute, I want to move that over now. No problem. Just take that out. Oh. If I see a better way, I'm going to go right to it. At least the way I want to do it. And remember, it's your game. You play however you want. You want to do Spaghetti City, you go right ahead. You enjoy playing how you like to play. The #1 rule of games is to have fun. If other people are trying to step on your fun, saying, ah, you're doing it wrong, you should do it like this or like this and like that, say, I don't answer to you or to no one. That's my game. I pay for it. I'm going to play it the way I want to play it. So there. And there ain't no other way. Again. Now, if you can pick up some tips here on the stream and want to make your thing even better. Even better. You know what I mean. All right. Easy. All right. Very nice. Like it was never there, huh? Run back a bit here. Get out of my blueprinting thing. Make sure we get all of this. And now we have a ton of plates. Actually, we could be running the line while we're at it. So we got to walk this way anyway. Go ahead and run our rail line. It's just a personal preference that I like to run it between 2 foundations. Again, you could run it right on 1 foundation and probably still be fine. You won't fall off most of the time. Unless you panic. But I like to have a little bit of room. That's why also I don't sandwich all my stuff together in the most minimal space. I think it sucks some of the fun out of it. When you don't leave accommodation for you, the player. Wow. That worked out perfectly. Right there. Don't need this. All right, back to it. Come on, you. Turn around toward me because I feel like it. Again, we'll just run all of these and then we'll run the line back. Another wonderful use of blueprints. It's already coloring the foundations for me for my trains. And I can put a whole bunch of them down at the same time. Exactly the size I want them to be. Too wide. All right. How's that going to work out? I think we did a few extra there. I think we did a few extra. Nice. Okay. Back this up. Take these ones out. Okay. Again, one of the things you can do is just check and see if your stuff is overlapping. I can see that I took out this one out. And now my blueprint is not overlapping. Okay, and we got this one, and we want to go back 1, 2, right to there. Over here. There. And then 1, 2. Yes, this is coming from this way. We'll go to here. See how we like that. Yep, perfect. Like it. Okay, very nice. And now we got our power that we are running in this direction. I think they should let you use this same tool that I'm using for the rail for foundations. Because then you can make rounded foundations. All you have to do is have that thing shaped like a foundation instead of like a rail. Right? And then you can make curves and angles and all sorts of cool stuff. It would be pretty amazing, I think. I mean, they already have the technology. They just need to change the profile of it. And then, bam, you would have curved foundations. And it'd blow away any other game, everybody, because there is very few games that have perfect foundations, rotated, rounded. You'd be hard pressed. Like trying to do that like in 7 Days to Die is pretty rough. And there we go. We got her done. Now it's run the power all the way down to the end. We should see our factory come back online. And we should see our coal start to come up and all of that goodies when we get over there. But that's the spin back up again whenever you do your extractors. So it does cost you that spin up time. Okay, now we got this for our encased industrial beams. Encased beams station. Station. There we go. Station. Nice. Oh. Okay. Now we got to get that from there up to here. Probably a good idea to do what we did before and to bridge that gap by putting this here and over there. And that'll bridge that gap between this and that upstairs part so I can float up and down. And we'll get our output here, which is the bottom one. And we'll run it up, see where we can run it to. I'm kind of feeling like we could get that to work if we did this and then we switched it back and then we run that up and then we'll make that nicer here by going in and get ourselves a wall. Might go down by 2 and then foundation and then floor hole again. I hit H so I can kind of just nudge it into place. So I know it's lined up. And then take this out. Take all of these out. Get that bottom one, aim up there. GG's all around. And I think I'm going to aim it this way. That's going to take it all the way from down there and put it up here on this train. Like this. This one like this. That is not going the right direction. Gotta go in that way. There we go. And now nicely 90'd there into there. And then we gotta find where the edge of this is. Right over here. And one last thing to do. when it comes to bringing up these resources is running it right into there, and then we'll see it start to fill up. Okay, there's our reinforced iron plates factory is done. Right over there. Still need to go back and work on that coal just a little bit. Now we need to go ahead and get our train back in. Let's get our train started so we can get to the other side. And again, one facing away. We have our cargo car, and then one facing in this direction. All right, let's let it go do its thing. We're going to go ahead and call this train the encased beams train. Edit the timetable. We'll always start with the Tycoon first, and then this. Save those changes. And that'll just give it some time to kind of run off that way while it's backlogging the box over here. And by the time it gets back, in fact, I'm going to put a bunch in there. By the time it gets back, that should have filled that up a little bit more. And then I'll grab a whole bunch of those and bring them back. So this is pretty much good here. We need to go work on our coal extraction and balance these back out again. I think we probably have a whole box of coal down here, no doubt. Let's go take a look. Oh, mama. All right, we got a lot. Again, we don't need to leave it at max production. Just burning up extra power. Okie dokie, and plus we could use these elsewhere. And this one we want to bring down to 60. And now those are all balanced using the minimum power that I need to use. And those will all go ahead and just keep that coal going. Plus I have a backlog of the coal. Now if we really wanted to get tricky, everybody, we could go in and really make this thing line up if you really want to. I rarely ever spend the time doing that, but you can do it. There's multiple ways of doing it. You can use your steel beam to go ahead and aim it at one side here. And one of the cool things, if you kind of hold down control here, you can go ahead and do this, and then you can bridge these things together. Another thing that you can do is use your catwalk, and you can do your catwalk here, say something like this, and then you hold down control, and then you rotate it, and then you can start turning it. Now if you want to turn it more sharp, you want to use these, and then just do that one. And then do the next one. Of course, I'd probably back this up by another one. Let's just do one. And then hold down control. And like that. Now, how does that help you? Well, the way that helps you is if you have, say, an item, you can snap that item to that thing. So including your foundation. So you can take your foundation. Now, I'd get a half foundation for the smaller one. But I'm just going to show you what you can do so you can see that it'll snap in the direction of whatever you put down, right? So like this. We can put one of those down. And then we can turn off the zooping. One there, one there. And now you've got kind of that same angle, but of course you've got this kind of problem of your stuff overlapping. That's why you'd want to use the smaller ones so they're not overlapping as much, and they're going to overlap somewhat. But I never bother because I'm less about aesthetics and more about efficiency. Later on, we do all the aesthetic fun things where we're doing all the details and all of those fun things. But right now, we just want to go ahead and get our stuff to do its stuff, if you know what I mean. All right, go ahead and keep that rocking and rolling. And I think that's it. That's another factory complete. Now, we're not going to illustrate that today. I was thinking to illustrate it today. We'll probably just illustrate it next time. And then we'll have something fun there to work on. How are we doing over here? Oh, it already picked it up. And it's already run it back to the other side. And we'll kind of wait for it to come back over here. And run back this way. Again, if it came and picked it up, I know I did it right, but it's still got to come back this way and pick the loot up again. If the train station is going in the wrong direction, we'll know. Also, we can actually see the train on the map. So we can see if the train is coming back. There's a train coming back right there, and we can roll over it, and it says the Encased Industrial Beams train, and we can see that that's running there. I also have other trains that are running way out here collecting oil and stuff. So we can see it's coming back right now. And we'll basically just jump on the train and catch a ride on the way back. And that's it. I can just set that and forget that. And now that's just going to bring me those encased industrial beams. Now, again, I could also go and just gather all of the raw resources and bring all of the raw resources to me and just make tons and tons of factories that do all of the things. Again, this is different styles of play, right? You can do your mega factories where you bring everything to you. It's doing its thing again. You can do little mini factories, or what I call the standalone factories that are just way off over here by themselves. So basically the lone factories that are getting over here. I did get a break in. Yes, I still got another 30 minutes for another one. We did take a break. Like yesterday, we didn't. We got way too much into it. But that's okay. Now, we got our encased industrial beams running. Now, remember, this will run forever. We forgot to check our modular frames, by the way. Let's go take a look at that. Again, I always love riding the train. It never stops being fun riding the train. It's fun every single time. Every single. And they did a great job on their trains. And again, look at my little base starting to shape up over here. You're like, Kismet, that's a little base? Oh, yeah. We're just getting started. That's nothing. We're just getting it going over here. All right. So this is going to come in. Drop off some more of these encased industrial beams. Watch it do its thing. That also never stops being cool. And off it goes. As long as I got power, that'll just keep running and running. Look at all those in there. Nice. And again, since it's going to run infinitely, we're good. Now we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of our logistics level here just to make this easy. We're just going to go ahead and run this underneath where we don't have to look at it. And so we'll have that run down in there. And down we go. All right, where are we already running some stuff? Over here. We can go ahead and just do this. Like this. And then I like to use my walls, which I find to be very awesome. Like this. And then you can just kind of align that. I was zooping. Double clicking or something. And then just use these to align it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Right there. Again, every 6th foundation. And then we can utilize what we already have in place over here to run that down in there. We can also go in and say, you know what, let's make this a little nicer by doing this, but we're going to hit R. Which is going to bring that down straight. Going to bring it down nice like that, and then make it go perfectly down the center in case we bring another one down. We can also run that in there. And now you know why I made this extra one. This way I don't have to redo the work later. I already did the work. Too easy. The trouble part is when we get right here. Because these other two ones are in the way, and that one's running there. Woo. What we want to do is add another one over here so we can run those over to the boxes. We can also run it straight up and over, and run it down the way and cut over. And we need to think about where we're going is the most important part. I think that's where we're going. We're going right over there. So probably good just to go ahead and do this. And and bring this up just a bit. That's going to bring that up to the top one. If I run another one, I can also bring it up and over, so it goes over this. And then I'm going to go ahead and let it go on the inside. Oop, it's touching just a bit. Don't like it. How are we doing here? Oh, yeah. Nice. Much nicer. All right. Now, remember, you don't have to look at this down here, everybody. This is your logistics level. And you can come back. What I like to do is to get all of my resources running first. Then come back later and say, okay, what are all the lines I need to, optimize? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Because you haven't really figured out where you're going to build stuff, what you're going to do with it, all of that, usually at this stage. And even I don't plan that far ahead. And I'm a big planner, everybody. I do like to plan some fun stuff. Pre-build out stuff, like you've seen, like this stuff. Right, I like to illustrate out stuff, and I can draw out the entire base and figure out what all the inputs and outputs are. But you also want to leave a little bit of, spontaneity to it, where you can go, okay, I want to do a little of this and a little bit of that. I also like to do that. So, all right, let's say right here, we're going to line that up. Run this one along that outside one. And we're going to make this go out a couple more. Bring it around on that outside. Going to put one there. One there. Bring this to here. Make sure we have the straight on, so there's a nice 90 there. And then we're going to add a bunch of foundations across there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now later on, if I want to add another layer, that's why I have it 2 down, so I could add 2 layers later on, once I get all this where I want it to go. Okie dokie. And then run that there. And we can see that our aluminum and all of that have thinned out since we originally did it, because it's now basically producing it in the moment and backlogging it in the box. So all of this is just constantly getting produced, which is awesome, and utilized. That's what you want to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right there. Okay, now we might want to go ahead and do what we're doing over here and just create a little sub grouping here. Let's say over here. Again, there might be something above this, like my trains, it looks like. We'll go ahead and run that into there. And then we want to go ahead and merge this in. We already got a merger there that's full. So we'll go ahead and try to line this shaft. Somewhat like that, maybe. Close enough. Actually, I think we can move it over a little bit. Now, here's the cool thing. When you take that splitter or that merger out, it automatically heals the line again because you put it directly onto the line. I find putting it directly on the line typically is a better option. And again, we can do this, by the way. We can pre-do this part just to see where we can line that up. Then we can aim at the thing and try to line it up ourselves, because that's a little tricky to line up. Then take this out and then make it into one single belt. We didn't put a splitter instead of a merger. Let's do this. Take this out. Take that out. Take this. Turn that into a merger. And again, we want to aim at the belt and just kind of line it up off that. There we go. Nice. Okay, now it's going to merge all of those in. Now, at first, it's going to fill the entire line until it empties this out. And you're going to see it's going way faster than it's actually filling. Now, all of this is coming from a whole bunch of different places in my factory. And normally, you don't want to mix your stuff together. But if you're like me and you have a nice little sorter, like I do right over here, take this one out and go right up through here if we can. There we go. If you have a nice little sorter, it's going to go in here and now sort the next thing that we need way down here, which is our reinforced iron plates, which is pretty cool. Reinforcing or encased industrial beams. Now I can also manually put it in there as well and have it sort it for me automatically. Now the ultimate goal is to take certain resources and just put them in there and it will automatically put it away for me. So as you can see, we've got most of these done now. We got the modular frames, we've got our plastic, our rubber, our aluminum, which is, you know, actually a higher tier than all of these. Then our encased industrial beams, and then of course we need to get all of these things going as well. So we're going to get all of those going. Now quick wire, probably the easier of the two. And it might be a good idea, since we're coming up on break time, to break and then come back and work on our quick wire. Now our quick wire is probably one of the easiest things to do. Just the fact that we need to have it go over there, pick up the quick wire and bring it back and drop it off. Now quick wire is one of those things you will just have an overabundance of it, everybody. A massive overabundance of quick wire. Like right now, it's producing quick wire. Have you seen me use any quick wire except for just a little bit for the little poles? I don't use quick wire all that much, but later you actually use quick wires as part of your processes. So again, we'll get to all of that for sure. There we go. None of your buddies in the chat. They were in earlier. They were in hanging out. So I say we go ahead and head out to the quick wire. Oh, we're gonna fix our plates. Yes, let's do that. Okay. Actually, we just do this over here. Take our blue printer out. I got a quick little idea. Now, of course, this is not long run stuff, but we could go ahead and just do it over here real quick. Oh, she should load balance it too. Yes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and add another box for our plates, just to make this easy. Run that across. I mean, for our concrete. And then, actually, I think we're fine on the concrete. We should do plates. We're gonna do concrete and plates, but I'll just do plates for now. Okay, so that's gonna move some of that over here. And then what I want to do is load balance all of this into 5 of these dimensional depots. So I want it to split and split and split and split. So a whole bunch of times, right? So we're going to go ahead and put this over here. And we can put this over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that is not right next to it. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now we want to do our splitters here. And just line them up. Easier when you're up above to see. Now in this case, I'm not actually using the manifold. I am splitting it from the back into here, right? So that's going to split it 4 different ways. And so what you can do is just keep splitting and splitting and splitting. In this case, at the end, this one is going to split in half and in half and half again. Now, manifolds are way easier, everybody, but if we do want to load balance it, we can go through all this rigmarole of splitting it. But the problem is if you split, because they're 5, if you split 5, it's not going to split evenly. So what you really want to do is start with a third. Then you want to split in either thirds or halves. So the smarter thing for me to do is add a 6th one, just because it's going to make the math a little easier and make the splitting a little easier and help me load balance it a little bit better. So I'm just lining those up to get an idea. And then what I want to do is then split back this way in the center of those. Apparently not going to give me the center. Nope. Nope. Interesting. Yeah, the way those are offset does not give me the center. Hold on. Let's just go ahead and make these bend to our will. Like that. And that allowed me to go here and allow me to go there, and you can see that that's now centered there. So let's just do that with the rest of these. Oops, took out my foundation. It happens. You don't have it limited to what is taken out. Okay, so we got that, and then again we'll put this one in the center. And put it in just a little bit. Actually, don't need to split those. These ones. These ones don't need to be split, because we're splitting back behind it. Unnecessary. Yeah, we just needed a center one there. Actually, we move these closer too. More like that. Much better. I'm always visualizing ways of doing things better. Like that. Of course, the number one thing about this is knowing what the offset is that you're going to use in both of these. Now we just eyeball it. Yeah, I kind of feel like those other ones are closer. Just one of those things. Okay, so now we got that going there. Now what we want to do, of course, is to balance it behind that. Now, why are we doing this? Just so it feeds it in each of these evenly. And again, this is a load balancer. So you want to go this way, and this way. So it's going to cut it into exactly a third into those three different ones. And then it's going to cut each of those into a half. And then it will be all perfectly balanced. We can go ahead and take this out of here and run that right in there. And now it's going to perfectly balance all of those in there. And that's the magic of a load balancer. And that's the great use of the load balancer is for putting it in the dimensional depot or for power. For most other things, manifolds are way better. And typically that's why you see me use manifold most of the time. And so now what it's doing is it's putting a whole lot of those into there. Now, at any given time, if I use a ton of those up, it'll basically go at 5 times here, plus I have another one at my original factory. So basically, or 6 times here, it'll go in there at 7 times the speed it was normally going in there, because it has the original one, and then all of these that it will just go ahead and backlog in. And then again, if I start this up, it'll run those in there. Now, I also put a bunch over here that are running the concrete. As you can see, and these ones we can take out now. Take out all of this. And we have a smart splitter splitting it that way. And then if we need any concrete, we can see we have these all filled. So that's even more of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this is a manifold where you put it in the front and then it fills the first one, overflows the next one, and so on and so forth down the way. That's a whole lot of those. And 9 of those. So 9 of those over there, 7 of those over there. That should keep that nicely filled. And eventually you'll see it backlog. Yeah, there we go. So it's now filled all of those. It's ready to instantly fill that at any time should I need it. Okay, that definitely is good. So we want to take care of that first. And then we want to go to our quick wire, and then we want to take a break. There's our little mini factory for our quick wire right here. You can see it there. And of course, it just has one constructor. And with that one constructor, it's earned me literally hundreds of tickets, which is pretty awesome if you think about it. Pretty amazing. All right, here we go. We're going to go for it. Could have took the train and jumped off at the end there. Going down. Using our little power down here to run along these lines. I like to jump to give myself a little momentum. Oop, unless it messes me up there. So jump a little bit. It shouldn't just go into that mode. So you can build yourself some momentum, but it keeps going into the mode. There's copper down here. Oh, I forgot we ran a hypertube out here. We could have used the hypertube. I know. I think it's more fun to slide on the thing. That's just me. Again, look at this little mini factory over here. Just doing us a great job. Just slowly running that in there. Now, feel how slow that is now compared to the belts we have. Those are like Mark III belts right there. You're just like, oh my God, they're so slow. That's really hard when you start over, because then all of a sudden, you know, you go from these massively fast belts to the super slow belts again. It can be quite painful. That is for sure. Okay, and again, all this is doing in here, as you can see, is perfectly lined up to the extractor, because we set up the extractor first, then we put a blueprint down right around there. Then we connected the Caterium into the container, and then all the rest of it was already pre-connected, where we set this to take the Caterium ore into Caterium ignits, and then quick wire. And so it's been producing about 60 quick wires since the beginning of the game. But this particular node right here is going at 240, and if we pop out here, or actually just move one of these, maybe we can get it, we can see this is a pure node. So pure node, we could really massively overclock this and basically make 600 Caterium ore every second, like that. Now we can also figure out all the math of, okay, if we have 600 Caterium ore divided by 45, and then figure out what our output is, and that's how many of these we're going to need, and so on, and we will figure all of that. Again, one of the easiest things to do in the game is the Caterium, and of course with the iron, copper. Those are among the easiest. Look at our tower starting to form. Look at the two towers with a planet in the back there. Our tower of copper ignits over there that we're going to use later. All sorts of cool stuff. Our other tower way over there, which is making our encased industrial beams and bringing those back. All of our trains that are running. Ah, so fun. Now, it looks complex when I'm doing it, everybody, because you're coming in the middle. But everything here started with just a simple extraction, making a little bit of iron, a little bit of copper, a little bit of concrete, and then you just keep working your way across the various things. It's really not that complex if you take it in smaller bites. The same thing when you're doing graphic design or when you're doing 3D animation, all of that stuff, if you just work at it in a smaller piece, it's easier to go ahead and do the smaller piece, and then that steps you forward to the next thing, and you do that one small piece, and so on and so forth. That's what they do, by the way. That's why I have a bunch of different art departments and different departments that do different things, because they do their one piece, and this person does their one piece, and this person does lighting, and this person does modeling, and this person does texturing, and this does this. And so you cut it up into all these smaller modules, which makes that particular thing go a bit faster and is a bit easier because it's not so overwhelming like you're doing all of it. All of it is always an overwhelming thing. And that's why I take my time and I do one thing at a time. And over a good span of time, eventually all of those things will be queued up, and then I can utilize them for different factories that I need along the way. Especially when you're doing these lower level ones, and then you start getting to something like heavy modular frames, computers, and all of those things. Well, you got all your basics down, you got it all running back to your base, you got all your stuff going, and now all you have to do is take those resources and run them into the thing that you're trying to make, which is pretty cool. And I typically do manufacturers where I'm at over there because they're a bit more complex and they usually need 4 inputs. But you could just as easily blueprint them, which I did in my previous playthrough where I finished the game in early access, where I just used them as a blueprint so I can do all the logistics of the inputs and outputs and all of that stuff. Pre-do all of that, just set that down, all of it's good, put your inputs in, and then the rest of it's already set up, connected to power. GG's. I even had it where I could chain them together in a modular style. If you want to go back and watch that on my YouTube, you can. I have all of my videos up there, every single stream in their entirety, highlights, guides, so many things over there that you can go and check out. Okay, but we're going to come back and we're going to revamp this to its maximum potential to basically be running that quick wire at as fast as we possibly can be outputting it into the Awesome Sync, and then also take that quick wire and run it all the way back to our base. We'll probably bring this one out and run that up and try to match those two together. And then this one can come down, grab this one as well, and then run back with both the stuff from there, or the modular frames, and then also pick up the quick wire as well. We'll make all of that work later on. We'll master all of that here in just a bit. So we'll just stand up here for now. We'll go ahead and bring up some words on stream. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break while we do all of that. Over here. There we go. So let's go ahead and start this up, and I shall be back in just a bit for some more fun. We're going all night long, everybody. Be right back. Back, everybody. That was a tough one. I saw you guys working away, though. Let's go ahead and give you guys some love in the chat for working together. Put a one in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to go ahead and get back to it over here. Again, just having a great time playing some Satisfactory, getting into some trouble. Now, we're going to go ahead and work on our factory over here. Now, this one's really easy because what we're going to do is simply take the starting number of how much we can run at the same time, which in this case is 600 per minute. And we're going to put that on the chart. So let's go in here and say number 16 is our Caterium. Unless we're already using our Caterium somewhere. No. Notice that I also have some other ones that I'm currently not using, and that's because I haven't put them in the list yet. So yeah, but I'm using this Caterium one, but I'm putting it way down here at the bottom of the list. That's okay, because again, it's no big deal. So we have 600. All right, so we have 600 raw ore to start with. We're gonna go and put that right there, and we'll say Caterium. Caterium. Oh man, later it gets, the worse my spelling is. Caterium. T-E-R-I-U-M. Close enough. All right. Caterium. So we have 600 raw ore, and we're going to put those in constructors. And so the actually this should be like this. Hold on. This should be here. It should be, nope. It should be there. This over here. Okay, so we're going to throw it in constructors. We're going to use the Caterium, the raw Caterium, by the way, just to make that really understandable. Raw Caterium 600. And then what we want to do is figure out what the input of each machine is that's going to convert this. So we can just go over to our constructor here, and so it's in 12 per minute, out 60. So in 12, out 60. So we can just go in and copy this, and then we'll put it here, and then it will go ahead and do the calculation. Nope, because we didn't tell it to do the calculation. So we'll tell it to do this, divided by this, larger number divided by the smaller number. 50 of them, everybody. 50. So 50 of them are going to produce 50 times 60, 3,000 Caterium. Now, do we need 3,000 Caterium? Absolutely not. That is a lot. That is a lot. But we can reverse engineer this and say, okay, what's the maximum amount of this we want to produce right now, which is 780. Why that number of all the numbers? Well, if you go in and look at your belts, the fastest I can go right now is 780. So the most I can run into the awesome sink, unless I create multiple awesome sinks, is 780. So that's going to be my upper limit. So now we can go ahead and do some reverse calculation here. So we're going to take the 780 and we're going to say, okay, this is what we want to want the total output to be. We'll divide that by 60, which is the current output, and that'll be 13 machines. So we take 13 machines and we have 12 input over here. That'll make it 156 Caterium that we need to go in. That's not a lot of Caterium, right? This is a small amount. Now later we might need thousands of Caterium, but right now we certainly don't. And the most we could possibly run on a single belt would be 780, which is more than enough for us, considering we're making about 60 right now. So we're going to go from 60 to 780, or actually probably not even making 60. We'll see. We'll see. How much are we making right now? Let's look at our smelter. It's coming in at 45, so it's making 15 per minute. This needs 12 per minute. So yeah, a little less than 60 right there. So yeah, so that's a lot. That's a lot. Now what we're going to do also is just to simply find where the edge is here. Some more of that. Find the edge, hit F, hit R for our blueprint, and voila, boom, the bulk of that pretty much gone, where we don't even have to worry about it. Now we're also going to go in here and we're going to switch out of this and we're going to remove all of this stuff here. Take all this out. Going to probably end up by dropping a bunch of stuff on the ground, as happens. There we go. Because we're going to end up with a ton of Caterium ore on us here. Oh, we should have put all of our wooden stuff away. That's my bad. In fact, we'll put some of these in here just for fun. What about some raw ore? Can we put all this raw ore in there? Nope, already filled that one up, so let's trash that one. I like to put some raw ore in there in case I need to make something. Like you saw, I was making those plates. That's because I have the raw ore in the dimensional depot. And again, you just throw all of the smaller random stuff in there, and that'll clear out some room over here. And then we can go in here and say, okay, that's just a little bit of that. Over here, we got our Mercer-sphere, which we definitely want to get back. And a good amount of quick wire there. And again, we'll go ahead and just take this out. Nope. Take that out. Oh, and there we go. Leaving stuff behind. And in here is going to be a ton of Caterium ore. And so we'll go ahead and take some. Let's put this in the front. Put this in the front. Over here. And let's throw some Caterium ore in there as well, just for funsies. Now the rest of the Caterium ore, boom, straight into the trash. Anything else in here? We got a little bit of raw ore there. What can we get rid of? How about a stack of quick wire? And we'll just get this so we can put that in there. Okay, any other boxes that we need to pick up? Oh, we're dropping some there. What else can we get rid of? This one here. Run those in there. Quick wire. And all of that. Okay, there we go. We got that fixed. Taken care of. Now, what we need to do is look and see that we need 13 constructors, and that's it. You need 13 constructors, but we also need to go in and say, actually, wait a minute, raw Caterium needs to be converted. So this actually is not constructors, this is smelters. And our input is actually 30, and our output is going to be 30, I believe. Let's go double check. I forget what it is on that one, but we can very easily find out by trying to find it, which I'm going blind here. Let's see, 45 and 15 is actually what it is, 45 and 15. So 45 in, 15 out. And again, if we want 780, now wait a minute, now our raw Caterium is going up, right? So we'll say, okay, we need 780. It's going to be 15 output. We'll need 52 machines at 45 input. It's going to be 2,340. So again, now we can go the other way. 45. These two numbers always stay the same. 45, the inputs and outputs. So again, we can say, okay, what's the maximum Caterium we can make? Over here, 600. So 600, again, divided by 45 is 13. Very nice. Okay, so we need 13 machines, and those 13 machines are going to create this times this. It's going to be 200. All right, so that's 200 to the constructors, to the wire that we're going to make. Really easy to forget parts of the process. So 12 and 60. 12 and 60. So each of these is going to need 12. Now we're going to have a 200 input. right over here, and these are Caterium units. And then again, how many machines are we going to need? Constructors. We're going to go ahead and take this divided by this. 16. And we're going to go ahead and just bring those way down. So we'll probably make, just make 16 because we already have 8. We'll do 8 and 8 and actually just underclock that or just have that a little less than what we want. Then we'll go ahead and do 16 times 60. And that is the real output right there, 1,000. Now, 1,000 is more than what we can actually output. So one of the smart things to do is to actually split that production in two. So you're producing 500 here and 500 here, and then you could have 500 and 500 going into the boxes, and then the boxes could output 500 and 500 again. That's a great trick for outputting at a higher rate. If we wanted to put it 1,000 into the awesome sink, we could easily do that by having 2 separate awesome sinks and running the 500 and 500 out to the separate ones as well. So all of that really, really easy to do. And again, all we need is around 13 smelters, and we need around 16 constructors. So let's get to it. Again, that's why we do all of those fancy mathy things there, so that we can get an idea of what we want to do. And let's take out a bunch of this unnecessary stuff. Oh, and I'm dropping stuff. Get some more of this in here. Get that back. I don't like them boxes. Okay, so we want to start with some smelters. Let's go find our smelters right here. This is going to be 8 smelters right here, and we want to put our input on this side. Now, another thing that we might want to do is align this to our extractor. Oh, that belt out of there, or that thing out of there, good. So one of the easiest ways to align stuff is just to make a bunch of boxes like this. Get that out of there. Is to do that. Now, of course, it's going to set down into the ground, which I'm not a big fan of, but we'll take a look at it and see if we like it. So let's get our smelters in. Let's aim at the edge. Let's get our inputs. Now, that's our input over there. It actually doesn't look too bad. Again, we'll have a little bit of this kind of grassy stuff in this corner. I think that'll be fine. Okie dokie. And again, we're going to overclock this to 600. Run that into there. And that's going to start backlogging and running into here. Now, these belts are all level 5s. We went in and redid all of this to our level 5 belts. I believe I got them all. Let's just take a quick look. We sure did. So that's going to run into there. And then we're going to tell all of these to be Caterium ignits. And we're going to copy and paste all of these. Much easier when you have the top open like this, so you can just work on what's going on with it. Oh, wow, look at that. That just happens to be inside the factory. That's cool. That wasn't planned, everybody. That just happened to happen. That was cool. All right, where is our power? Our power is on this side. Let's go ahead and take this power out. And we'll go ahead. Ugh, this is kind of close. Let's move this back just a little bit. Is power going anywhere else? No. Run that back over there. Yeah, see the little edge of it's kind of cut out there because it's going into the wall there. But we will do what we got to do. And we want to go ahead and put in a double wall outlet just to make this power easy. Run that to this one. And then run this outside cleanly. And there it goes. And now it's going to make an obscene amount of Caterium ignits there. Now, the great thing about this is that's 8 and we need around 16. So again, right over here, getting our smelters. Oh, gotta take this out. Loading thing there. get our smelters and throw it in there. I forget which way I had this rotated before. Right there. Nudge that back into place. Okay, now another cool thing we can do, just really easy, is just to put a splitter right there. Run that up. Align that somewhat. And just go ahead and split that into the second layer. So now it's going to split it up to that second layer. Now we need a little bit more power on this side so we can power the thing over here, the extractor. Like this. There we go. That should go there. Oh, did we not do this? I thought we already... Oh, we gotta do the second level. Over here. Where do we put that other one? Right here. We've got the double up on the second one. And then this one here, we're going to go ahead and upgrade to the larger pole. And that there. Run this down. And that's going to run power all the way back to the extractor. And the extractor is going to start back up again. Over here, we'll paste all these in. Real easy, and then double check them. Yes, I can see it that fast. Many, many years of video games. And there we go. Lots of deuterium magnets coming out of there. And we can see they're both coming out on the end. So that means we did it right. And again, we can go in here and just double check again that, oh, some of this needs some more. Needs some deuterium ore down there at the bottom. I'll wait for that to get back up and running. Now, a cool trick is also right here. I can go ahead and just feed some in there, and it's just going to blaze out of there. If you have some extra laying around. Alrighty. Looks good, looks good. Okay, so now we have our deuterium ore going, and again, it'll take a little while to get to these ones at the end. Because it's got to overflow into these ones and fill these ones first, and then it will overflow in our manifolds all the way to the end, and those will all get up and running. Now, I'm actually going to end up with extra more than what I need, because I'm actually going to just do 13, or wait, this is 16. This is 16 smelters. Yes. So I only need 13, but I have 8 and 8, so it's 16. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it. So if some of them aren't running, that's perfectly fine. Then I'm going to go to my constructors here, and I need 16 constructors. And so I want to think about where the output is of this. So the output's over here. And so I want to bring that into my constructors. Again, it's really great having these pre-done blueprints, because then you don't have to do the whole entire thing again. Which is pretty awesome. All right, which way is the input over here? Where's the arrow? Going that way. So we got to turn the arrow to the right. It's really moved. Can I move this thing to the top? Yeah, that's what I should do. Move that to the top. Wow, how much easier is that? Okay, so we need our little arrow to go to the right. And we'll see if that's nice and lined up. Sure is. Go. And we'll just bring this one to that one. That'll bring those deuterium ingots up. Start running it along the belts here. And then all we need now is quick wire. We'll paste all these in here. Need ourselves some power. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to connect these out here. They should all turn green, and they should start doing deuterium ignits. 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 And again, this is 16 times 60. Or sorry, 8 times 60. And then again, we're going to do 2 of them, which will end up being 16. Again, look how nice this is, everybody, because we did all this pre-work where we went in, we made the constructors, we made the assemblers, and we're splitting them into different types of machinery. And that different type of machinery just allows us to do it. Now, we could, instead of just doing it by machinery, we could do it by what it's making, right? It'll make all of this one thing. And so we could have it at a smaller scale and then just make a whole bunch of those things in a modular style. Now, this one's pretty easy because I can just bring this one out just a little bit like this, run this up, and run that into the second factory right over here. We'll take our power, run it right there, and go ahead and upgrade this one over here again. Run that over there. Run that down to that one. Okay. And now we need to tell this to be quick wire. Oh, did we not connect it? We missed it. There we go. I can tell because that one's green. Okay. Now, if that goes, and again, that will fill up over time when it starts to backlog all those resources. Then it will start to burn up those resources. And of course, now we have 2 outputs on this side over here. All we really want to do is just run these into a dimensional depot and then also into some storage and then into the awesome sync. So now what we'll do is go ahead and once again and backlog an absolute massive amount of this stuff by putting this storage thing on the top. I told you we were just going to reuse these over and over again once we got them going. And that's what we're doing. Again, if you build the right blueprints, you can use them over and over and over. And so we're going to run this one, and like we did on the other one, right into the bottom. We're going to put in our foundations here. And thanks for all the ones in the chat, by the way. Appreciate that. Let me show you guys some love. Appreciate you guys having my back. That's one of my favorite little tricks, everybody, just to offset this just a little bit so you can run your lifter right behind the other one. We could get even closer if we wanted to. Yeah, this is going the wrong way. I should be going in. Oh, it's the wrong way. I didn't even look. It's green. Wrong way. Wrong, 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 wrong. No worries. We got this. Again, it'd be nice if you could see which way it goes before you hit it. And you kind of can, but... let's take a look inside the thing. Oh, we didn't even rotate it the right way. We didn't even get it the right way. Oh, wait, that's not what we want. We want the storage. Duh. Yeah, I think I should probably put this dimensional depot in the storage. Or put the thing in there so we can fix it. Hold on. We're going to fix this. We got the power to fix it. Blueprinter. Can't just put it on the ground because that would be too easy. We got to do some foundations down here. Do some over there. Nope. Hit H. Do it. All right, let's fix this. I got an idea. It's going to make this better. Max 16 storage. We'll load that. So now when we're trying to figure out the inputs and outputs, I have them color-coded. But the thing that could really give it away... the thing that really could give it away is the fact that the output has a smaller output on it. Right? Over here. Oh, in this particular output, actually, I am going to run it both out. Oh, see, this one's different. Huh. What's a way that we could see which side it was? I could just do something simple like architecture, ladder, and put like a ladder on that side. So I know which side is... Oh, let's do it. I was going to do it on the output, but then I thought, well, wait a minute. Let's just do it on the input, which is what we're normally looking for. We'll just put a ladder. Not too high, though. Just enough where we can see it. And when we're putting that in, we should be good. And I was going to go in and... I was going to go in and swap this out. But on this particular one, you'd want it to be like that. Yeah. All right, we'll try that. Let's just try something super simple. Let's save that blueprint. It's going to add a little bit to it, but it's going to help us know where the input is, just because we can see the ladder. Let's try that. Try a little trickery. Okay, where is that ladder? Right there. I see it on this side. So we want to get this side lined up. Oh, we're out of pipes. Always something. We just put it on the thing. We got to get some of our resources back. There we go. It's always something. Yeah, okay, I need my resources. I need this. I got to do that. I got to do this. Always something trying to slow you down when you're trying to build. Okay. Now you can also look at the arrow of your orientation to help you as well. I'm just looking for that ladder. All right, ladder is this way. So my arrow should be pointing to this way. I'll back away a little bit so I can see where that arrow's at. Yeah, see, and it keeps changing my arrow direction. I see what it's doing there, being very sneaky. Oh, that's not right. It's being very sneaky though. Arrow to the left. Line that up. Looks good. We'll see if that's better. There's our ladder, so we know that's right. Plus it's red. All right, green to red. Now, we're running that in at 500 and 500, so that's 1,000 in. Again, using your boxes is always a great way to get around it. Now, we want to go on this side is where we want to do this stuff. So that we can go ahead and work with this. So we're going to go ahead and just build out a little bit of extra here. A little extra spot. Maybe a little bit wider over here. Then we're going to go ahead and put 2 awesome sinks over here. so that we can massively awesome sync the extra. Very rarely do I use 2 awesome syncs. So we can go ahead and awesome sync the first one. Let's just fill this in, because what the heck. And then this one we're going to bring up. And run this into there. Okay, so that's going to be awesome syncing that quick wire at 1,000 per minute. That's a lot, everybody. That's a lot per minute. So we're going to go ahead and run that in there. But also we want some quick wire for us as well. So we can go ahead and just go ahead and make one of the dimensional depots. We don't really need that much quick wire. You will find that you are going to end up with an insane amount of quick wire. We want this to be splitter. Let's just put it, say, nicely down the center. Do it again. And this is one of the tricky things when you're trying to line stuff up to a thing like that. It can be tricky. Here's a great trick to do, is that you put one down inside it like that, and then when you go to line this one up, you hold down Control and it snaps to the first splitter. Then you take out the first splitter and now you got it perfectly lined up. Just like that. Now what's going to do is take some of it and put it in the dimensional depot, but it's going to stockpile it up there till its max stack rate, which is 500. And then once I start this up, it's just going to do nothing but run this stuff into there. And we want to go ahead and we can do some fun over here. Let's go like this. And grab that power and just run it down. Stay right there. Same thing over here. And then we'll run those together, and then we'll just run that down underneath there. And those suckers are up and running. And there we go. 1,000 per minute. Running into the awesome sync. I'm gonna have a few coupons, but look how far I am, everybody. 400,000 more to get the next points. Now I have hundreds of these just laying around. In fact, I can print them out right now. Take them, and then also you can put them in the dimensional depot. So if you don't have to go looking for them, which I think is really great, that you have to keep tracking those down all the time. Yeah, that we can just throw away. And we can put these back in there. Got some plates now. Put our computer in there, our thing. And right now, let's see how many coupons we have. 263 coupons right now. How about some motors? Yeah, we throw some motors in there. Requires already full. Silica's probably already full. How about Marsilia? Marsilia full. That's not full. Let's put a bunch of biofuel in there. And then let's do the small stuff first. So we can clear out those slots first. Then we can put our ammo back in there. All right. All right. 1,000 quick wire. And you see how easy that was, everybody. Just stacking multiple of the same thing very easily. Multiple smelters and multiple constructors. And you don't even need to look at the numbers. You could just say, okay, I'm going to make a bunch of them and just stack them and see how it works out. Again, it's really up to you. But I definitely want to have the ability for it to auto add it. And then also create an insane backlog. Because eventually this can create an incredibly huge backlog. Now, the other thing that we want to do is we want to take some of this and we want to bring it back to our base. In fact, we probably want to take most of it back to the base until a point in which it fills up. And then when it fills up, then run it into the awesome sync. Now, I didn't really need to use the storage. I only really used the storage so that I could do a double input in the storage. So it's at 1,000 because it's moving through all of this at 1,000, which is faster than the belt that I have right now. And by the way, you can do this in the early access as well. That's how I got around that limit of 780. So again, you know, you bring it in 2 separate speeds, and then of course you can then run it out at 2 separate speeds, which is pretty awesome. So we want to go ahead and take this and we want to run it up here where we can go ahead and utilize it there. So probably the smarter thing to do is to use a smart splitter because this is going to run faster than we can just run it on a single belt. So we're going to take this out. Oh, actually, I could have just done this. Hold on. Sometimes I could just do it the easier way. So I can go over here on the side of this, like this, and I can actually put the smart splitter on this one, and I'm going to say right there, and then I can just kind of snap the one up above like this, but I don't really like to do that because sometimes what happens is it doesn't actually go on the belt. You know, you just eyeball it. It doesn't really matter in the long run because these are all going to go this way. All right, and so we're going to go ahead and do the same thing we did before. We're going to try to bring that all the way up there. Now we got to get that train over here, and you can see that this factory is not very tall. So the way we can get up here is just simply to grab a wall here. I can get it to cooperate. There we go. Come on, wall. And just zoop a wall up. And then tap into some of this power. Oh, actually, we can just do a double. Just to make that clean, we'll just do a double. Run that from the back. And then again, now we can use this to elevate ourselves. And you can count it, but I rarely ever do. I rarely do. I just run it as far as I feel like it, and then I just run it a whole bunch more. Going up. Okay. Getting close. Keep going. And there is a certain perfect distance, by the way, across these. I forget what it is, like 8 or 10 or something like that. Okay, so right about here, maybe. So let's put some foundations down and see how I like it. Man, that was pretty good eyeballing. That was pretty good. YOLO! Oh, that was lucky. I could say that was good, everybody, but that's just me being lucky there. I just went for it. In life, that's what you got to do, especially when you're my age, everybody. You got to just go for it. You can't wait till later, because later may not be coming around. See, when you're young, you think you're going to live forever, which you're mostly right. It's going to feel like forever, depending on how your life is going. But when you're older, everybody, you know, nothing is guaranteed, that's for sure. Even when you're young, people who are younger than me have passed away in my lifetime. Absolutely. Look at the difference in the elevation there as well. We need to take that into consideration when we're doing this. So I'm going to go ahead and just bring this straight out like this. And this is just to help me line it up. Like this. Very nice. And I like to keep it nice and straight. Now I can cut it at an angle there pretty easily. But I'm going to go ahead and go out a little extra. And the reason why is later on, there's a whole bunch of nodes and things down there like that copper, coal, and other things that we're not going to run across the thing like that. We're going to bring it up, have the trains deal with it, and all of that potentially. So we'll deal with all that later. Well, let's run some foundations out here. It's looking pretty good. Maybe one more. I think that's good. All right. So instead of using this this area here as my foundations, oops, I forgot to get all those ones over there. As my foundations, I'm going to use my world grid and then make this conform to the world grid as opposed to making the world grid conform to the node extraction. So let's run over here and take a bunch of these out. We can get all this to get out of there. No longer need that. I just use that to run over there, so I don't have to run all the way down and then all the way back up again. Just a temporary thingy. Take all that out. And all of these. Bye-bye. All right, look how perfect that is. Man, that just lined up real nicely. And our output is on the left side. We want to remember that. All of this we can take out. Very nice. And that. Okay, now we want to go ahead and add... Do we want to push this forward just a little bit? Yeah, a little bit more. Let's go a little bit more this way. And then we can go ahead and just put our train station. And you can spend a lot of time trying to line up the one down below to the one on the top and make it all beautiful and do all of that. That's going to be in your playthrough. Not in mine. Again, I only have so much time to play, so I try to maximize my my time and how much I can get done in a day. That kind of thing. But some people, they play it all day, every day, and hey, that's more power to you, man. Your jam, you do your thing. You go play the way you want to play. And some people have already played the game, they've already finished the game, they're already done with the game. Hey, more power to you. It's one of my favorite games. I'm not going to burn myself out on it. I'm going to take my sweet time and enjoy every part of the journey. That is for sure. Let's see. We want to go out a bit here. In this direction. Try to bring that up. Let's go down. Better idea. Let's go down here. And we are going to go ahead and grab, get the right sets here. Come on, scroll wheel. And grab this and run this up. All right, so we're going to run it this way. Then we're going to run it that way. We're going to go over here and use this. Now we're going to get serious, chat. This is going to be crazy. That's the way I used to do this, everybody. You can go back and watch playthroughs of me doing it like this. But we're not going to do it like that. How are we looking? Are we at the level? Yes. Okay, so now we know where that's coming up. Now, the trick part of this is knowing where the first one is, right? So the first one is actually the other way. So like this, And then this would be our final position. Right here, if we wanted to bring that up from way down there. So I went one way, then back, then one way, then back, then one way, then back, and then this is aligned to the one that's way at the bottom. And that's what we want. So we're going to go ahead and take this, run this straight out there until we align that like that. And then we're going to go ahead and do our little floor hole trick, which I think is one of the greatest things in the game. Where you don't have to, you know, do all that stuff and the things and the stuff. Ooh, that's a tricky one. That is a tricky one to know exactly where that one's at. We've been lucking out lately. Which spot is the right spot? I'm gonna try that, see how that looks. That looks pretty close. All right, let's take this out, and then we can test it by going to this one, and then trying to, that was perfect on the first try, everybody. We can test it by seeing if that goes into there. And it does. So now we can take all these out, and we can fall to our death. Whee! Or not. And then we'll grab a dish right there. Now what we want to do is we want to connect this one down here. And we're going to connect it to the top one. Want to make sure we connect it to the right one. There we go. All right, top one. Now we're going to go up, up and away. Here we go. All the way. I left clicked on that top one back there, so I can go ahead and get all the way up here, like so. And then we can look at this over here, and I just ran that from all the way down there to all the way up here. And that's going to take a minute, but you can run that in all one sequence. You don't have to run it separately. And in a minute here, we'll start to see some of that coming up here, hopefully. Let's go down and see. Whee! Oh, is it not connected? Or it's not redrawing, one or the other. Let's take this out and see if this is still flowing. That stopped flowing. Oh, you little smarts. Oh, I didn't tell it what to do yet. That's why it's not doing it. Left output is our wire. The wire here. Center output is going to be overflow, and right output's going to be none. So left should, oh, not that wire, wrong wire. Wire, quick wire. There we go. All right, there we go. I forgot to put a smart splitter on there. And again, now only the overflow is going to go to the awesome sink. Okay, like that. Now we can also go ahead and push this out just a little bit. And we're going to try to figure out how we're going to do this one. Let's say we go out just a little bit. Like this. So that's going to go right up against the edge of the back of that. So we don't need to rerun all of that. All we need to do is get an idea of how to run one down along the back of the edge. And we can do that way up here. We get back up this side. So we can just basically put the floor hole in there, see if it lines up to the back of it. And if it does, then we good. Okay. And let's just take a guess. I'm going to guess right about there. That's not even close. Let's try it at an angle. That might be a tough one to guess because it's at a weird angle. Yes. I'd say over just a little bit. By the way, if you hit H, you can make these go inside each other. Maybe something like that. Yeah, maybe we will have to run that up. That looks pretty close. All right, we'll give it a try. Back down we go. Oh, it's doing that weird thing again. Sometimes it gets stuck and it starts making me lift off like I drank the Willy Wonka drink or something. It just starts floating away, and I hit spacebar. I can't stop it. I can't stop it from doing the thing. So you hit Q to bring up your menu and then close the menu, and then it stops you from floating away into outer space. Yes. All right, did we get lucky? Oh, Kismet has got those skills with a Z. Bam! Look at them skills, chat. Look at them sweet, sweet skills. Got it. Got it. What's up, Sammy? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Thanks, everybody, for showing that lurker love, chilling out in the channel. Appreciate each and every one of you. Let's go ahead and tell this. Also, the output is going to be wire, but quick wire, not regular wire. And then the center is going to be overflow. All right, so only if it has overflow will it run it in this direction. I probably should have put that smart splitter out just a little bit so it could have ran in here first, but I think we'll have plenty of overflow at some point. Okay, so that's all running up the way. Let's go over here and go one more time to the top. And we're going to double run this because, again, this is 1,000 quick wire coming out of there, roughly. And that's too fast for our current belt. So what we're using is we're using double belts. Double factories, double belts, double boxes, and double mid-gum. No. And we're going to use double inputs over here. So one, we're going to turn this way. And the other one, we're going to go ahead and just bring straight on in. And we'll run this in like this. And then we'll just run that like that. Actually, this one we could have brought up a little bit higher. And again, you just look for that little line and you set it on the line. It'll tell you about the right height to put it. Oh, it's too long. That is a bummer. Still made it work. Okay, now we have double the quick wire coming in here. So 1,000 quick wire coming in here. At that, why is that quick wire not going into the thing? Load. Outputs. Inputs. Something I don't know. What's going on there? Oh, it has no power. Ah, it has no power. That's what it is. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Something freaky there. That's exactly what's freaky, is the fact that we don't have any power. Okay, so we got to put in our lines here. Number one. Also, we need to take that one into consideration. We're going to need to probably move that station forward by 1, and then fix it on the other side where we put it back by 1. Because the front cargo one should get this one, and then when it goes back that way, yeah, it's going to probably go through that stage. So it's going to go through, grab that one, grab this one, and then go all the way back. So when it's coming through, we need to leave a spot in the front so that it will make room for this particular one here. And then you don't need to do it on this side. On the inside, I don't need to have extra areas to accommodate those extra ones because that's the trick. The trick is you make the last one the first car coming this way, and then that one is the second car coming this way. And then when you go back, it doesn't really matter. You can just have 2 separate ones, and it will then bring it out of there. Unless you're working with some other logistics. But in my case, that's how we're going to do it. So first, let's go ahead and get this in here. Like so. Again, we're going to back away 2 from the corner. Right here. Very nice. And then 2 from this corner. And run it this way a bit. Actually, the easier thing is just to run it a little bit. Do that corner. Get me out of the way. And then just take this one back out. And connect it to this and then run it again. And this way I don't have to run back to put the corner in. Just makes it a little easier sometimes. Loading it up. We gotta wait for it to load. While we're waiting, we can add some more of our train track stuff here. That's really hard to see. Okay, now we want to turn that train off. So we're going to go to our mod frame train and we're going to say turn off self-driving. So basically what it's going to do is it's going to stop. So that train's just going to run down and we can see it right over there, right over here, that it stopped halfway. The reason why I did that is because I'm going to have to disconnect the train station and remake the train station, and thus I'm going to have to put it on the schedule. Then I'm also going to have to remake the train and redo the train itself. So we'll do that, but we're going to go ahead and take the station out. We're going to go ahead and add another one of these. Or actually, we can just add a blank station. Empty platform. And that just takes the place of that other platform over there. You can see what I'm doing. Come on. Why do you have to be so awkward? There we go. Then we put in the train station. After that, we're going to make sure it's going this direction. And then, of course, you have to do it in a certain order when you're doing push-pull train, because it's going to do that one, then this one, then the last one, then back to the first one. If you do it out of order, it's not going to work. Okay. Then I also forgot what the heck the name of the station was. I think this is our modular frames. I think so. Let's go look. Yep, modular frames. Over here. And I just call it whatever it is I'm picking up. Mod frames station. Yikes. Okay, now we got that fixed. So now it has a blank spot for picking up the cargo. So it's going to pick up this cargo in the second cargo hold. And then in the first cargo hold, it's going to pick up that one and then run all the way back. So let's go ahead and catch up with our train. And there's an easy way to do that by making another train. Now, it used to be no power. Why is there no power? Oh, because I was bringing the power up from down below. Oh, I forgot I did that. No worries. Now we got some power. We definitely want to put some power in on the other end of the train, too. It used to be where trains would not collide into each other. And then they created a whole collision system. So we might want to stop before we ram into our train over here. We'll see if we can get her done. Not bad, not bad. Take that train out. Take this end of the train out. And now what we're going to do is go into this one, see how much we got in here. We're just going to take that out, empty that out. So this will all be balanced again. And then freight car. And then again, if you have more than 4 freight cars, you want to add more of these. But in this case, I have a train pulling the 2 train cars that way. And then I have a train that's pulling the train, because it's like 2 trains in one. That's why they call it a push-pull train. So one pulls it that one pulls it the other way. Really, it should be called a pull-pull train, because one pulls it that way and one pulls it that way. It doesn't push it back the other way. Because this one is useless on the way back, going this way, and then this one's useless on the way going that way. So yeah, again, good little train info for you there. All right, and now we have 2 cars. And we want to roll up here, and we want to come to a stop over here. And now we got to work with this station, because now we're going to have 2 resources. And I think we have just enough space. We can do this. What do we call this? Tycoon mod frame. By the way, I can just do this instead of retyping this. Copy that. And then take this out. Add another one of these on this side. Oh. And we left a little space here for our train to cross there. Now, probably not best to put a train station there, but that's why we have it blocked out a bit. Now, of course, we probably want to have our train be able to come through there, but there's all sorts of things we can do. We can also redo all the roads and all of that. What we want to do is make it easy on us. Now, this one's coming out of here, and it is merging into here, and it is auto-sorting all of this stuff, and you can see that we're now in overflow of our things. Oh, we forgot to look at our modular frames. How's our oh my goodness, our modular frames are in overflow, and that means that they've gone up and over and down, and we basically, yep, it's right there. We basically have 10 boxes of modular frames. Now, also, there's probably a bunch backlogged over there, but we are also awesome syncing a bunch of this, so we don't have to hold on to it forever. Right over here, we got our awesome sync that's going to go ahead and merge all of this back together this way, and then it runs through, and that's also getting us a bunch of tickets eventually. Oh, that was like 400,000. That's 166, especially with that quick wire running in there. Okay, so now what we want to do is run this over here, and this is really easy because I can just go ahead and put a nice little merger right over here, and then take the output of this one and merge it right into there. So now the 2 outputs will merge together, run in, sort into the boxes, and in no time at all, we should have a ton of quick wire over here. But we got to get our train back up and running. We want to go ahead and tell it the proper timetable. We also want to go in here and rename this again. There we go. And we can go to our train. And I would just remove any timetable stuff. If there's anything there, I would just take it out. So it's going to go here first. Then it's going to go to the mod frame station. Oh, I wish we could change it from over here. Can we change it from over here? No. We did not change the name of that last one after we took it out and put it back in. And then Hamburg for now, I guess. Oh, plus Hamburg. There we go. You can actually tell it to go to multiple stations at the same time because it can go, and on the way back it hits that station up again and all of that. You can do all sorts of really super complex things with your trains. I don't. I keep it simple. It's going to start here. Then it's going to go to the mod frames, pick up the mod frames. Then it's going to go and pick up the other thing that we're telling it to pick up, which I can't remember what it is now, that we just went through all that. Oh, the quick wire. And then it's going to bring it all back and drop it off over here and sort it into the boxes. So let's go ahead and save changes on that. Turn on self-driving. So the first thing it's going to do is come to me. And if it's working, then it will just come forward, which is awesome. Now, it doesn't have anything to drop off, so it's just going to chill here for a minute while it tries to figure out if it has anything to drop off. Also, if you notice that the outside train hangs outside the train station, if I had multiple of them running, I would put a blocker there that would make the track just a little bit longer, because, again, I'm using those push-pull trains. All righty. Let's just wait for it. There we go. All right, that's done. And now we're off to get our modular frames. Now, I highly recommend that you take a little ride on your choo-choo train so that you have enough stuff going on where you're like, okay, I checked it, I know it's working, set it and forget it. Because now after this, we've got not only our other stuff that we got going in case industrial beams that are going to fill up over there, but we're also going to have now our quick wire. And again, this is like, 10 boxes of each of these being done while I'm not even in the game, which is pretty cool. All right, notice that the second one is the one that it's going to collect now and put that in there, and the middle one is a blank one, right? That's just to leave space, so when it gets to the other side, it picks up the other one. I love how it rolls back just a little bit before it goes, everybody. That's just, you know, it's a subtle touch, but it's pretty awesome. Now, let's see if it goes over here and picks up our quick wire. Oh, we forgot to set the new one to unload. Oh, that's my bad. All right, well, while that's chilling out over here, let's rename this real quick. Quick wire station. Fix that. And then, by the way, it automatically in the train, if you look at the timetable, you'll see it actually automatically puts the name in there. All right, so it's going to grab that, and we have to go to the other side, and we have to tell it to unload, because I forgot to do that. So there it goes, loading the quick wire. Actually, we can jump back on this, and we can see both this one and the quick wire. And see if it picked it up. We can see it picked up the modular frames, and I gotta wait till it takes off, and it did pick up the quick wire. Again, I like riding on the train. Now, if I jump, boom, the train's gonna leave me in the dust, by the way. Look at all that node still to be tapped down there. Here we go. All of our towers running down there. I'll revamp all that power eventually. Look at our cool balancer that we have over here that's just balancing all that stuff out. So it can equally run into the boxes when it needs to. Now I need to get ahead of it here and tell it to unload. And this one, unload. All right, so you had to get ahead of it a little bit. And then what we want to see is that it unloads it, and then it starts to run through both of these belts. Let's see how it does. And there it goes. So now it's running the frames actually on the middle one. And then over here, the wire doesn't really matter because it's going to auto sort it. But what it's doing, though, is it's doing it perfectly where it's doing one, then the other, one, then the other, which allows me to do all of the resources simultaneously. Now, of course, when this is coming out of here, we also have this doing one, then the other, one, then the other. But the way that it's going to go in here is it's going to alternate back and forth, and then it's going to say, okay, well, wait a minute, these go into the awesome sync, and then these other ones go in the awesome sync, and then eventually it'll get to the point where it speeds up. There we go, where it speeds up a little bit, and then gets that all in there. Now it's dumping off a lot at the same time, and it ran out of modular frames. And so you can see that quick wire now getting in there pretty quickly. And if we did the whole boxes right, if we go to the front, we should see the quick wire has come out the front now. And it's starting to backlog in this box. Now again, that's going to fill that up with 10 more boxes of that. So look at that, everybody. We got our frames done. We got all of that done. This one. We got these three, and we have the heavy modular frames. Probably not going to have enough time to do all of these. We'll do those probably next time because we're going to let that all run. And that quick wire is going to fill up very, very fast. You got to think that's doing it at 1,000 per minute. And then as it does an overflow of it, it will then just automatically run the overflow out of there. Because at some point, that quick wire thing is going to fill the train car. And then it's never going to run out of there because it's going to be stuck. Typically, but also if I bring the quick wire over here, all of the quick wire over here, and it's in overflow, it's automatically going to overflow it into here too, right? And that might be a problem because that's going to be 1,000 quick wire that's running in there. So I would probably fill up those boxes, run back over to that quick wire, and tell that quick wire to say, hey, wait a minute, just do one line and not two, right? But for right now, we'll just have it run and max out, and then we'll have to come back later and tell it to just do one of those lines. Otherwise, it's going to overwhelm the sorter. That is for sure. And it's coming back. And I just realized I forgot to do a thing. You think that was 1 million? Something like that. So we got to go back and we got to put our dimensional depot on the quick wire. Oh, we already did. We already did put it on the quick wire. So yeah, we good. What's this in the ground here? I think this is my, yeah, encased industrial beams. See how it glows and then the little sparks come up? So incredibly cool, whoever modeled that. Someone had a real fun time modeling that train. All right, it's gonna go do its sortie thing. Keep her rocking and rolling. And see, this keeps it non-stop running. Now, I could also make it where it backlogs and then it stops running, giving me some more power back. But I got 10,000 power right now. And honestly, I'd go make another 10,000 if I wanted to. And we're going to eventually get to nuclear power. We don't have to worry about it. Speaking of power, how are we looking? Oh, we actually got up to half the amount of power now. Right around 5,000. Okay, good, good. We're good in there. And again, we got our offline batteries, our online batteries, and our offline batteries in case we need those. Those are all charged up nicely. Let's see. Maybe we want to start a little bit on our upgrades here for Tier 8. Maybe get a little nuclear power going on eventually. Right now, we need to get our radio control units going, which is our manufacturer. And to do that, we're going to need to get our quartz stuff going. So quartz and we should also get our sulfur going too. Those are crystal, actually crystal oscillators are and our computers and a heavy modular frame. So we need the heavy modular frames so that we can make the manufacturers. And then also we need the motors, which take stators and rotors to make the motors. So again, we're going to be having to do all of those, which will then allow us to do all of these. So we got lots to do. So let's go ahead and take out our biofuel. We got that done. In fact, we could actually run some biofuel. Let's go do that because I have a ton of that on me right over here. So we're going to go over here and we're going to look at what we got. We got wood there. All right, tons of wood in there. Over here we have grass. Did I mark the front of this? I did. This one is grass. All right, now that's going to go ahead and fire up and get going because I have that currently on. And it's going to make an absolute ton of that. I think I should probably do a dimensional depot here too. Let's do a little extra dimensional depot right here if we can get this to rotate properly. Now the reason why I'm going to do that is I'm going to run some of this into the dimensional depot and just have a backlog of it in there because it's going to make an absolute ton of it right now, everybody. It's going to make a massive sum of that. Now this is coming in at 120 per minute, but I can tell you it's coming in faster because this over here is outputting at 300 per minute and this one's outputting at 60. So it's coming in at 360. Now what we can do is go in and get our power showers back out again. And then just put those in here. And then again, it was 60. Yeah, 60 and 300. So we can just tell this to be 360. Boom. The most we can do right now is 150. So we can make this go at full speed if we go ahead and add another one of these to boost production. Like this. Then all we got to do is go like this. Now it's actually going to be a little less than max production, but we'll do this. We'll do this. Run that there. Tap this into wherever we got our power going. Where did we do our power? Oh, we did our power underneath. We'll tap that. Oh, we got to upgrade our power thingy. There we go. Our foundation back. Come on, get in there. There we go. Then we got to merge these back together. And that's not a lot of place for merging, but it'll still work. Solid biofuel. Boom. Now I could make 4 of those, or 6 of those, or 10 of those to do it. Nah, I don't feel like running it. I'm just going to do this at max speed, and this is going to make a tremendous amount of that, everybody. Now what it's doing is it's taking all of that and load balancing that all, or manifolding that all, into these various different biomass burners. Now, production of all these biomass burners are turned off. So what I want to do is fill all of those biomass burners and then let it backlog to this box right here in case I need any more in the future. Now, this is actually a really good spot for a summer sloop. Wow, I got like 14 of them. So I'm going to go ahead and pull some of those out of there, and that's what it's going to do is basically double that up. So now instead of making 150, it's going to make 300 over here, and then if I go to this one, now it's making 300, so now I'm making 600 per minute. And that's with the same amount of resources, right? So I'm already making more than what I can run in there, but now it's doubling it up, and I'm going to get a massive amount of solid biofuel, which means that I don't have to go and collect it, which is even more awesome. I like that a lot. I can also take any biomass that I have on me and throw it in there. Put my summer sloops back in there. And again, that's going to double that up. So 600 biofuel per minute running out of there. And I need a lot of it to fill up all of these biomass burners eventually. And that's just for backup in case I need that power. Same thing with my coal power. Do I really need it right now? No. Do I need biomass? No. But I do have a bunch of biomass that I get all the time because I'll get wood and whatnot. I just throw it in there and I can take care of it. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot that we could have done this. That's right. I made a smart splitter back here. We can just go to the first one and drop this in there, and it'll be mixed, and it will actually go in and smart sort both of those at double speed, by the way. That's at 1500, that's smart sorting that. So it's going to run all of the wood into one, and then it's going to eventually take all the leaves and run it into the other one because those splitters automatically know which way to go with whatever it is. So it does wood forward and grass to the left. So I didn't need to put it in the separate tube. Sometimes I forget I'm already way ahead of myself. And this is uploading, and we'll have the maximum stockpile of biofuel, and then it will stop going into there. And then all the rest of this will go there until, oh, there we go. There's one that's starting to backlog. Right there, that one's full. So that means now more for the rest of them. And then those ones will fill, and so on and so forth, which I think is pretty cool. Again, I got that turned off. That's a whole lot of that. And again, oh, there goes the grass, or leaves, actually. Leaves sorting into there. And that's cranking that out as fast as it can. Now, I could also double up this over here, and then use, instead of producing 300, I could be producing 600 per thing. Let's do it just because I feel like it. Do I really need this biomass fuel? Not really. But it is fun, and it only takes one, so let's just do it. This one's going to be 120. And so now it's producing 600. Again, that adds up fast, everybody. It sure does. We can make this go even faster if we wanted to. We can set the output to be 780. Or we could do 120 plus 60 is 700 and 720. So we need 60 more. So let's set this to 360. Or no, it'd be 330, and then it's going to double it. Yes. So 660. So that's as fast as it can go on the belt. 780. That's as fast as it can get it in there. And then this is load balancing. One into this one into that one. That's keeping up pretty good. We're gonna have a whole box full of that stuff. Oh, we got more of them full. That one's full. This one, that one, that one, this one, that one, that one. Oh, I think we're maxed. We're maxed all the way back. Yep. Now we are filling up the box. Again, that's why I always have that reserve like that. So that if I do have a whole bunch of it, because the thing is the time of processing, right? The processing time to convert it all and to make that stuff from it is the most important thing, because you want to just let it run so it makes a whole bunch of it, sticks it in a box, GG's, you're all good. Just like all these other resources here. These are all full, everybody. All of that is full, 10 boxes each, 10 boxes each of each resource over there. So, very nice. And we'll probably continue the rest of these resources out that way. Eventually, we'll move that that stuff around out there as well. Again, these are the ones I use the most. Now, I could make some heavy modular frames right now, but I really want to work on each of my various factories here. How much time we got left? We got some time. We can get it done. How far are we in? Okay, how long till my animote? Okay, we got time on all of that. So we should probably start with rotors. All right, let's put rotors on the list. Oh, let's take out our stuff over here. Clear that. Modular frames, we don't need to do that. We got that done. Oh, we didn't do... Okay, so industrial beams are done. I love it when there's a whole bunch of things done, everybody. That's pretty good. All right, let's put these by highest priority. The priority switches on the radio towers are not really that high priority. Heavy modular frames after we do our rotors and stators. Let's go ahead and figure out what's up with our rad suit, because we're going to need that soon when we go to try to unlock our nuclear power. Let's see. Hazmat suit. What do I need? Fabric. I don't have any fabric out of all of the stuff, huh? I bet I can make a bunch. Right over here. Hazmat suit. That'll remind me how many I need. 50. There's a thing we could be working on. Converting fabric. In a constructor. 23. Really? I use a lot of that. Oh, because I don't have enough of the biomass. Oh, I go steal a bunch of biomass from over here. Because this is probably backlogging a ton of biomass. Yep, snag. Snag. Because I got a lot of Marsilia, so that doesn't seem right. I should be able to make a lot more. Yes, I can make 100. All right, see, that's the advantage of having your biomass over there, because it's converting all the biomass for you, and then you need it for fabric. I played one playthrough, everybody. I totally forgot how to get the fabric. I was like having a brain freeze on it. And I was like, man, how do I make this fabric? I can't remember. And I have none of the Marsilia line done in the thing, because I never ran into any, because I was running around getting into trouble. It's kind of funny, I think. All right, good enough. And let's get our hazmat suit on. Over here. Oh, not gas mask, hazmat suit. Okay, now we need our filters. Iodine infused. Oh, we need a bunch of gas filters where we need more fabric. Oh, what a surprise. What a surprise. Over here. Now, again, stuff I don't use a lot of. I typically will not automate it. I'll just do it manually, because, again, it takes like 30 seconds for me to do it. but I'd spend a lot more time than 30 seconds setting up the whole thing to convert. But we'll probably end up putting it next to our biomass over here eventually. And then we can use the biomass to also go into the fabric. So we can split it, you know, making this or making this. And again, if this gets filled up, well, then it will run it to the other one. Always a good way to think that through, because we're going to probably use a good amount of these filters eventually. All right, what else do we need? Not gas mask, filters. 27 filters. All right, we'll do it. And we'll automate all of this, everybody, eventually. Every last bit of it. Okay, iodine filters. Now, this game could use the ability to lock your inventory slots. So if you're running around, you want to keep your ammo, your iodine filters, and all of that, but you just want to throw the rest of it into a sorter, that would be awesome. Very awesome. Okay, so now we did that. We want to go ahead and put this on our bate. Now on our head, we have our gas filter. And what this does, it shields pioneers from the adverse effects of radiation. Consumes iodine-infused filters from the pioneer's inventory when worn in radioactive areas. So basically, that's going to help us. We also have a gas filter as our gas mask on, where we could also make some more gas filters. But we should run over here and grab some more of this before we do. Boom. Boom. And we can have a little bit of both, which will protect us against both. I very rarely ever make these, everybody. This is probably the most I get into making these. But again, if you have a bunch of, you can go collect a mass amount of Marsilia, throw it in there, make a bunch of filters. And you can also split it so it's making both filters at the same time. So you have both types. Where did it go? Oh, it's in my workbench. That's why I didn't see it. Oh no, I'm making fabric first. That's what I'm looking for. I'm in the wrong thing. 79 more. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Night, Jankers. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. So yes, we're gonna keep this rocking. Okie dokie. So we got that going, and now we want to go ahead and go to the thing over here and make some gas filters. 23. Sounds good. The trickiest part, you got to keep them on you. I wonder if you can use them from the dimensional depot. Probably better if I put them in the dimensional depot, and then if I need them, I can pull them out of there. That's an even better idea. Here we go. That's what we're going to do. We're going to throw them in there. Now, another thing is we could have a whole production of making these filters and then automatically have them go in the dimensional depot, and then when we run out, we could automatically pull them out of the dimensional depot if we have to. Now, in this case, I think we're good. How are we doing back here? I bet you this is getting filled up. Oh man, that sure is. Throw some of that in there. Make another one in. Get it out of my inventory. All right, now we can take our thing, throw that in there. Put our summer sloops back in. All right, do the things with the lower numbers first. Okie dokie. That is going to fill that box, I can tell you already. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Gonna be close. There's going to be a whole lot of that. All right. Still got our alien stuff over here that we were doing. We'll get back to that. Oh, so we're going to do rad suit and filters. We got that done. Let's go in here and take this off. Man, we are cranking on stuff today. Then we'll clear this, and we want to go and bring up our rotors. Okay, rotors is going to need rods and screws. Now this is fairly complex because you got to make the rotors and the stators and the motors at the end. So really what you want to do is figure out how much at the end you want to make, and you can work backwards and figure out how much resources you need to extract. So we probably want to go over here and try to figure that out a little bit. Let's go. We got a nice big area over here on the side. Okay, so let's just turn the game sounds off for now. Throw in that assembler. And again, eventually we want to make some motors. So we're going to do 10 rotors and 10 stators per minute. So let's go ahead and do some more spreadsheet action. Again, I will go in and illustrate this stuff next week. And you guys will have a bunch of fun illustration stuff, and a lot of this stuff is super easy, right? Again, just like already pre-existing structures that we just pop in there and it's done, which is very, very useful. All right, so rotors and stators, 10 and 10. Okay, so we'll go down here and we're going to say, what are we trying to create? We're trying to create motors. So the input is going to be an assembler. And the input is, oh wait, no, this motors is what we're trying to create over here. Assembler motors. And this is actually going to be rotors and stators. Stators, there we go. And again, our input is 10 and 10. Input 10 and 10. So we need 10 rotors and 10 stators. All right, so let's go ahead and figure out what we need to do for rotors. Now, each of these use the assembler, so they all need 2 inputs. So let's go ahead and actually let's do stators next. So we need steel pipes and we need wire. So we're going to need steel pipes and wire, and those are going to come in at 15 and 40. Now, you don't have to do any of this, by the way. You don't do any of this at all. You can do your own thing. Assembler. And this is stators. There we go. And then assembler rotors. And this is a great way of kind of prefiguring all this stuff out. 20 and 100. You can just make a bunch of it, throw it in there, and you're good. And this is where things start getting a bit more complex. And these are iron rods and screws. Iron rods and screws. Okay, now how many machines do we want to do? Or we could just say how much output do we want to do? Well, we got to figure out our outputs of all of this. So our output is going to be rotors. Maybe I should make another. What am I using this column for? Yes, we were talking about poly resin and overclocking up there. Yeah, we should have another column in there. You know what? I'm just going to do it. Put another column in there, and then output type, output item. There we go. I'm just going to add another one so we know what the output item is. That's going to mess up some of that stuff up there, but it doesn't matter. We're working down here. So the output item of this is going to be rotors. And this is going to be stators. And the output of this is motors. Okay, very nice. Then we want to set what the output is. Shrink that down maybe a bit. Oh, boy. Hate it when it just decides to scroll on its own. Shrink that down. a little wider for the title. All right, now again, this is a spreadsheet that you all can check out. I'll go ahead and throw it in the chat for you over on twitch.tv/Kismet. It's called my Overseer spreadsheet. As I play through different games, I'll do both the left side and the right side of the brain. Where I do the left side, I'll do the creative side and then the number side. So this is the creative side here where we just illustrate exactly the inputs and outputs and everything. And then this is the more analytical number side over here, which is very, very nice. And again, it just gives you an idea of how to balance all this fun stuff. All right. Also, I'm going to grab this, and we're going to put this right down here so we don't have to keep looking up there. Okay, so this is the extractor output. Over here, this is the machine inputs over here. So we got this wrong. So we'll come back to extractor output, or actually, this would be better called minor output. There we go. And this is machine input. This is the output item, output. I think we can just set this to, we already assumed that's the machine. We'll just set that to input. And output item. This is output here. All right, I'll clean that up a little bit. Okay, so what is our output numbers of rotors? Output number is 4 per minute. Oh boy. Output is 4. Our stators is going to be, I like to do these all in a sequence because they all go together. 5, and then our motors, if we do it at 100%, is also 5. So there we go. So we could set up this to figure out all the numbers for us. So say we go in and we're going to do 300 raw iron, because that's what we're going to need for each of these. And say we're going to put 150 here and 150 here. And we can see that this one is just below the amount that we need for screws. And so we're going to need 200 screws. And we're going to need 20 rods in this case, or it'd be 40 if we double it like we did down here. So that'd be 240. Now we did say 780 in here. Then this one would be much less, right? Because it uses 20 instead of 100. And you can figure out that math. You can figure it all out very easily by simply saying, okay, if I take this and divide it by this, it's going to tell me the number of machines I need, right? So based on the same amount of machines, you could work that number in reverse and go here in 7.8 and say that the maximum amount of ore that I need for iron rods is this number times this number, which is 156. So I don't need that much for the rods, but I do need a massive amount for the screws if I want to go ahead and make it 780. So the same thing over here for your steel pipes. Now, steel pipes actually has a whole nother substage that we're going to need to put in there. And so we'll go ahead and make a little room here. And that substage is something we just did up here, which is our foundry. And we'll go ahead and grab some of this up here. And we'll put that right there. Because we're going to need to produce the steel pipes. Now, whenever you're doing this, everybody, I would just take all this out to get yourself an idea of what you're working on, like this. Or this is all offset. Offset. Let's take this. Now, this part here. Copy that. Paste that back. There we go. But I just take this out anyway. Take out all these numbers because you're not sure if those numbers are the numbers yet. There we go. So again, we're going to need to do steel pipes over here. So we're going to need to first go, actually this is going to be steel ingots. So again, more room. Let's go ahead and push this down. Oop. Above. There we go. So we got to do the foundry to output steel ingots, and then we're going to need to do our assembler again. So instead of doing steel ingots here, we're going to do pipes. And again, we'll go down here. This is going to be pipes. Actually, I put it on this one, steel. Steel pipes. You got to do all these ones that are before the ones that you're working before you go to do this. Because this one, you can see that stators does not use the same stuff that rotors does, and it doesn't use rotors. So you got to have different stuff to try to figure out what the imbalance is. And actually, let's just go ahead and put one in here so we have these all separated. So these are going to create ignits, and then these are going to create steel pipes. And again, we'll take all of this. Oh, actually, the inputs and outputs. We'll just redo all of those while we're at it, just to make sure. We already did the inputs and outputs here. And these are going to be these items. Like that. And again, so say we start with rotors. Now, again, rotors is actually the total output is going to be different. So we're going to have the output times the number of machines, and that's going to be 31. 31.2. So 31.2 means that we could do 3 assemblers and then produce 15 of the thing. Then that also will tell us how many stators that we need to shoot for. So we need to shoot for 30 stators as well. So this will be balanced, and so this will come out at a total of 15. So doing one leads to the other one. That's why I did the rotors first, because that's going to lead me down to there. Now the pipes is for this. Now we also have another problem, which is the wire. So the wire, we're also going to need another process. Again, you see how this starts getting very, very complex in these later stages, where you have to have all these sub-stages first, and then it leads to these other stages. So again, if we want to do wire, and so we'll say wire over here, we've got to do construct, or actually we got to do smelters first, smelters, to do our raw copper, and that raw copper is going to produce copper ignits, like so. Then it's going to go into a constructor to create, this is going to be copper ignits, and then that's going to output wire. All right, so again, we're getting there, and then the foundry, we're going to need iron. We're also going to need coal. So steel foundry, we'll need iron. Steel foundry, we'll need coal. Yeah, and it gets going, doesn't it? And again, I'm doing 3 processes at the same time, because those 3, this is why I waited, by the way, until I was ready, is so that I can balance the first 2, and they're going to lead into the next one. Now, here's the thing. Do I need a bunch of rotors at this point of the game? Not really. You can go ahead and backlog them anyway, which I will do. I'll put one, I'll put some extra into the boxes, and the same thing with the stators. But really the thing I need is motors at this point. So instead of making the rotors completely separate and and all the steel ignits and pipes and all of that stuff separate, I'm going to combine all of those things into one giant factory that's going to do all of these things, and with the output being mainly the motors. Now, I'm not going to worry about the wire. I'm not going to worry about the copper ignits or the steel pipes or the steel ignits or any of that stuff. The 3 things that I'm worried about is rotors, stators, and motors. And now, again, I'll put a dimensional depot there for each of those 3 things, because I already have all those other things running elsewhere. And I could tap into those and run them to these, but again, I like to sometimes play where it's separate. Sometimes I'll make it all part of one. And again, just put extra for you along the way. And then in this particular playthrough, we're doing completely modular style, where we're building each thing separate as we go along, so we don't have to worry about it, especially in the later game, everybody. This is all thinking toward really late in the game, when you need to scale all this stuff up massively. You absolutely need to make this stuff way larger than what we're doing right now. And you'll see, and again, having them each one separate, meaning that we're not going to interrupt one or interrupt certain factories to, make the next thing or make the next thing. And those factories can continue to make the things we want them to make. And then also have a backlog of those things and put them in the dimensional depot for us. But you can centralize all of this. You can just run all the raw ore in, centralize it, have it go here, 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 make a lot of this, make a lot of that, make a lot of extra of this, and dimensional depot, and in here, and into boxes. You can do it that way as well. Mega build. We'll get to that eventually. Not right now. All right, so the foundry is coal. The output is steel ignits. And these I'm going to put in blue because these are like sub-items that I need. So I need to bring the raw copper in over here. And then, actually, steel ignits is not what I need. I need the wire. Like this. There we go. So I need the wire output, the steel pipe output, and the wire output. And this is steel ignits. So now we need to go through and figure out all these numbers again. And try to find the balance. Now, after a while, by the way, you can just, copy paste all of this if you have the inputs and outputs already set up, which I typically do on this kind of stuff. So like steel ignits, we know that from up here, we were producing a bunch of taking raw iron and outputting a ton of steel ignits here. Same thing up here. We're taking these, converting them, and running them out. So we know the output is 45. But I'm the type of person who likes to go in and double check all those numbers. So we're going to go to our foundry first over here. And we're going to check these numbers. Oh, we're out of rotors. How convenient. We knew it would happen eventually. Again, when you're not making something, eventually you're going to have a problem. I can use my tickets, by the way, to buy them in the Awesome Shop. But I don't really have a problem with making those because I made all the things ahead of it, like the screws and the rods. And so if I need to make some myself, I can very much do it. And that's one of my favorite things about this game is the fact that it makes you make the thing before you can automate the thing. And that's the way it is throughout the entire game. And it is just absolutely brilliantly done. The level of detail my brain needs for this game. Just take it one thing at a time. Are you using spreadsheets to calculate your factory? Yes, I've been doing it since it came out. This is not my first time to play through. I have played through every single update since the game originally came out on Epic Game Store. I actually own 2 copies, both on the Epic Game Store, and then I bought another copy to show them support. And I've given away a bunch of copies here in the stream. Literally given away 150 copies of 7 Days to Die, and I can't remember how many copies of this game. 20, 30, 50, I don't even remember. It's a lot. And I've played through, 30, 40, 50 times. I can't remember. It's a lot of times. It's not my first time. And so what I do is I like to cosplay as the official FICSIT corporate trainer. So I'm just showing you some of my techniques and ideas and things that I do. None of this stuff is required. You don't have to do spreadsheets if you don't want to. There's also websites that'll show you all of this stuff as well. And then also over here, you don't have to go crazy and illustrate every single process like I do. And again, this is like a bonus thing you'll only get on my streamer, but there ain't nobody else out there. I've never seen anybody out there illustrating inputs and outputs and doing all of that crazy stuff for you over there as well. Now, the most important thing I want you to remember is remember those FICSIT corporate stuff right over here. Oh, wait, wrong one, bad, blah, 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 blah. Get out of there. Wrong one, right here.
Official FICSIT corporate regulations prohibit backseat gaming. Please backseat when the Learn to Play sign is lit only.
All right, now what are you like, Kismet? What's backseat gaming? Backseat gaming is when you suggest any course of action. If you say, hey, do this, do that, or if you spoil storyline or anything like that. Again, if you're not familiar with it, I give you the first one for free. It's okay. I know you're just trying to back me up in the chat. I appreciate it. Big time. But again, I'm just saying to everybody in the chat, this is the level of detail my brain needs for a game. Yes, I like spreadsheets. Spreadsheets are fun. And it's a way to explain the game for people who are more math inclined, who use that side of their brain, who are more into numbers and programming and all of those kind of fun things. And then I, of course, am both-sided. I use both sides of my brain. I'm also creative. So I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. So I also illustrate. This is from hand. This is from scratch, everybody. I didn't look it up on no website. I didn't look it up on no wiki. I didn't do any of that. I played the game, learned how to play it, and then I'm showing you how to do it. Just like that. And of course, I also post these for my patrons as well. I call it the Kismet Rule of 8, where you can get 100% efficiency on all of your stuff, which is pretty cool. I think pretty cool. All right, let's go ahead and get back to it. And again, this is all part of the fun and learning the progression of the game. And again, one of the things that I do talk about when you're going on a journey, when you're playing the game, I don't prefer to. Now, again, it's your game. You do whatever you want to do. But for me, I don't prefer to look stuff up. I don't like to look stuff up on wikis. I don't like to use websites. I don't like to use websites that give me maps or anything like that, because I think it does this with your overall journey of the game, and it makes it like this big. So instead of having all this fun journey where you're discovering things and you're like, okay, like a great example, and I'm surprised we lasted as long as we did, is I had no idea where the sand ore was. So we spent a bunch of time wandering around looking for it, having a fantastic time. We found all sorts of caves. We found Mercer spheres. We found summer sloops. We found a bunch of crazy, holes in the ground and places that came out on the top there, and just had a great old grand adventure. Now, I would have missed out on that big old adventure if someone said, oh, well, the sand ore's just right over there. See, you miss out on all the fun. A lot of people do that in games. They min-max games. That's what sucks the fun out of them. When you used to play World of Warcraft, when it first came out, I know, I was there. I was there when the servers were on fire. And then when they did vanilla again later on Classic, when they were on fire again. So what I did is I went in, and I wasn't in a hurry. I wasn't trying to reach max level. I wasn't trying to run raids or do dungeons or do any of that stuff. You know what I was doing? I was walking up to the top of that dam, and I was looking off the dam, and I was like, I wonder what happens if you jump off this dam. And then, whee! I jumped off that dam. And then I would go this way, and I would explore, and I'd see what's on top of the hill, and I worked my way all the way up, because my team told me how to do it. I worked my way all the way up to that airport that's at the top on World of Warcraft. You know that airport that's on the top? I made it up there. I sure did. Way back in Classic, or in vanilla, way back in the day. And so I wasn't in a hurry to rush the game, or to do this, or to do that, or, oh, Kismet, you got to get to max level as fast as possible so you can PvP, or you can do all this stuff. I don't have to do a damn thing. That's the great thing about being older, everybody. You answer to no one because you've been around, if you know what I mean. And Kismet been around. I've been around for a long time. I've been through some stuff, if you know what I mean. So there you go. You're not creative at all? Well, hey, if you like doing some spreadsheets, I'm all about it. There you go. Yes, there is a calculator site. Exactly. That's why that's exactly what I was talking about. See, that's why they call me Kismet. See, I answered your question before I even saw it in the chat. So I do it so I can show it on stream. That's why I show what I'm thinking about, my commentate on why I'm doing stuff. The most important thing, let me just take a moment. In fact, let me go to my office. Hold on. Let's take a minute and go to my corporate office here. Let's do it. Hello and welcome. My name is Kismet. I'm from FICSIT Corporate. One of the most important things in anything you do is not the how. The how is something you can learn. A great example, Photoshop. I get so many people who come to me and say, Kismet, you're a graphic designer. You've been a graphic designer from the very beginning of Photoshop. When Photoshop first came out, teach me Photoshop. And I'm like, nah, anybody can teach you Photoshop. What you need to do is you need to learn about line screens. You need to learn about four-color process and separation. Learn about trapping. Learn about paper. You need to learn about inks. You need to learn about the whys you're doing it in the first place. Why are you doing all of this stuff in Photoshop? Are you going to take it and put it in a magazine? Are you going to take it and put it online? Why are you doing it? This is the most important thing. Do not start at the beginning. Start at the end. What is that going to be printed on? Is it going to be on the web? Is it going to be on someone's phone? Is it going to be on a pamphlet? Is it going to be on a T-shirt? Where's it going? What is it doing? What's its end goal? And then you work the process backwards, which you'll see me do also in game. I'll end up at the end and work my way backwards and say, okay, well, we solved some problems there. Let's go forward and backwards a few times to figure out the whole process ahead of time, or figure out any issues that we might have along the way. And the whys are always way more important than the hows. Do you know why there's trigonometry? I didn't. They didn't bother to tell me. In fact, most of my teachers were asleep. They come in, they nap at their desk, and they give us a bunch of worksheets in my day. In fact, in my day, people were doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Teachers never interfered, never came in and helped you, nothing. They were just, checked out, everybody. They were checked out big time, which is scary if you think about it. But the why is always most important. So if you want to know the why of something, it's definitely better to start there than to, figuring out the how to do something. How to go into Photoshop and, put in text. Well, why are you putting in the text? What are you doing? What's the end result? And then if you do the end result, it'll help you learn the hows. Again, if you start there, and a lot of people do not teach the whys. By the way, trigonometry is for measuring. You can measure distances. I found that out later in life on my own because my teachers didn't tell me that. If they had told me that, oh, well, here's what they did, triangulate the distances between different places and whatnot, I'd say, oh, well, that's something useful. Cool. Otherwise, this stuff is not useful. I'm just going to eject it from my brain, which is what most people do with all of that stuff because they don't know the whys. And I feel like, again, if you're learning anything, it's including Satisfactory, gaming, whatever it is, graphic design, music, whatever it is, what is the whys of what you're doing? And that's what I do here on stream. I tell you the whys instead of just telling you to click the button, flip the thing, and do all of that. All right, let's get back to it, everybody. Let's go ahead and flip back over to my main screen. There we go. All right. I was neutral on math in high school, and now I'm loving it because my college tells us why. Exactly. And that's what the huge difference is between the lower levels and the higher levels. My oldest daughter is just getting to that. My oldest daughter is 19. Can you believe I got a 19-year-old child? See, when you're my age, everybody, I'm 54. I'm amazed I'm still alive because you still feel like you feel right now. You still feel the same way, even when you're 25 years older. It's not like all of a sudden you just change one day. But by the time you're 25, your frontal lobe finally comes all the way in. That's a real thing, everybody. Again, you're still developing until you're about 25. And then your personality is fairly set. You can change it, along the way. If you level up in real life, as I like to say, you start learning empathy, caring for other people, and then when you have a child, you realize there's something else in the world that's more important than just what you want. I have 3 daughters as well. And of course, they're now learning those things that we already know as adults. All those things like you got to be able to survive. You got to have that. You got to have that food. You got to have. Well, really, you got to have water more than food. But you need both of those. You need water. You need food, and you need shelter. Those are like the number one things. And everything else in the world is an optional thing. Everything else is optional. It's basically a luxury. Like your phone, that's a luxury. I didn't grow up with no phone. We didn't have no phone. We had one of them dial phones. Oh, crap. I did the wrong number. Start over. Oh, actually, I had to hang up. And then you had to pick it back up again. Then you had to dial again. We had one of those, and then there was a miracle. They came out with the one where you can do the push buttons. That was awesome. And then, of course, along the way. And exactly, you gotta understand the why, and that's why I do spreadsheets, and that's why I do visual. I do both visual and also the spreadsheet way, so people can understand the why without have to go and look it up on some website or something like that. Why do I have to do all of this? Well, if you get this one right here, the input. That's all you need to do. And so that's what you can do in a spreadsheet, or you can do it visually. Once you have the numbers down, you can figure out how to run how many exactly you need in here, and then just carbon copy that again and again and again. A great example is my reinforced iron plates right here. You can see I actually just have that illustrated as a factory because we already illustrated that previously. And that is 100% efficient. All I need to do is set one down, and in this case, I just set 3 of them down. Boom, Stacked them on top of each other vertically too. 1, 2, 3, boom, done. That's it. All of them ready to go. Ran in the 360 that we needed there. Let that sucker run, split in there using our manifolds. And then we have now all of our reinforced iron plates coming out of there that we need. And then we can run them into our assemblers, and we can do all of this over here, smelting down all of this, creating all of our iron ingots, taking all of our iron ingots, and making a ton of rods, and then running those rods down in there. And then, of course, outputting 20 modular frames, everybody. All of that, 20 modular frames per minute. Now, here's the thing. You take that, and you do it again, bam, now you got 40. Bam, do it again, now you got 60. And then, but what's the why? What's the why are you doing it? You're doing it because you're going to need them modular frames to make heavy modular frames. That's the why. And then why do you figure out the numbers? Well, you figure out the numbers so you know it's 100% efficient. It's using less power, so you can spend less time. Now, other than the why, your time is your most valuable asset and your most valuable thing. So if you're taking a long time building fancy things, and hey, I like to look at fancy stuff as well, I don't do that. Because, again, I work for FICSIT Corporate, and I don't want to get lasered from space. Now, if you get lasered from space, that's not my department. I'm in the training department. So, again, if you're inefficient and you get lasered, don't blame me. My job is to help you not get lasered from space. So again, you can see that we have this running. Now, what's one of the most effective use of my time? Well, I set up the factory, and then I let it run. That's right. We're on a mega server here, brought to you by G Portal. They're my official server host, and has been running for over 1,000 hours. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are you not at the end of the game already? Because I don't suck the fun out of my games, everybody. Again, I see people do it again and again and again, and within a week or 2 weeks or whatever, they'll burn themselves out on that game. I stopped doing it. I stopped doing it. I said, no more. That's it. I'm going to enjoy the journey of each game that I play and have a fun time along the way. Now, I've already finished the game, everybody, in early access, but I've never seen Tier 9 yet, so don't tell me anything. Tell me nothing, all right, until we get there. Because I want to be surprised when I get there, when I get to that point. Now, am I rushing to be the first person done with the whole entire game on day one? Absolutely not. No. No, no, no. Now, it's my game. I'm going to play it my way. No, you don't have to play it that way. You can play it however you want. You can put spaghetti all over the place. You don't have to put it all nice and fancy and organize all your roads, which is the yellow, organize all your trains, which is the red. The green is for my backup power. The purple's for my hub. The blue is for my storage. You don't have to be that fancy and be that organized. You can go in and do it however you want. Just run all over the place. Go for it. It's your game. I find that this game is pretty much in 2 stages. The first stage, where you're just kind of learning how to do stuff, where you're learning how to do iron plates and rods and getting all of that copper and stuff going. And then later, it becomes you're trying to make it beautiful. You're trying to really up it. And this is how I play all games that way, really. I do like basic builds. Then I do what I call super builds or modular builds, which is what the stage I'm in now. And then I'll come back and I will do mega builds because I've earned it, right? I don't like to use creative modes or anything like that. I like to earn my way in, earn all of the resources that I did, and then it is time for some serious mega building where we tap every single node in the game. We'll get to it. We'll take our time, though, and enjoy the journey. There you go. It's like crack cocaine. I'm with you. I could play this all day, every day, but I try to ease off. I try to ease off so I don't burn out. There you go. Keeps you in line. Well, there you go. Yes, creative mode is boring. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of creative modes for me. But again, if it's your jam and you want to do some fancy builds and whatnot, and maybe you want to show it off to the awesome people over there who made Satisfactory, go for it. Go for it. I see a lot of people, they also do it in 7 Days to Die, and in other games, they'll go in and they'll make some beautiful castle or whatever. You'll rarely ever see me making castles or fancy buildings or towers or things of that nature that don't have a purpose. Usually that's only at the end of the game do I do that. So I do typically play as efficiently as possible. So by the way, that 1,000 hours is not my 1,000 hours. That's 1,000 hours of the server running. Me, I've only spent, I don't even know how much, 100 hours, 200 maybe, in the 1.0. Now, of course, I've also played myself for a lot of hours. I've played for, I think, 2,300 hours over all the years, which is not that much. I think about it because, again, I'm not trying to burn myself out on the game. I feel like what people do, especially in early access, you burn yourself out in early access, then it comes out, and then you just want to rush through the game. You get it done, and then, you know, you missed out on all the fun, I think. But again, that's me. That's how I like to do it. And Fallout 4, I built a lot of bases in Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is actually my favorite Fallout. Fallout is my favorite series as well. I have played every Fallout. In fact, imagine seeing Star Wars 2 weeks before everybody else. In my case, I saw Fallout months before everybody else because I worked on a lot of stuff for Interplay, the makers of the original Fallout. I did a lot of box art and things like that, the stuff that goes inside there. I've done every type of design you can do, right? From t-shirts to billboards to everything you see in the grocery store to magazines to just everything. Because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a graphic designer, and I did. I did it for 30 years, and I did everything you can do. 100% achievement in real life. Hundreds of thousands of projects. That's how hard I worked every day, everybody, and I loved it. I would have done it if they didn't pay me, but you never want to tell your boss that. Because I absolutely lived for it, and I had a great time, and now I don't do it anymore for anybody else, so don't ask me. You know what I do now? Bring a little joy and positivity into your day. We have some fun playing some games. We talk games. We talk all sorts of fun stuff here in the stream. And one of my favorite parts of Satisfactory is that it is very relaxing and very chill. Unless a bunch of mobs are on you, but even then, you know, if you got your gun out, you just do a little pew, 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 and you wipe them out, and then you go back to, okay, what's the next factory I want to do? That kind of thing. All right, let's get back to some spreadsheets. And again, we're going to be illustrating some more of this next Monday. But for right now, we're just going to do some numbers before we get this too far in. Okay, so if we want to do 31.2 over here and 780 screws, bring in 780 resources in 4 screws. But we got to think that we have to do a bunch of iron rods first and a bunch of other stuff to do screws. So again, the thing I'm showing you here also with the spreadsheet is how complex this particular process is. So we actually have to go 2 more lines here. And so this screws is actually, before the screws is iron rods, right? And then before the iron rods is our iron ingots that we're going to need. And actually, we're going to need to put them on this side over here. Because what we want to do is bring our raw ore in, and then this is going to go down to the bottom. So we got to bring our raw ore in as well. So let's go ahead and take this out of here. We'll say raw ore. And we'll go ahead and convert this. Now, no matter whether you're doing screws or rods, you want to do rods first because rods become screws. But if you're doing raw ore, just convert all of the raw ore, everybody, unless you're using it for steel, which we are. So now we need raw ore for the steel, and then we need raw ore for the iron ingots. And again, just start small. Just start small with each process, and that's how you master this game. Instead of just thinking of it into the big thing, that is like when you play through a bunch of times and you really get the concepts down, then you can think more in the large scale stuff. But I highly recommend not to do that in the beginning. Absolutely not. I didn't. I was Spaghetti City, everybody, and I tried to figure stuff out, try to figure out how to line things and line things up, how to do them more efficiently, especially with blueprinting, which is awesome, and then how to keep reusing those blueprints as much as possible. I got to change out my headphones. How to keep reusing those blueprints over and over and over, which means that I don't have to keep reinventing the wheel, which is also very, very important along the way. And again, is it fancy? Is it bringing my frames down to 0? Absolutely not. I don't want my frames at 0. I want my frames to be awesome. All right, what happened to my headphones over here? Right here. I have to switch my headphones. They just died in the middle of that talk. Come on, headphones, where are you hiding? Apparently does not want to show me the headphones. Let's say, it's getting hot in here again. Darn air conditioning unit, always breaking. All right, there we go. Yeah, I did close that and open it back up again. Hydrate. Oh, I forgot to hydrate. Let's do it. Yeah, especially if you build more advancedly, too. If you build more advancedly in Fallout 4, especially when you do the old carpet trick where you put the carpet down or a rug and then you put something on it and then you move the carpet so you can move the thing around. Great trick, everybody. Especially like the Vault Tech thing. And again, I played through Fallout 4. I forgot to mention this 11 times here on stream. Over 3,000 hours live here on stream. 11 times, a bunch of those times for charity, by the way, as well. Live here on stream every single time. We had a great time. Sadly, that latest update made my machine, which is a really nice machine, load incredibly slow. And you're like, well, go get the mod that makes it load quicker. I shouldn't have to. So there. Bethesda should get their stuff together and take those mods and integrate it actually into the game to make the game load faster. But we did play it all the way through, and we had a great time. And we did the DLC again, went to Far Harbor. We did all of that. It was incredibly fun. I played all of it when it first came out. I played through multiple times. I played in the hardest mode, in the survival mode, many, many times as the way through. But I find the best thing to do on a game that you absolutely love, play it through. Don't burn yourself out on it. Wait a little bit and then come back, and then you've forgotten half of it, like me, and maybe, or maybe even wait for like a year, and then you've forgotten sections of it, and then you get to rediscover it, those little sections again, like your first time. But sadly, you can't go back and it be like you don't know anything, because that would be amazing. Like going back to World of Warcraft without knowing anything, and you're going back and you're experiencing it for the first time again, or Fallout 1, or what's the other one? Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, all of those, or Satisfactory, be another great example. Okay, so we got to start where we got to start over here, everybody. Let's go back to our rotors. So what we want to do is bring in 780 raw ore, because that's the fastest we can bring in the ore for our belts we currently have, right? So 780 raw ore, how much is that going to produce if we put it in the smelters and do it? Now, again, I call it the little fun play area where I just throw down a bunch of machines. You can also just check it out right here, and you can, do math in there. You can see I looked up rotors a minute ago. Just hit N to do it. But visually, I think it's easier to show here on stream just by throwing it down, and we look inside the machine. It gives you a good idea of what we're doing. So let's get our constructors down. Let's go ahead and get our smelters. And we got a lot of projects. Again, I've been kind of scaling up, so we started with the simple stuff, and we're getting more and more scaled up. And believe me, it gets way crazier in the last thing. And again, I have completely finished it in the early access, but working through, because you only get one time, you only get your first time to play 1.0 for the first time. You only get that one time for that. And so I'm going to take my sweet time. I'm not going to rush to the end. And I've seen people have already rushed to the end already, and hey, it's their game. They can do it their way. I'm going to do it my way. Okay, so we are starting with over here. We're starting with our basics. So we want to make some iron ignis. So 30 in and 30 out. We already know that. That's an easy one. 30 in, 30 out. And if I brought 780, how much total output would I get? Well, it's 1-to-1, so it's 30 in, 30 out, so it'd be 780. I mean, I don't even need to do the math. I already know. I can just do it in my head. It's easy. But how many machines do we need to make 780 of this output? Well, we can just go in simply and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and do a math thing here where we take the number of the input and we times it, we divide it by the input. And we need 26 of our extractors. So again, scaling that up is pretty big, hardcore. Now, most of the stuff that I have right now actually cannot go above 600 because I'm only as a Mark II miner. So even if I had a pure node, I couldn't go above 600. So I couldn't even max the belt out with a single extractor. But I could max it out with multiple extractors, absolutely. And we already have some coal, and we already have a lot of these things that we need already, where we just built a factory way out here in the middle of nowhere, way over this way. Let's go ahead and run over here. Get that out of there. run over this way. And again, I keep all my power close, everybody. I don't run out and go do my power. I tell it to bring the power to me instead of me going to it. And I keep it in my primary base. I also work way up very, very high. I call it the Kismet Tower, where we go up very high, and look how easy it is for me to run my trains, everybody. I can just run my trains wherever I want. Occasionally, you might have a spot that you might have to go over, but you know what I do is I just go around, which works as well. Now, way up here where we are, we have that factory right over there that we just built earlier. Now, also by this factory, we have extra coal, which we're going to need for steel. We also have copper, all sorts of things. And of course, if you use your radar, you can see that I can see all the ore nodes. Now, how can I do that? Well, that is your radar tower. It's also telling you how many Mercer spheres you have there, summer sloops, computers, all of that stuff. You can see I've gotten a bunch of them from here, right here for sure. So that radar tower will tell you all of those things. So if we go over here and look and say, okay, well, we've got an extra pure node here. We've got an extra iron node there. That's a pure node as well. We got a pure copper node, limestone here. We've got some more coal that we can do. We can get that one unlocked. There's another one over here, and so on. So we have a bunch of resources that we could use, especially the copper and things. If we want to go ahead and tie that into the same factory that we already did, just kind of either build it next to it or build it on top of the current factory that we have, because we've been playing very vertically. I see a lot of people and they show you how to play horizontally. Horizontally is easy. It's very easy, but it takes up a lot of space. As you can see, this is my aluminum right here, by the way. 100% balanced, by the way. Working fantastically. Our trains are coming through, and this is a circle train where it circles back, and multiple trains running on multiple stations over there. Oh, and we can see our other ones coming back now with our stuff that we just made. And so it'll basically run out, grab all these resources from the various trains, bring it over here, sort it for me automatically, put it in the boxes, and any overflow will automatically go in the awesome sink. So I don't have to worry about any of that. It's all taking care of that for me. I don't have to micromanage it. Oh, the other thing we were going to do is go over here and remove this extra storage. Now, this is a dangerous thing over here, everybody. If there is a lot of extra storage in here, which there is not, it has finally taken all of this and transferred it over to our other boxes, because we had this over here temporarily while we were setting this up originally. And so what it's going to do is go over there instead of sitting over here. And we're going to go ahead and do this. We'll bring this up. Don't forget about the little lines on the side of your lifters, everybody. They are there for your guidance, so you can use those little lines. I get this to turn right here on the side, right. I can't do it because my thing's in the way. Right over there somewhere on the sides of those things, you can line it up. So if you just sit that right on the top of there, that's going to line up right to the side of the boxes over here, like this. Just turn off that one there. There we go. So now it's going to take that excess, run it down, and run it underneath. Now, of course, I use my logic levels. Sometimes I call them hanging logic levels, where they just run down here, and you can see it's just running down the belt, running itself all the way to the end, and then sorting it properly into the box. And I don't have to worry about it. Again, now I don't have to have that excess stuff. I am very efficient in when I don't need something, boom, it's out. That's it. It's gone. I remove it all in case I need it. Need those resources for later. Okay, so again, getting back to rotors and stators and all of that stuff, we could go out here. That's what we were talking about. We go out here and build it back up if we want, or we can make another tower. Now, our biggest problem is going to be our iron ore. I can tell you already. I can tell you there's not enough iron ore over there, right? So if we wanted to go over here and do this, our iron ore is currently being used for our reinforced iron, reinforced thingies, which my brain just went out of my thing. Went out of my head. I hate it when it does that. These things. Right here. Reinforced iron. Nope. They're not things. They're not beams. Yes, they are beams. Encased industrial beams. There we go. It's in there. It's just sometimes when you get older, everybody, it's harder to get it back out of there. So encased industrial beams. So all of our iron is being used up for our encased industrial beams. So if we go back over there, we're not going to have enough iron. Now, we could overclock the iron. and do that, which we've already kind of done in there. So we want to definitely think about getting some more nodes. Look at this, all my trains are coming together at the same time. Whoa, they perfectly missed each other. That was pretty cool. Very, very cool. So again, we could overclock it, but we don't have enough iron over there. But we do have some iron over here that we can use. We also have some more iron there. Here, we've got a copper, which is a normal node. And again, we have a whole bunch of this stuff all over. And what we really want to know is what is it that we need? We need raw copper. We'll put this as a red. We need raw copper. We need raw iron, right? We need raw coal. Raw coal. Over here. Bubble. So we get that going. Over here, we need raw iron or raw iron over here as well. So now we need a raw iron, raw coal, raw copper, and that's it. So now we know which nodes that we need. We need iron, coal, and copper. And that's what's also great about doing a spreadsheet or figuring out the elements that you need first, and then you're going to try to figure out how much of each of those things that you need. Now again, if I went 780 here and 780 there and raw copper 780, we could make a crazy ton of stuff right there. So raw copper would be the same thing, by the way. It goes 30 in and 30 out, so we know the output would be 780. The number of machines would be the same because the math would be the same. So I could just copy this calculation from up here, and we would see that it would just be exactly the same because the numbers of inputs and outputs and raw ore are the same. So again, that's if I wanted to max that out, which I do. At this point, you do want to max this out because I'm going to create basically three things at the same time: rotors, stators, and motors. And really, the end goal is the motors because those motors I need in the next stage as well. So again, I always find this part very, very fun. So let's say I created 780 iron rods. So the input of iron rods would be 780 right here from the raw ore, or basically this would be iron ingots. So 780 iron ingots. And now we'll run back over this way. We'll just walk. And slide and jump. And slide and jump. Go a little faster. Takes a little bit of practice, but it's very fun. Okay. And again, what's the next thing we're working on? Iron rods. So we got 780 iron rods coming in. 15 in, 15 out. So 15 in. And you think after thousands of hours of playing this game, I know them all by heart. Some days I do, and some days I don't. All right, how many machines do we need to convert 780 of these 780 iron ingots into iron rods? So we click this, divided by this. You got it. 52. Scaling up now, aren't we? 52 machines if I had 780 raw iron. And so these numbers only get bigger and bigger and bigger. They get massive, everybody. They get absolutely huge. And all of a sudden you're making 100 of this, you're making 500 of that, you're making 1,000 of this, 5,000 of this. The numbers really scale up big time. So now we're going to go ahead and take our rods, which is 780 again. Why is it 780 again? Because the input is the same as the output. So now we take our 780 screws, which we've already kind of done here, but we'll do it again, and divide our 780 divided by 100, which, you know, you could just do that math in your head, which is basically 7.8 machines for screws. And then the output of this is actually screws, because that's actually what we're trying to put in and try to put out right over there. So actually this belongs over here, and this actually belongs here, and this belongs there. We really wanted to illustrate this properly. We would do Something like that. There we go. So it goes raw iron, iron ingots to raw iron rods to screws, and then we need some additional screws or additional rods for the rotors as well. So not only do you got to create a bunch of screws, but you also need to have 156 in this case for the rotors, because we're going to match, because both of those are going to go into the assembler eventually down here when we go to run all of that stuff together. So rotors, we're going to need iron rods and screws. Yeah. And so we'll go ahead and put our screws actually down here. There we go. So we'll say assembler screws here. There we go. Just so we differentiate that over there. Okay. So again, we're making iron rods, then rotors. We take the iron rods, we turn them into screws. And then we're bringing in the rods and we're bringing in the screws. The output of this is actually not screws. The output of this is rotors over here. And again, we go in, set this to rotors. Again, you can look this all up by hitting N as well. So instead of looking in here, you can just hit N, rotors, and you can click it here. And it will bring it up. It'll even tell you what machine it's in. So especially if you're doing like something you haven't done before, or you're confused as to what it goes in, it'll tell you assembler. You also have alternate recipes, which I never use. I've played through the game 50 times. Never used them once. Why? Well, I've gotten them before, and I've showed them off before, but because people who are watching me play may not have the alternate recipes, so watching me do it doesn't do them any good. So no matter whether you're playing on PC or eventually on console, you can't do everything that I'm doing. Because I'm not using any alternate recipes. Now, will I use them later in my mega playthrough? Absolutely. I absolutely will. We'll get them all. We'll get every single one we can get. It's going to be fun. Okay, so again, we're going to work on rotors first. So our rotors are going to be 20 iron rods in, 100 screws in over here. So 100 screws, 20 rods. And those are the things that we need to get at that rate. Now, what we can do is we can backwards engineer this, everybody. So if we need 20 rods, really what you want to do is figure out what number is 20 times something, which is also 15 times something, and it comes out to be a non-decimal number, right? So again, 15 output here kind of messes you up on a 20 input here, right? But if you did 2 of these, it would be 40. You did 2 of these, it would be 30. If you did 2 of those, it would be 60. If you did 4 of these, 60, right? Or 30. 3 of those. 3 of those, 20, 40, 20, 40, 60. Oh, yeah, man, brain. So that would be, again, if we did 3 of these, then that would mean that we need a 60 input from over there. Instead of a 20 input, we could do a 60 input. Our output over here, if we output 60 of our iron rods, it would then mean 3 of these. Again, you can work backwards, right? So you can say, okay, if I want to run just 3 machines, how can I make all the math work out? Because the math does get fairly complex later on. So we're going to take this out right here, and we're going to go to the rotors, and we're going to say, okay, let's take these numbers out, and our main numbers are 20 here, right? So let's say that we want to do 20, and that 20 is actually going to output this part here. Actually, let's put that back. So this is going to actually output 4 right over here. We'll put that as a lighter green. So it's going to come in at 20, convert the rotors, 3 machines, it's going to output 4. But what if we put it to, we're actually going to reverse this. So it's going to be this times this is how much input we need. There we go. So we need 60 input. This one here doesn't have a reference, so we'll just put 3. And now we need 300 screws and 60. Now, the real trick to this, everybody, is find that magic number. So if we go in and say 6, that's going to be 600. And that's as much as I can do right now on a single input, right? Is 600. Now, my belt is 780, But if I go here and say 6, okay, now I know exactly how many rods that I need. I need 120 rods. So now again, I can work my way backwards from the rod. So I need 120 rods. How can I take and make 120 rods? Well, if you take 120 and you divide it by 15, it'll tell you how many machines you need right over here to make that many. You need 8. And then you could backward engineer this and say, okay, my input is 15. I have 8 machines. How many is that in total? Okay, I need 120 of my iron ingots to come in to get that going. Okay, so now we can do the same thing over here. And we can go ahead and take all these out, and we can just do a little trick here. Well, we go ahead and just copy the 2 numbers here, which is the formula. And you'll see it say, it should have went like this. Copy that formula there, copy this formula here. That's what makes spreadsheets awesome, everybody, is that you can just input numbers and it will automatically adjust all the other numbers. That's one of my favorite things about spreadsheets. So again, I need 120 iron ingots. Now I know if I put 30 in, it's going to put 30 out, and that means it'll be 120. So I'm just going to put 120 right over here, and now I know exactly how much raw ore that I need. Starting at the end and working your way backwards sometimes is much easier than working your way forward, because look at all those numbers work out. 4, 8, 6, 6. There's no decimals there. That's going to be an absolute 100% efficient right there. Now it's going to output 24 rotors per second over here. And again, we're going to take that out, double check that that number is doing what it should do. This times this. Yes, so the output's going to be 24. Now we know exactly how many rotors that we're going to have when we go ahead and try to assemble our motors, which is 24 right down there. So we just figured out that first number there. Now all this other stuff is the second number, which is the stators and all of that stuff that we're going to have to get going here in a second. And you can see again, this part is just the rotors. The rotors is actually the easier of the two. The stators is actually more complex, because the stators uses steel pipe and it uses wire. And wire has a bunch of steps, and steel pipes have a bunch of steps. Steel pipes have even more steps than wire does. So let's go ahead and try to make this a little easier by just switching the easier thing first, and then we'll do the harder thing after. Actually, a better idea, let's do this. Let's take one of these empty ones and put it right there. And then we'll take these and put it right there. All right, there we go. Let's start with raw copper, because raw copper, way easier. So again, we'll take our calculations, and it's going to auto-calculate this for us. And then we're going to put this here, right here. So again, we can tell it what number that we want it to be, because with this output number is the number that we're adjusting it with. So if I say 120, you can see those other 2 numbers now adjust. And again, this is the power of spreadsheets, is you can just tell it what the output is, and then it will do all the other numbers for you. The ones that don't change is the output of the machines. The inputs and outputs of the machines are always going to be the same. So that it will be fine. Now, how much wire do we need down here? We need 40 wire, right, to do one of the stators. Now, I'm trying to do 24 rotors, so I probably want to try to do 24 stators. So now we want to go and figure out how we can do 24 stators. That's what we want to do. So then we know how much steel to produce, and we know how much copper to produce, or wire and steel pipes. So again, working your way from the end and working way back. And that's the why, everybody. The why is, how do I figure out all the numbers ahead of time? Now, you don't need to do any of this, by the way. You can just make a bunch of stuff, throw it together, let it run, and screw the efficiency if you want. Me, I like to go deep in the numbers. I think it's really fun, and I also like to think about the thought process. My thought process is what I talk about the most and commentate here in the channel for sure. There you go. Is the cast screws recipe? That is a great recipe, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so we want 24 stators. That'll be our goal. Since we're going to do 24 rotors, we're going to go ahead and do 24 stators over here. Now, we actually have another process that we're going to need to do, and we're going to need to make more rods so we can divert those rods over here for our screws, because we're going to need 100 rods. So what we'll do is we'll take this number, And we're going to put this down here. Input the number of machines. Let's go ahead and get the calculation for this. There we go. Put this down here. And that says that because it doesn't have any numbers to do it. So the iron rods that we need to do... Oh, wait. No, that was right. I need 6. Yes. So basically I need 600. That's not right. The input of our iron rods is 20. No, it's 15, actually. Oh, we need to, hold on, we need to create a whole nother thing. Oh, I almost forgot. Yeah, we got to do a whole nother thing here. So this part is just going to be for the, let's take our rotors down here at the bottom. This part here is just for the screws. Yes, this is just for screws. Boom, that's for the screw part. And then we're going to need to do rods. So we're going to basically need this whole section again. Here. Get out of there. We're going to need this whole section again. We need another space in there. Because we got to make the rods. So we got to do raw iron and try to basically make all the way down to iron rods. So we need 20 iron rods. So this is screws. What happened to our input of screws? Let's go back and look. We need 100 per minute. Oh, that's right. We take it out, but no, we want it up here. So 100 per minute, and then our output of this is down here. Is for our total output of our motors or rotors. 4. Okay, output is 4. Okay, and these are going to be screws. So what we need to do is we need to output 100 screws per item, so we need 600 screws. So we need to go ahead, we need to put another thing in here too. But this is iron ingots, this is 2 iron rods, and then this is a constructor making screws from those iron rods. Oh wait, this is iron rods. Oh no, we're already doing that. We did that right there. That's what we're doing here. Yeah, that's what we're doing there. Bringing in the iron rods, outputting the screws. So we need to output 600 screws. So the output is 4 of our screws. That is not right. The output of screws is way more than that. Output of screws is 40 per minute. So 10 in, 40 out. So we need our screws is to be 10 here, 40 out here. All right, now we're getting our numbers right. Again, always good to go back and double check. So assembler screws. Oh, let's do this. Assembler. This is why this is confusing. Assembler iron rods. And then this is the finished thing down here. And this gets real deep all of a sudden because you're using the whole first part of the game with this next part of the game. So that's going to be rods. This is going to be screws. The input of that's going to be screws. And again, we'll just go ahead and fix this all up. That's 100. Okay, so that's how we had it before. 100 here. And so we're going to have 6 of these. And so we're going to need 600 screws per minute. Because we're going to have 6. So that's what that number is. Actually, we could just copy this and put that down there. Okay. Right. So this is doing screws first. That's going to make 240. That's not enough. Not enough. Let's do the rods first. I'll take one of these. I'm always thinking of ways of making it more understandable. So we do the rods first. That's easier. So we can figure that out. So rods is 20. If we did 6 of them, it would output 24. And then screws, to do 6 of them, we need 600. So if we're doing rods over here, just to do rods, we need to turn down the raw ore, or the number of machines, to, or the total output. Yeah. Yeah, I should have done like that originally. Should have started with the rods, then did the screws, then do the rotors. That's what I'm going to do on the bottom one too. Again, started with the easy stuff first, the easier conversions. But you got to think it all the way through to the end. You can't just, you know, start making 1,000 of this and then expect it all to be 100% efficient. But you don't have to be efficient, everybody. You can just do it however you want. Absolutely. All right. Of course, the later it gets, everybody, the harder this becomes, too. Okay. Oh, actually, we'll make it a little bigger. So, raw iron coming in. We have it going in at 2 machines, which is going to output how much? Yeah, this is not calculating the output. 30 times 2. So that's 60. Again, 60 in, 60 out. And so we're trying to get it to where? How many rods do we need? We want to do 120 rods coming in. So we're going to need 4 machines. We're going to need 120 in. Going to do 120 here. Going to go 120 here, and then 15 times 8. We'll need 8 machines for 8 constructors. So this is going to be smelters. Smelter. This is going to be constructor. So these are, we need 4 smelters, 8 constructors, and that's going to produce 120 rods, which is what we need here. Now we want to go ahead and produce 600 screws, right? Because we already know that we're trying to shoot for 24. We just chose that number randomly. And by the way, we couldn't do more than 780 screws. It would be very difficult unless you split the factory into 2 factories. Then you could run 780 screws here and 780 screws here. The screws, I find, is one of the limiting factors of the game, for sure. So again, if we want to create screws, we got to go back over here. So we got to go raw iron coming in, and then we're making, say, 120 rods. 120 rods are going to output another 120. Then our screws is 120. And then we actually want to start this way. We want to do this at 600. And then again, do this backwards. Number of machines, the number of miner input. So we take the total output divided by the output per each machine. We need 15 machines. Then we take this number and we times it times the other number, and that's 150 iron rods is what we need. So we don't have enough iron rods being produced here to run it in. But we know what the number is. It's really easy. You just make this 150, and then that's going to be 150. You make this 150 because these are 1-to-1. So we need 150 raw ore. That's what it's telling us. We need 5 smelters. Over here, smelters. These are constructors. Over here. Now these are smelters. Iron ingots. No, this is constructor. Constructor. Here, and then this is a constructor. And maybe we should do this. Screws like this. Assembler with 2 S's. Assembler screws. All right, something more like that. And then we need smelters. Why is this not centered? So we need smelters on this, and this we'll go ahead and do as a green. Over here. And again, everybody, we're getting deep into the balance across all of these. So we got raw iron. We need 150 to equal 600. That's the thing. And again, I can make all these numbers auto go based on how many machines or how much total output. But what we really need to do is figure out how many screws we need. That's the important part. So in this case, we're going to do 600 screws, and we're going to do 120 rods. 120 there, 600 here. So this is our output there, and then iron units, iron rods. This is our output here. Okay. Now we got that all figured out. We're going to bring 120 and 160 in. We're going to use 6 of these machines, and they're 6 times 4 is going to be 24. So it'll produce 24 rotors per minute. Now, what if we wanted to make it faster? What if we did 180 over here? Actually, we just do it right here and do 16. Yeah, it's doing this number, but it's not affecting any other number. 20. Oh, it should be affecting this number. All right, so output times machines. 800. Okay, so we can't do 800. That's too many. 18, 19, 20. Yeah, 20 is too many. But again, we could do 10 and 10 and do them separately. So 19 is as close as we can get to 780. So that means we'll need 190 of each of these. Oh, actually, not that one. Over here, 190, 190. So we're going to need 6.33333 to do all of that, and 12.33. Now, see, the biggest advantage, everybody, when I'm doing this is the fact that I can let it run for a really long time. So even if it's producing just a small amount, it will run for a long time, meaning that I will end up with a lot of it eventually. So yeah, so these numbers don't work out very well over there. I don't like that. Let's go 18. So that's going to give us 180. Again, I'm just playing around with the numbers. Yeah, there we go. So now we're going to produce 720 rods. Or no, screws. 720 screws. So let's do 720 over here, and then this can tell us what we're trying to do here. Again, one way or no, oh, that's not right. That's not right. This is dividing. This divide by that. 7.2. Yeah, we were better off the way we were before with 600. See, 600 is an even number. And then we take 6 times 20, and that gives us 120. So we were better with 600. So let's go back to 600. Oh, this one's calculating in the other direction. So this was, I can't remember what this was. 16 of these. 15. 15. Okay, so at 600, we need 150. It's better at 600. Again, all the math works out. You can see I have an equal amount of machines, no decimals. That's what we're trying to do. Make it where it doesn't have a split amount, right? I mean, you can always underclock it and make it work perfect, but I like to make sure that my machines are balanced. So 150 raw ore, 150 ignits, 150 ignits to 150 iron rods. 150 iron rods going out to 600 screws. 600 screws coming in, which would be 6 machines. 6 machines times 20 is 120 rods is what we'll need. We're making 120 rods up here, and now we have our magical output of 24. So there we go. All right, and then that sets the precedent of the other one. And that's why we're doing that one first, so we can figure out, well, how many, because it's got to come in equal, right? So your stators has to come in at the same rate. You don't have to, but if you want it to be balanced, at that. So 24 is the rate in which we want our stators to come through and output. Now, you notice that stators is not based on 4, it's based on 5. So this actually would be 25 is what the output is going to be. And that's okay if we have a little bit extra over here. It'll make the math a little bit easier. So if we say we want to take this and divide it by this, it's going to give us 5. 5 machines. And so 5 times 15, or 15 times 5, depending on how you want to do it, like that, 75. And then we know we're going to do 5 machines of wire. So we'll go ahead and take this and just have that. So we need 200 wire. There you go. We need 75 steel pipes and we need 200 wire to roughly match the same amount of rotors that we're creating. And that's what all that math was for, everybody. That was all that math was for that. And it's kind of fun to figure all that stuff out. I enjoy it. I mean, that's the most important part, is that you enjoy it. So we need 200 wire on the output, right? Now, how much wire does a constructor create? Well, let's just go over here and check out the wire. 15 in, 30 out. Ooh, that's pretty nice. 15 in, 30 out. Now, we need 200, because we already figured it out. Down here, we need 200 wire. So we already know, now we work backwards, right? So again, we'll go in and just take this, put it here. Oh, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 there again. So that's going to be 7 of those. I'm going to put it like that, though. So this right here is this divided by this equals this, right? So the output that we want divided by that, 666 right there. And then what is the input that we need? Well, we need 15 times 667 there. So we need 100 input. So that's pretty easy to do, because we can just set this to 100 over here. We know exactly how many we need. We need about 4 of those, 7 of these. And again, this is where your numbers start getting really weird over here, but that's okay. Again, that's what we need. 100 out, 200 out. Or you can just make 5,000 of them and then you got more than enough. But I don't like to run it if I'm not really going to use it in the long run. Okay, so now the other thing is we need 75 steel pipes right here. We need this one to be 75. Right there. So we already figured out the wire. We got the wire good. We got the 200 wire. Now we need the 75 steel pipes. So 75, and then what's our input and output of our steel pipes? And again, we're doing 3 at the same time, so I'm stepping this up here for you. Everybody's a bit... Oh, wait, it's constructor. Over here. Steel pipes, 30 in, 20 out. Okay, so 30 in, 20 out. All right, so this is going to be a constructor. This is going to be foundry. We're going to take all this other stuff up here, try to make this a little easier. Okay, so we take the raw iron and we take the raw coal, and we just need one of these. Foundry, raw iron, raw coal. We make some steel ignits, and then we take the steel ignits right here, and then we make the steel pipes from 30 and 20. So how many machines we need to make 75? Hopefully you guys are following along, and if you're not, don't worry, I'll illustrate this in a visual way later. So 75, oops, that should have been divided by, not times, it should have been divided by, there we go. Always take your bigger number and divide it by the lower number, so 4. And then again, we can just take that number and reverse engineer that number. This number times this number equals how much we need, 112. And again, your numbers start getting real funky chicken, everybody, they sure do. So we need 112 right here, 112.5 as a matter of fact. Actually, there's another great trick, by the way, here on your math, is you can just hit equals and say, put this one in here. So if I change this number, say to 40, see it change both numbers? Let me do it again. Watch up here and down here, both those numbers are going to change when I change this last number to 60. They're both now in sync, so I don't have to put both numbers in anymore. It'll automatically do it. So again, we need 75. So it's automatically going to put that up there. Now, how much raw iron and raw coal? Well, I can already tell you that's 45 and 45, and like this. So again, we go over here. And what was that again? That was our foundry. We're this way. So 45, 45, and the output is 45. So 45 here. So again, how many machines do we need? We need this divided by this over there. And it already did it for me. I need 2.5 foundries. So 3 foundries. So I need 4 of these, 7 of those, 3 of these. And a lot of times what I'll do is just round these up. Right? Round these up like this. Now notice how that one rounded up, but this one did not. Because you specifically have to tell it to round up. In this case, what it's doing is it's just getting rid of the decimal, and what it does is it rounds down anything that's below 5, and anything that's above 5, it'll round up. So that's typically why I will leave that, so I can just do it in my head. I can say, okay, I need 4 of these and 6, 7 of those, and 3 of these and 3 of those. But at the end, when we get to our assembler, then that one at least will be 5 and 5 over here as well. And then that will output 25. And then we're going to say, okay, how many of these machines do we need if we're going to have a 24 input? And we divide it by 10, 2.4. And these are going to be exactly the same numbers, so they have exactly the same input. And of course, the output is going to be 5. And then the total output of all of this, for all this hard work that we've done, is this times the number of things that we're going to do, which is actually 3. We're going to actually output 12 motors per minute. After all of that, everybody, after doing all of that stuff, we're outputting 12 motors per minute. That's what I always found wild, because you have to really scale up the beginning part to make this part be like 100 or 500, because it just gets larger and larger and larger the further back in the process you go. And I could make that massive. Again, if I had a level 3 miner, I could be making that 780. I could be doing multiple 780s, running them into a box so that I can then split them again, and doing a whole bunch of stuff with it. But do I need more than 12 motors per minute right now? Absolutely not. That's a lot of motors that I would basically just let run, and then I come in, I got 10 boxes of rotors. I literally have thousands of rotors and stators and eventually motors. So again, I'd have a lot of all of that. And so that was all of that, everybody. Again, I wish I had started it the easier way, but now you get the general idea of how to do all of those fun things. How to do those fun things, again, so we needed to make the wire here and the steel pipes here, so it went to the stators. We needed to make the raw iron ignits here, and then the raw iron screws over here, so we needed iron rods here, and we need the screws here, so that we can put them over here in the iron rods and screws on this side, like this. And then over here, same thing. We can actually probably take this out and this, just to visually see it a little easier. So we need raw iron for both of these. And then our output is iron rods, iron screws, and then the input, iron rods, iron screws. The output is wire and steel pipes. Actually, let's do it the same as we did it down here. Let's put this in a blue. There we go. So we need iron rods, iron screws to be iron rods and iron screws here. We need, and then that produces rotors. Then we need wire and steel pipes. So we're going to make a bunch of wire. We're going to make a bunch of steel pipes. And then the wire and steel pipes are right here in this one. And then eventually here in the rotors is going to be all of this stuff combined into motors. But now we have basically a layout. We have exactly everything that we need. We know exactly how much ore to bring in. We know exactly how many machines to produce and all of that. And am I going to do it exactly like this? Absolutely not. You're like, Kismet, you did all of that? You're not going to do it exactly like that? Nope. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it the easy way. The easy way is just put a bunch of machines down, run it in there, and at least make sure you have your input right. And if you have your input right, it actually doesn't matter how many machines you have as long as you have more than what you need. And that's the most important part that I find. So the first thing we need, though, is some more raw iron. We need 120 iron there, and we need 150 raw iron over here. So that's going to be the first thing that we're going to be searching for, is enough raw iron to equal 50, 60, 70, 270 raw iron. So let's just start with that. We did a lot of spreadsheet there. I think that's enough spreadsheet for one night. That was a whole bunch. That was a whole bunch. So all we need here is an OR node, and that's a normal node there. We could overclock that to 300. So we have plenty enough to do there. In fact, we have 3 nodes there. In fact, we have 2 nodes over here that are impure that we're not even using, that we were using previously, which we could use right there. Now, we got that. Now, let's change this one to like a yellow. So we need raw iron. We need raw iron. And then we need raw... Scroll down. Thingy. And then we need raw copper. And then what else do we need? Basically raw iron right there. And raw coal over here. So those are all of our inputs. So we need iron, iron, and then more iron, iron, another iron, a coal, and then raw copper over there. This is not 780. That is for sure. That is not 780 there. Let's take that out. So again, steel pipes, we need 75. We didn't reverse engineer all of this either. So steel ignits will need 112. And so this number should be this divided by this. And then this is this times this. And these two numbers will be the same. Because they're 1-to-1 on output, all of these numbers are the same. You notice how all those numbers are the same? 112. We didn't calculate this. But you get the idea. So these will all be the same number because they're 45 and 45. So it'll be 112. 112 will be the output. 112 will be the input here, which will make us 75 steel pipes. So again, now we have to think about where we're going to get all these resources. So again, we need about 112 raw iron there. Let's just call it 120. That's 240. 240, 340, 370. So 370 worth of raw iron. And that would probably be a good thing to write down. Right here, need 370 iron. 370 iron. For copper, we need 100. For coal, we need 112.5, which is about the same. How many? 2.5, 45. Yeah, we need 112. We'll see if all this math works out. It'll work out. As long as it starts making me some motors, then it's all going to work out. That's the most important part. Okay, so we want to think about, we need coal, iron, copper, and all of that. We don't need a lot of iron. We could probably get away with one normal node, and then one smaller node, like a coarse node. Copper, that's just any node, because that's 120 is a coarse node if we overclock it. And coal, again, any coal node. So coal, iron, copper. Yeah, coal, iron, and copper. Yeah, those are the three things we need. Coal, iron, copper. So what do we got? We got these, again, these impure nodes. We got another node. We got a bunch of normal nodes over here. We could tap these nodes and one of these nodes, because these two together would be... let's go look at our other thing down here. So if we had a coarse node, or impure node, what they call it, the max output of an impure node is 150. But I'd probably go here and go 240. So this is going to be, if we combine those two together, that would be 300. So that would not be enough. That would not be enough if we took the two impures and put them together, because we need 370. So, and we're already using, we could build it right here and run the copper over. But we need the coal from up here. We got copper here. We got a we got a pure iron node right there. So we got those two, and we have the coal right here that we can tap into and do it there. And then we could attach it to our current train station. So we could just extract these and run these over here, or extract these and run these up here and put this with our other thing. Or we just build it over here and run the coal over. Always a fun thing to figure out. I feel like I want to take these three, run them over, build it right there. Because those are fairly easy to get to. And we already have our train station there, so we could easily just jump down and tap that other coal. These coals are not even being used their maximum, but I'm going to make it separate. And we could do all of this stuff, say, down here or up there, and then just run it up to another one. All right, that's what we're going to do. Let's see. Let's put that on the list. Over here, let's just add something to it so we can edit it. Over here. Build. All right, pull. Copper. Oh, iron. Iron, raw. Iron, copper. Coal from new area to make motors factory. All right, we wrote it down, we thought it through, we got our numbers right, and now that you've expended all of your extra mental energy, it's time to roll out of here. Let's go. All right, everybody, I think that was enough spreadsheeting for today. And now that's going to run and run and run, by the way. It's going to run and put in all of my beams there, encased industrial beams. And it's going to backlog all of that. I just run it over here right now. You can't see it right now, but yeah, that quick wire is coming in like crazy. It's coming in like crazy. I wonder how many boxes back it is already. I'm going to go see real quick here. Okay, it's not even 5 boxes back. Because that quick wire is going to stop all of that production that's running in there at some point. But it will run in the Awesome Sync, but it's too much for that Awesome Sync to handle, I think, in the long run. But we'll come back and work on that next time. We're going to go ahead and go to the main menu over here. And I hope I didn't stretch your brain too much. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys enjoyed that. Kismet going all out with those more complex numbers, using 3 separate factories and then figuring a way of having all 3 factories work to each other. And again, we're just going to make 1 motors factory, but all 3 of them will still give us a little bit of each thing. And each of those things, even if it slows down the end production, will eventually end up at the end where our base is. So that'll all end up over there. We'll have a train go over there, pick up all 3 things, and then run it back there. In fact, we're going to make a really long train, which is going to be really fun. We're going to add to our reinforced iron beams there, or reinforced beams as well. Okay, you guys enjoyed that. All right, that's again, sometimes I don't know if I lose people when I get too much into the spreadsheets. But again, we figured it out, and that's the thing. You want to work your way backwards, figure it out, put in all the parts of the process, and then when you get it in there, you're all good. But I'll illustrate it all out and say, okay, this is how much we have, this is how much we split, this is how much we put into each machine, all of that. Again, try to figure out how many machines we needed. All right, so that's it for me, everybody. Again, that's going to run on the server and run and run and run for a very, very long time. And I'm going to head on out of here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and bring up my schedule right over here. Now, we're going to be back Thursday night, later tonight, playing some Solo Wander. We're working on our Supercorn Cathedral, which is pretty awesome. We also have more of the main mega base that we're building in the Wasteland to work on. We're doing an underground base. We've got some entrances and exits and more farming and more dew collectors and all sorts of epic stuff to add to it. So definitely come back on tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then on Friday, we're going to have a bonus stream. I'm probably going to start that stream at around 11 so we can get the team together. We can do some rating, and then I'll probably push that rating back to Mondays from then on in case I'm not able to do the bonus stream on Friday because of IRL or whatever it is. So we'll do those on Mondays. That'll allow me to, do stuff on Fridays as well because I have tons and tons of stuff to do. Now on Saturday, Sunday, of course, we're going to be doing some team play on the 7 Days to Die with my crew. And man, we are knocking it out of the park. We are doing a bunch of production in the first half. We do 2 Horde nights per night. So both 2 Horde nights on Saturday, 2 Horde nights on Sunday. We do 20-minute days, so it goes very, very fast. And then what we do, we're doing now is we're also exploring all the 750 locations in the game, which is pretty awesome. So we're going to do all of that this Saturday and Sunday. So lots of stuff all week long, starting at 10 p.m. Now, you can help out the stream by just taking a quick moment. Pop over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button. Remember, it's free, and it really helps the stream. Allows me to do more giveaways and other cool stuff like that. Same thing with Twitter. Go to twitter.com/KismetBP, aka x.com, and hit that follow button. Again, the more you do that, the more cool stuff I get to do here on stream. Then go check out the Discord. Check out the website. I got all my stuff up there on the website, including free games, all sorts of stuff about my team, the Tycoons, Teamwork Tycoons, as well as all of my what hard drive do you have and what computer do you have and what, microphone and all that other stuff. I put up there painstakingly. I spent a lot of time doing that for you all. I hope you enjoy that. And then, of course, you can also help support the stream. Go above and beyond. Get your name at the end of every stream right down there. Part of patreon.com/Kismet, as well as get exclusive stuff like all of my schematics that I show. I put those up there for my patrons, as well as blueprints and all that other stuff where you guys can go in and try it out for yourself and try to make it even better than what I'm doing, which is always a part of the fun. Now, let me go ahead and shout you guys with a bunch of Kiz Cats for hanging out all the way to the end of the stream, which is always a brilliant idea. And I think we did a lot, everybody. We got a lot done today, that is for sure. We absolutely knocked it out of the park. We did a whole bunch of stuff, including doing some really advanced spreadsheeting there. And we, of course, we did all of our modular frames before. We did our reinforced things today, which I forgot the name of them. Reinforced items. I don't know why that just goes out of my head. I don't know what it is about that. That keeps going out of my head there. It's not modular frames. I didn't write it down. I actually didn't write it down in there. I wrote it down up here, I'm sure. Wow, I didn't write down what it was. I didn't write down what the actual final output is. I had to write. Oh, there it is. Yes, encased industrial beams. There it is. I did write it down. In fact, I'm going to write it down over here. Come on, caps lock. Boom. I don't know why it is that I keep wanting to call those encased industrial plates. Messes up my brain. But that's it for me, everybody. We're going to roll on out of here. I will see you guys again later tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be super fun. We'll see you all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norber. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you.